Chapter 1, Sailing Short Video, revealing the background of the Straw Hat Pirates. You can get cash rewards by watching short videos. At least 50 yuan for one video, no threshold for withdrawal, and the money will be credited to your account in seconds. In a rental house in Shanghai, Luoya looked at the message popping up on the screen of his mobile phone and couldn't help but sneer. Hey, you are fooling fools. It must be a trap. If there is such a good thing, I will do a handstand and have diarrhea on the spot. He said so. Luoya's hands did not slow down at all. With a critical attitude, he clicked on the pink app that suddenly appeared in his mobile phone not long ago and could not be deleted. 5 minutes later. FK. This thing can actually withdraw money. It smells so good. Luoya was full of smiles. Looking at the text message of 223.3 yuan in the bank card, he twisted into a ball with excitement. After some experiments, he has confirmed that this app is not a scam. It is true that you can get cash rebates just by watching short videos. It's only 5 minutes and I've made over 200 yuan, an hour is over 2,000 yuan. If I watch it for more than 10 hours a day, that's almost 30,000 yuan. It's easy to make 1,000,000 yuan a month. This overwhelming wealth is finally my turn. After a little calculation in his mind, Roya's eyes lit up. Then he continued to watch short videos with full enthusiasm. What made Roya a little confused was, he watched several videos in a row, all of which were secondary content about One Piece. But he didn't care too much about it. As long as he could make money, it didn't matter what content it was. What's more, Roya himself was an absolute loyal One Piece fan. He enjoyed watching these secondary short videos and never got tired of them. However, what Roya didn't know was, at this moment, all the short videos he watched were actually projected into the real One Piece world at the same time. See Circle Calendar 1520. The first half of the Grand Line. Sabayati Archipelago. At this moment, an unprecedented riot is taking place on this island where many forces gather. Monkey D. Luffy, a Straw Hat boy from the worst generation, had just fought against the world nobles celestial dragons at the human auction. Once the news came out, many parties were shocked. Naval headquarters immediately sent Admiral Kizaru to lead a large number of soldiers to Sabayati Archipelago. To arrest the culprit of this incident, the Straw Hat crew. Kizaru had just landed in Sabayati Archipelago not long ago. He showed his terrifying strength as an admiral. He called them terrible and kicked them one by one. In a flash, he easily defeated the 4 supernova pirates, Basil Hawkins, X-Drake, Skulachaman App, and Uraj. And now, Kizaru is heading in the direction of the Straw Hat crew. His body, which had turned into a golden laser, kept shuttling between the Yarkiman mangroves at an incredibly fast speed. However, the next moment, Kizaru was extremely surprised to find that he could not move. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move his body even a little bit. Not only that, his body, which was originally in the elemental state, was now directly forced out of the elemental state by an irresistible force. He turned back to a normal human form. What's going on? It's really scary. Kizaru sighed silently in his heart after noticing this sudden situation. In fact, it's not just Kizaru. At this moment, everyone on this sea is experiencing the same thing. Pirates setting sail. Marines fighting bravely. Rich people squandering and enjoying themselves. Civilians working hard. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have been paused. Everything was still. But people's consciousness can still clearly perceive everything happening around them. Just when everyone was surprised or panicked by this strange scene, a virtual projection screen suddenly appeared in front of everyone. No. Rather than appearing in front of their eyes, it is better to say, this screen is projected directly into their minds. Because even those blind people who cannot see can also clearly see this projection screen. with the appearance of this mysterious projection screen. The next moment, an extremely cold and emotionless mechanical female voice rang in everyone's ears at the same time. Ding! The short video time-space sharing system has successfully linked to the current world. Next, the system will continuously project short videos to this world. To ensure a good viewing atmosphere, this world will be in a time-space freeze state. During the viewing period, all viewers can speak in the viewing chat group. The number of speeches is proportional to their own strength. The shared screen is being projected. The viewing chat group is pulling members. A series of voices continued to sound. Most people are still in a state of confusion. They have no idea what happened. The next moment, everyone in the pirate world saw something similar to a virtual screen appeared in front of them. Even those who are closing their eyes at this moment, or those who are blind, they can also feel that there is a virtual screen projected directly into their minds. And when countless people are amazed by this magical scene, they then see a chat window suddenly appears on the right side of the projection screen. In the chat window, at this time, system prompts are constantly popping up. Imo has joined the group chat. Sengoku has joined the group chat. Monkey D. Dragon has joined the group chat. Edward Newgate has joined the group chat. Monkey D. Luffy has joined the group chat. Gold Roger has joined the group chat. Rox D. Zebek has joined the group chat. System prompts keep popping up quickly. It took a long time before it finally stopped. Then, people in the movie chat group began to speak one after another. Gold Roger, what is this? Monkey D. Garp, shit. Am I too excited to see Roger talking? Rox D. Zebek, Garp, are you finally dead? Ha ha ha, great. Monkey D. Garp, Rox, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm still alive and well. Hey, wait, Rox. Gold Roger, haha, Garp, after all these years, you still haven't gotten rid of your jumpy habit. Silver Rayleigh, Roger, is that really you? Gold Roger, hey, Rayleigh, long time no see. How come I've only been dead for 22 years, you can't recognize me, your old friend? Sengoku, Roger, Rox. Can this so-called movie chat group even invite dead people? Edward Newgate, Gulala, it's really a power beyond imagination. Kaido, ugh, it seems very interesting. Charlotte Linlin, there is just one bad thing. This so-called system actually imprisoned me, how can I eat dessert? Shanks, ha 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 ha, Auntie, you are still thinking about eating at this time, you are really worthy of it. Monkey D. Luffy, Shanks. Is it really you, Shanks? Shanks, hey, Luffy, long time no see, I heard that you have gone to sea, it seems that the day of our reunion is not far away. Monkey D. Luffy, yes. Shanks, I will definitely become a great pirate like you, become the Pirate King, and then I will return this straw hat to you. Shanks, haha, I believe you, and I have been looking forward to that day. Monkey D. Garp? Damn you red-haired guy, you dared to seduce my grandson in front of me, do you believe I will kill you right now and turn 4 emperors into 3 emperors? Gold Roger, Shanks, Straw Hat, One Piece, Garp's grandson, D. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Interesting. Monkey D. Garp, I'm interesting to you. Just when a group of people were arguing in the movie chat group, the cold mechanical prompt sounded again. The movie screen is projected successfully. All members of the movie chat group have been pulled. The first short video will be played next, so stay tuned. As the majestic and cold mechanical sound sounded in everyone's ears, the huge movie screen also gradually moved. On the originally dark screen, a line of text slowly emerged. The background of each member of the Straw Hat Pirates is revealed. 11 reads books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 2 Zoro's background, grandmother is from Wano Kuni. Monkey D. Luffy, hey? Why do I seem to see the name of our pirate group on that projection screen? Roronoa Zoro, you are not mistaken, that is indeed our pirate group. Vinsmoke Sanji, the theme of this video is, the background of each member of our pirate group. Usopp, hey, Sanji, what does this Vinsmoke in front of your name mean? Is it your last name? Why have you never mentioned it to us before? Vinsmoke Sanji, I have my own difficulties in this matter, but I think you should know it soon. Nami, why does this viewing system want to reveal our background right at the beginning? I always have a bad feeling. Kaido, what is this Straw Hat Pirates? Where did the cats and dogs come from, and is it worth the viewing system to play videos related to them right at the beginning? Monkey D. Luffy, we are not cats and dogs. I am the man who wants to be the Pirate King. Gold Roger, Why does this sound weird? Charlotte Linlin, a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet dares to claim to be the Pirate King? He really doesn't know his place. Eustace Kid, the Straw Hat Pirates are both supernova pirates like us. Since they can be counted by this viewing system, does that mean we have a chance too? Kira, I think it's okay. After all, Kid, your bounty is higher than that of the Straw Hat Kid. Crane, the background of each member of the Straw Hat Pirates is revealed? In addition to the Straw Hat Kid and Nico Robin, do other members have any special backgrounds? Monkey D. Garp, since we are reviewing the background of Luffy and his group, it seems that I will probably appear in the next video, ha 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 ha. Sengoku, Garp, you still have the nerve to laugh. As a marine hero, your grandson is a pirate, and even a member of the worst generation. Shouldn't you feel embarrassed? Monkey D. Garp, hey? Embarrassed? Why should I feel embarrassed? Picking nose. Sengoku. Edward Newgate, Straw Hat Boy? That's the younger brother that Ace often mentions. I didn't expect him to be Garp's grandson. Shanks, speaking of which, I am indeed very curious about Luffy's companions, and I can take this opportunity to learn about them. As the first video theme was announced, the people in the movie chat group immediately started a heated discussion. And as they continued to speak, on the projection screen, the original title gradually disappeared. Then, a new line of text slowly emerged. One of the Straw Hat Pirates, Roronoa Zoro. Vinsmoke Sanji, the first one among us whose background will be revealed is the green algae head? Damn, why can he be ranked before me? Frankie, if I remember correctly, Zoro, you seem to be an orphan too? Do you know your background? Roronoa Zoro, my parents died when I was very young. I have no impression of them at all, and naturally it is impossible for me to know what my background is. Brooke, that's just right, Zoro, you can take this opportunity to learn about your background. Isn't this good news worth looking forward to and will make your heart pounding? Although I am just a skeleton and don't have a pounding heart, yo ho ho ho. Roronoa Zoro. Soon. The line of text on the projection screen also disappeared. Then, a figure appeared on the screen. Short green hair. Strong and handsome. 3 drop-shaped gold earrings on the left ear. A dark green headscarf tied on the left arm. A green belly roll wrapped around the waist. 3 swords hanging next to it. It was Zoro. At the same time, lines of semi-transparent text began to float across the screen. First, my Zoro is in the front row. Zoro is so handsome, he is worthy of being the toughest guy in the Straw Hat Pirates. Hello everyone, I'm new here, I don't understand, so I ask, such a handsome guy must have a good sense of direction, right? Doghead saves life. Puff. Brother upstairs, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Be careful that Zoro rushes out of the screen and cuts you. Resword Sanji, what are these words crawling around on the screen like bugs? They are really annoying. Vinsmoke Sanji, hey? These words actually say that Zoro is the toughest guy in the Straw Hat Pirates? I don't accept it. Monkey D. Luffy, ha 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 ha. This text makes me laugh to death. Asking a handsome guy like Zoro if he has a good sense of direction is simply killing people. Roronoa Zoro. Nico Robin, in this case, these words should be comments or complaints about the current video content. Just when everyone was curious about what the words floating on the screen were. The mechanical system prompt sound also quickly gave an answer. In order to enhance the fun of watching movies for the audience, the viewing system has specially added a bullet screen function to the video. The bullet screens in the video are all sent by viewers from another world. The bullet screens contain both true and false content, factual analysis, and jokes. Please pay attention to carefully identify them. GOLD Roger, so that's it. So this thing is called bullet screen, it's really a magical thing. Edward Newgate, audiences from another world? Could it be that there is another world besides our world? Sengoku, this viewing system can even pull dead people into the chat group, so it is not impossible to connect to another world. Douglas Bullet, another world? I wonder if there will be more powerful beings in that world? I really want to compete with them. The video continues to play, accompanied by the image of Zoro appearing on the projection screen. A rather low voice of narration also sounded in everyone's ears. Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, one of the worst generation. His father is Roronoa Arashi, from East Blue, who died at the hands of pirates when Roronoa Zoro was young. His mother is Terra, from East Blue, the daughter of a thief, who died of illness when Roronoa Zoro was young. As the voiceover sounded, two figures, a man and a woman, also appeared on the projection screen. They were Zoro's father Arashi and mother Terra. Zoro's appearance is about 70% similar to his father Arashi. But his hair color is inherited from his mother. Terra has long green hair, tied into a single ponytail and hanging behind her head. As the daughter of a thief, she looks very smart and lively at the same time. She also exudes a gentleness and dignity that is unique to wives. At this time, the translucent barrage floated again. So Zoro's parents look like this, they are both so handsome, no wonder Zoro is so handsome. So Zoro's green algae hair is inherited from his mother. This hair color is not auspicious, haha. Brothers, after seeing Zoro's mother, I suddenly began to understand Boss Cao. Understanding Boss Cao +1, this is called Wei Wu Yai Feng. Roronoa Zoro, are these two people in the picture my parents? If it weren't for this video, I wouldn't even know what they look like. Vinsmoke Sanji, so it seems that there is nothing special about the background of the green algae head, so why can he be ranked before me? Brooke, who is Boss Cao mentioned in this barrage? Why did the audience who posted the barrage suddenly understand him after seeing Zoro's mother? What does Wei Wu Yai Feng mean? The narration of the video did not stop after introducing Zoro's parents. Instead, it continued to sound. Zoro's grandfather is Roronoa Ichikawa, a swordsman from a village in East Blue. Zoro's grandmother is Shimotsuki Vibrator. Wano Kuni. Shimotsuki Vibrator escaped from Wano Kuni with Shimotsuki Kozaburo 53 years ago. 49 years ago, he came to a village in East Blue and established Shimotsuki Village. The video content was originally ordinary. When Zoro's grandmother was mentioned, suddenly, a heavy bomb was dropped. It immediately caused shock and reaction from many people. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3 The Top Swordsmith, the Forger of Two Large Swords. Sengoku, the grandmother of pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro is actually from Wano Kuni? Crane, Wano Kuni has always been in a state of isolation, I didn't expect someone to escape from it. Kojiki Tsukiyaki, Shimotsuki Kozaburo? Isn't that our famous swordsmith in Wano Kuni? Shimotsuki Vibrator actually escaped from Wano Kuni with him. Kojiki Odin, yes, my sword Inma was made by Kozaburo Sr. I was wondering why I didn't see him later. It turns out that he escaped from Wano Kuni like me, ha 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 ha. Kojiki Tsukiyaki, Odin, UBD, how dare you say that? If you hadn't insisted on leaving Wano Kuni, our country wouldn't have been robbed and occupied by Kaido and Kurozumi Orakai. Kurozumi Orakai, hee, come on, Odin, that idiot, even if he was in Wano Kuni, what could he do? Didn't you see that after he returned to Wano Kuni, he was still fooled by me and Kaido-sama? Kojiki Odin. Kojiki Tsukiyaki. Roronoa Zoro, My grandmother is from Wano Kuni, if I remember correctly. Ryoma is a swordsman from Wano Kuni, right? Brook, that's right, Zoro, the sword god Ryoma you defeated at the Thriller Bark before was a powerful samurai from Wano Kuni. Shimotsuki Ryoma, What are you talking about? I have been dead for who knows how many years, how could I be defeated by this little guy called Zoro? Brook, to be honest, strictly speaking, it was your corpse and my shadow that were defeated, not the real you. Shimotsuki Ryoma, my body? Gecko Moria, the people of Wano Kuni would never have thought that the body of the sword god Ryoma they worshipped had already been stolen from Wano Kuni by me. Kojiki Tsukiyaki? So it was you, ABD, who stole the body of the sword god senior. Roronoa Zoro, also, the name Shimotsuki Kozaburo looks familiar. Isn't he Kuina's grandfather? Shimotsuki Kuina, that's right, I didn't expect that Grandpa was actually a famous swordsmith from Wano Kuni. Speaking of which, my Wado Ikimonji was also made by Grandpa himself. While everyone was discussing, several figures appeared on the projection screen one after another. It was Zoro's grandfather Roronoa Ichiki, Zoro's grandmother Shimotsuki Vibrator, and an old man sitting on the shore holding a fishing rod and a pipe in his mouth. There is no doubt that this old man is Shimotsuki Kozaburo who escaped from Wano Kuni with Shimotsuki Vibrator. Wano Kuni famous swordsmith. 2 of the 21 great swords were forged by him. Shimotsuki Kozaburo's image appeared on the screen. The translucent barrage also floated again immediately. Here it comes. Zoro's plug-in is here. Old man Kozaburo forged 2 famous swords ranked among the 21 great swords in his life, but later all of them became Zoro's swords. Doesn't this mean that old man Kozaburo is actually Zoro's exclusive swordsmith? Doghead. And Kozaburo's son Kojiro is also Zoro's swordsmanship teacher. It was he who led Zoro on the road to becoming a great swordsman. Not only that, if it weren't for what Kozaburo said to Zoro when he was a child, Zoro might not have been able to successfully subdue Yama and awaken Conqueror's Haki during the Onigashima War. There is another more important point that you forgot to mention. Kozaburo's granddaughter Kuina and Zoro are childhood sweethearts. If she hadn't been punished by the Grand Staircase, she might have become Zoro's wife in the future. No, even if Kuina didn't die, I don't think she and Zoro can be together, because they are relatives. Zoro's grandmother and Kuina's grandfather are from the same family. According to this relationship, Zoro might have to call Kuina his cousin. Is it because of this reason that Kuina had to be forced offline? Hiss. Don't say it. You really don't say it. Maybe this is really possible. Anyway, looking at it this way, the help that Kozaburo's family has given Zoro is unimaginable. It's no exaggeration to say that they are Zoro's strongest background. Looking at the barrage of comments that kept floating by, many people in the movie chat group were a little confused. Kojiki Odin, Myanmar actually became the sword of this little guy named Zoro? Is it true? Kojiki Hiri, no. Father's Inma is still well kept by me, how could it become someone else's sword? Gold Roger, hey! It's little Hiri, long time no see. The comment said that Inma will become Zoro's sword in the future, not necessarily now. Edward Newgate, so this little guy named Zoro will go to Wano Kuni in the future and get the Inma that Odin used from little Hiri as a new sword. Kaido, the comment just now mentioned the term Onigashima War again. What exactly happened to Laozi's Onigashima in the future? Could it be that someone wants to cause trouble in Laozi's territory? Charlotte Linlin, M. Kaido, don't be so excited. Didn't the viewing system say before that the content of the comment is true and false? Maybe the Onigashima War is just fake news. Rorano Azoro, if what this comment says is true, I will get a new saber in the future. Then among the 3 sabers I have now, will one be replaced or eliminated? Vinsmoke Sanji, that's not the point. The point is that the comment just now said. Green algae-headed kid actually has a childhood sweetheart who may very well become your future wife. Shimotsuki Kuina, what future wife? What childhood sweetheart? Don't listen to those comments. Shimotsuki Kosaburo, haha, Kuina, are you shy? Shimotsuki Kojiro, to be honest, I think you and Zoro are a good match, Kuina. If it weren't for that tragedy, I would really like to bring you two together. Shimotsuki Kuina? Rorano Azoro? Shanks, compared to this, I noticed something more interesting from the comments just now. Luffy's partner actually succeeded in subduing Goten's Yama sword in the future and awakened Conqueror's Haki. It's really amazing. Silver Rayleigh, indeed, Odin's Yama sword is not something that can be subdued by everyone. I just met the Straw Hat crew. Rorano Azoro is indeed an extraordinary little guy. Rorano Azoro, Conqueror's Haki? What is that? Inside the viewing screen. The video screen continues to switch. The low voice of narration also sounded synchronously. Zoro's grandmother Shimotsuki Vibrator has a younger brother named Shimotsuki Ushimaru, the original Suzuki Daimyo. He once participated in the Battle of the Wano Kuni Samurai against Kaido and was later killed by Kaido. In addition, there is another very famous ancestor in the history of the Shimotsuki family. His name is Shimotsuki Ryoma, the legendary dragon-slaying samurai, the great swordsman of the golden age of Wano Kuni. He never lost a battle in his life. After his death, he was revered as the sword god by the world. 2 figures appeared one after another with the voice of narration. The first figure was a middle-aged samurai with purple hair. His appearance and demeanor were quite similar to Zoro. This person was the original Suzuki Daimyo of Wano Kuni, Shimotsuki Ushimaru. After Shimotsuki Ushimaru, a figure appeared on the projection screen. That was also a samurai. His short white hair was tied into a bun. He was wearing a white kimono. He was wearing a blue scarf. He was wearing wooden clogs. He had a black and purple saber hanging around his waist. He exuded a strong aura. He just stood there. He gave people a feeling of being indestructible and sharp as a supreme sword. He was Zoro's ancestor. The legendary dragon-slaying samurai. He was named Sword God by later generations. Shimotsuki Ryoma. When Ryoma appeared, the movie chat group was instantly in an uproar. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 4 Sword God Ryoma is Zoro's ancestor. Brook, hiss. Is this true? Sword God Ryoma is Zoro's ancestor. Rorano Azoro, when I was in Thriller Bark, didn't I fight with my own ancestors and help them to be liberated? Keiku, good. I was wondering why Rorano Azoro's swordsmanship is so powerful. It turns out that it is the powerful genes passed down from his ancestors. Kabeji, his ancestor is the sword god Ryoma, who is known as the Dragon Slayer. It would be strange if Rorano Azoro's swordsmanship is not strong. DAS bonus, it turns out that we were defeated by Roronoa Zoro not because we are too weak as swordsmen, but because we don't have such a good background and bloodline like him. Vinsmoke Sanji, hey, you guys are going too far. You're denying all of the efforts of the algae-headed guy in the past and attributing his strength to his bloodline. Monkey D. Luffy, that's right. Zoro is so strong not because of his ancestors. Zoro is the one who practices the hardest on our ship. Brook, I never thought Ryoma would be Zoro's ancestor. My shadow stayed in Ryoma's body for a while. So, should Zoro also call me ancestor? Yo ho ho ho. Roronoa Zoro? Brook, do you want to try having your bones chopped in half by me? Frankie, in this case, when Ryoma entrusted Shisui to Zoro at Thriller Bark, it can actually be considered a family inheritance. It's legitimate. Kojiki Sukiyaki, what? You mean, the famous sword Shisui is in the hands of that Roronoa Zoro? It's our Wano Kuni national treasure. Jikimaru, that's right. Shisui is our Wano Kuni national treasure, how can it fall into the hands of others? Shisui must be returned to Wano Kuni and kept in the country. Gecko Moria, if it's a national treasure, then you actually let me steal it from Wano Kuni with Ryoma's body so easily. It's really funny. Kojiki Sukiyaki. Jikimaru. Shimotsuki Ryoma, did I entrust Shisui to this junior named Zoro? I don't know why, when I saw this information, some pictures seemed to emerge in my mind, but they were not clear, and I don't know what the specific situation was at that time. Roronoa Zoro, regarding this, the matter is actually like this. Zoro still has great respect for Ryoma, who is known as the God of Swords. The battle on the Thriller Bark. He has a little understanding of this former Dragon Slayer. He is also very curious about his former style and strength. He even feels regretful that it would be great if I could have a real fight with Ryoma in his lifetime. Now, after learning that he is actually the direct ancestor of his grandmother, he has a little more respect for Ryoma in his heart. Seeing Ryoma curiously entrusting Kiyoshui in the movie chat group, Zoro was ready to briefly describe to him what happened at that time. However, he was just about to speak. The picture on the viewing screen suddenly switched. And then, a familiar scene appeared on the screen. The dark night. The gloomy castle. It was exactly the scene on the Thriller Bark. In such an environment, two figures stood opposite each other. One was Zoro holding Wado Ikimonji and third-generation Kaititsu. The other was the sword god Ryoma holding the famous sword Shisui. To be more precise, actually, it was the Ryoma zombie stuffed into Brook's shadow. The two quickly started fighting. The fight was extremely fierce. From the original room all the way to the roof of the castle. Clang! Clang! Bang! The sound of swords colliding and walls collapsing continued to sound. Zoro and Ryoma fought for dozens of rounds in a short period of time. And after dozens of rounds of collision, the two were still evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. Such a battle directly stunned Brook, the spectator who was eating melons on the side. After a fierce battle, on the sloping roof of the castle, Zoro and Ryoma both panted slightly. Obviously, they were extremely exhausted. But the fighting spirit emanating from the two of them was even more surging and high-spirited. For a swordsman, being able to meet such a powerful opponent is definitely something that makes people feel happy and excited. Kojiki Odin, hiss. It's really the sword god senior. Kojiki Sukiyaki, although it's just the corpse of the sword god senior, this Zoro can fight back and forth with him, and his strength is really amazing. Shimotsuki Ryoma, the one in the video seems to be my corpse after death, and the autumn water. It really makes people miss it. But the swordsmanship used by my corpse in the video is not the swordsmanship I used when I was alive? Brook, because the corpse is actually my shadow, so the swordsmanship I performed is actually mine. I'm so embarrassed to make the sword god laugh. Although I'm just a skeleton without a face, yo ho 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 Dracula my hawk, sword god. Ryoma? If I have the chance, I would actually like to fight him in his prime. Shanks, ha 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 ha. Hawkeye, I knew you would say that. You are such a sword maniac. The video continues to play. The battle between Zoro and Ryoma continues. After taking a short breath, Zoro suddenly put the third-generation Kairitsu back into the scabbard. He only left a Wado Ikimonji tightly in his hand. As for his other saber, Yokozoku, it was destroyed by the Rust Fruit ability of Colonel Zion of Naval Headquarters during the previous Enice Lobby battle. In the picture, Zoro is seen holding the Wado Ikimonji tightly. He takes a deep breath. Then he starts to run up the steep roof slope quickly. When he reaches the highest point of the roof, he leaped up high into the night sky. Then he fell down. He swung the Wado Ikimonji in his hand. He slashed down at Ryoma on the roof below. Ichito Ryu Flying Dragon Flame. On the Wado Ikimonji, a raging flame suddenly ignited without knowing when. The flame spread rapidly, surrounding Zoro's body, slowly condensed into a giant dragon made entirely of flames. The giant dragon roared and pounced on Ryoma below. As a dragon slayer, Ryoma naturally would not be afraid. He directly rushed up with the famous sword Kyushui. Hinaji Sando Arrow Tail Slash. In an instant, a dazzling cold blade flashed. Zoro and Ryoma's figures crossed each other in the sky. The attacks of the two also collided at this moment. Zoro's figure in the air could no longer be controlled. He fell straight down. He landed on the ruins at the bottom of the castle. He lay on the ground in a big letter shape. He was breathing heavily. It was obvious that the previous blow had almost exhausted his physical strength. And Ryoma, who was still in midair at this moment, was not doing well either. Zoro cut a huge hole in his abdomen. Because he was a zombie, so there was no blood splattering from the wound. But above the wound, a ball of blue flame was burning. The flame spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Ryoma's entire body was swallowed up in it. Ryoma fell back on the roof of the castle. He stood there upright and did not fall down. However, the man who was respected by the world as the god of swords suddenly sighed. Lost. While sighing, Ryoma slowly put the Kyushui in his hand back into the scabbard. Then he took it off his waist. The famous sword Shushui, which was once worn on the waist of a legendary samurai. You will be its master. It is the long-cherished wish of this sword. After the words fell, Ryoma suddenly loosened his grip on Shushui, letting the sword fall straight down. Zoro had stood up from the ground without knowing when. Stretching out his hand, he caught the falling sword Shushui steadily. On the roof, Ryoma, enveloped in flames, began to shake. It seemed that he had reached the end of his strength. Let my samurai body taste failure. So sad. A faint sigh, filled with endless sorrow. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether the sigh was made by Brooks' shadow or Ryoma himself, who had been dead for hundreds of years. Below, Zoro responded with a serious look. It is enough to feel the shame, only a swordsman can be both physically and mentally prepared. I really want to meet you in your lifetime. I will take the sword. As for this competition, just treat it as if we never competed. Hearing this, Ryoma on the roof suddenly laughed in a low voice. There was a bit of relief in the laughter. The next moment, a dark shadow flew out of his mouth. It fell at the feet of Brook, who was watching the battle not far away. And Ryoma's body slowly turned into ashes under the burning of the blue flame. The video ends here. For a while, the movie chat group was once again in uproar. P.S. A new author and a new book. I beg all godfathers to vote for some data to encourage and support. As long as there are 100 flowers on the first day, the author will immediately send 20,000 words. Honest and trustworthy, I do what I say, I beg for flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, and other data support. The author here first kowtows to all the godfathers, please ORZ. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 5, Ryoma, why did you take away the sword I entrusted to my younger generation? Kojiki Sukiyaki, the sword god senior was actually defeated by that little guy. Kojiki Odin, the dragon slayer who killed the flying dragon hundreds of years ago, was now defeated by the flying dragon flame of a younger generation. It really makes people sigh. Jack, what are you sentimental about? The one defeated in the video was just a zombie wearing the shell of Ryoma, not the real living Ryoma. What's there to sigh about? As expected, you Kojiki family members are all a bunch of idiots. Kojiki Sukiyaki. Kojiki Odin. Rorano Zoro, that's true. If I was facing the living sword god Ryoma at that time, I would definitely not have the slightest chance of winning. Gold Roger, haha. But even so, Rorano Zoro's strength is indeed not bad. It is really amazing that he can master such swordsmanship at such a young age. Vista, especially the flying dragon flame sword he used to defeat the Ryoma zombie, it was really amazing. Dracula my hawk, Rorano Zoro, it seems that your strength has greatly improved since the time you fought with me in East Blue. I am looking forward to the day when we fight again. Rorano Zoro, don't worry, one day I will definitely surpass you and become the world's #1 swordsman. Shanks, ha 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 ha. If you can really surpass Hawkeye, then in the future you will probably often receive challenge invitations from that sword madman, which is not something that ordinary people can bear. Edward Newgate, Gulala. The last words Rorano Zoro said to Ryoma in the video really made me look at him with new eyes. Shimatsuki Ryoma, well, after watching this video, the images in my mind have gradually become clearer. A junior named Zoro? Not bad. I admire you very much. Just as everyone was expressing their opinions on the previous video in the movie chat group. On the screen of the projection screen, there were also a lot of barrages of comments again. Awesome! Zoro's flying dragon flame is so cool. Congratulations to Zoro for upgrading his equipment, and congratulations on the famous sword Shushui. Without even a moment of mourning for the passing of Suezu, the sword that immediately rushed to the battlefield was the sword of the dragon-slaying samurai hundreds of years ago, the famous sword Shushui, one of the 21 swords of the Great Sword. Puff. The guy upstairs, are you a devil? Can this joke be used like this? Suezu, speak for me. Doghead. Although Suezu's sacrifice is indeed regrettable, Zoro has obtained a more powerful sword, which is also a very exciting thing. What's more, this sword was entrusted to him by Zoro's ancestor Ryoma. Doesn't anyone think this is a very romantic thing? Yet, just like what the owner of the weapon shop in Logetown said when he entrusted Suezu to Zoro, what's wrong with a man entrusting his dream to another man? Alas, it's a pity that the Shusui that Ryoma entrusted to Zoro was eventually snatched back by Wanakuni's gang. Yet, although Hiri took out Enma in exchange, how can Odin's stupid sword be compared with the Shusui that Ryoma entrusted? Both are one of the 21 great swords. Why is Enma so much more powerful than Shusui? If we talk about the strength of the previous owner, Ryoma must be much stronger than Odin, that stupid guy. This is not reasonable at all. Damn. I get angry when I mention this. Oda, old thief, give me Zoro's Shusui back. Seeing these comments floating by, some people in the movie chat group were suddenly confused. Rorano Zoro, Shusui will be taken away by Wanokuni in the future? It turns out that the Enma mentioned earlier replaced Shusui. Kojiki Hiri, the Enma that my father left for me was actually given to this man by me personally. Will he and I have any intersection in the future? Kojiki Odin, I always feel that the people who posted these comments seem to have a lot of opinions about me. Why do they keep calling me an idiot? Kojiki Sukiyaki, great. Judging from these comments, Shusui will return to our Wano Kuni in the future. It's really a good thing that the national treasure has returned. Ha 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 ha. Kojiki Odin? Hey, your son was called an idiot, don't you care at all as a father? You are still laughing here. Kojiki Skiyaki, what's there to care about? Aren't you a big idiot? I think there is nothing wrong with what these comments say. Kojiki Odin. Shimatsuki Ryoma, the famous sword Shusui that I entrusted to my juniors will be snatched away by Wano Kuni in the future? No, how dare you? Kojiki Skiyaki? Wait, Sword God Senior, Shusui is our Wano Kuni national treasure, how can we let it be lost? Shimatsuki Ryoma, that is Laozi's sword, Laozi can do whatever he wants with it. Who are you? Why do you make the decision for me that Shusui must stay in Wano Kuni? Kojiki Skiyaki. Rocks DZBek, ha 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 ha. I am really laughing to death, it seems that this guy named Kojiki Skiyaki is also a wise man. John, ha 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 ha. Who said it wasn't? From the video just now, we all know that Ryoma is the ancestor of Roronoa Zoro. The ancestor entrusted the sword to the younger generation. Why does he, an outsider, interfere? Silver Axe, this old guy has been saying that Shusui is their Wano Kuni national treasure and must stay in Wano Kuni. How could he let Gecko Moria steal Shusui from Wano Kuni? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for saying these things? Akoku, I remember that this Kojiki Skiyaki is Kojiki Odin's father? It turns out that like father, like son, the whole family is stupid. Kojiki Skiyaki? Kojiki Odin? Happy reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6 Zoro vs Jin, the huge impact brought by Diao Zizun Huang. Inside the movie screen, the image on the thriller bark slowly faded. Instead, it was replaced by a somewhat dim scene. In the video, two figures were fighting fiercely. The speed was extremely fast. The offensive was extremely fierce. Every collision would generate an extremely powerful shock wave. The surrounding buildings were constantly smashed and collapsed. After a fierce battle, the two figures slowly stopped. Take a breath. And until then, the appearance of the two people finally appeared clearly in the video screen. One of them had a dark green headscarf on his head. A green belly roll around his waist. The upper body was completely naked, revealing strong and solid muscles. He held a long knife in each hand. He even held one in his mouth. This unique shape. It was obviously Zoro. Opposite him, the other person was even taller. He looked more than 6 meters tall, wearing a black leather jacket. He also has a strange black mask on his face. A pair of huge black wings grow behind him. There is also a ball of orange-red flame burning behind his head. Kaido, Isn't that Jin? How could he fight with that kid Roronoa Zoro? Quinn, hiss. That really seems to be Jin, and looking at the place where they fight, why does it feel like they are in a Nagashima? Jin, could it be that the Onigashima War mentioned in the previous comments is true? Will the Straw Hat crew go to Onigashima to cause trouble in the future? Jack, humph. Who cares if it's true or not? Just relying on the Straw Hat pirates, a bunch of weak chickens, dare to act rashly in front of us beasts pirates? They will be wiped out in a few minutes. Page 1, that's right. Brother Yin is the leader of the 3 major bosses of our beasts pirates, and his strength is second only to Boss Kaido. Just a little Roronoa Zoro dares to fight with Brother Yin. Quinn, hey. Peggy Wan, I don't like what you said. What do you mean that Yin is the leader of the 3 major bosses, and you also said that his strength is second only to Boss Kaido? You are totally not taking Laozi seriously. Runty, Brother Quinn, Xiao Wan is ignorant, don't bother with him, we all know that you and Brother Yin are the left and right arms of Boss Kaido, and neither of you can be missing. Quinn, humph. That's more like it. Jack, left and right arm? What about me, who is also one of the 3 major bosses of Beast's Pirates? Don't I deserve to have a name? Kaido, okay, the point right now is not this kind of boring thing, but the fact that the Straw Hat Pirates dared to come to Laozi's Ghost Island to cause trouble. Laozi will never let them off. Edward Newgate, Gulala being able to fight back and forth with Kaido's Jin as in the video shows that Ace's partner will have great progress in the future. Shanks, indeed, although Zoro is still at a disadvantage in the face of Jin from the video, it is already a very proud thing to be able to hold on for so long without losing. Roronoa Zoro, no. Not enough. If I can't even beat this kind of character in the future, how can I talk about surpassing Hawkeye and becoming the world's #1 swordsman? Dracula my hawk, haha. What a great ambition. Swordsmen of my generation should be like this. Jin, haha, you still want to defeat me? Roronoa Zoro, I think you overestimate yourself. Swordsmen can be confident, but they must not be blindly conceited. Vinsmoke Sanji, by the way, did you notice that the green algae head in this video seems to have lost one eye? Monkey D. Luffy, really? Zoro, how come you lost one eye? Usopp, what happened in the future? Why did Zoro's eyes become like this? Roronoa Zoro, it's just that I lost one eye. What's the big deal? As long as I can become stronger in the future, that's fine. Silver Rayleigh, haha. What a spirited little guy. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. After a slight breath, Zoro soon fought with Jin again. But his strength was still slightly inferior. He was always suppressed by this fire disaster. When Zoro finally got used to Jin's fighting style and attack style, he finally found a chance to fight back. In the video, he suddenly swung a knife. Jin had no time to dodge completely. The black mask on his face was hit by this blow. A corner was broken. Under the broken mask, a small piece of brown skin was exposed, and a wisp of scattered white. Although he was not injured, but Jin suddenly became furious for some reason. His anger was full. Directly activated the Devil Fruit ability. Transformed into a huge ancient species of toothless pterosaur. Launched a more fierce attack on Zoro than before. Zoro, who had finally regained a slight advantage. Just like that, he fell into a difficult battle again. He almost lost several times. Especially Jin's move Diao Zizun Huang. It made Zoro suffer a great shock. The shock here has 2 meanings. One meaning refers to the physical impact. Diao Zizun Huang is extremely powerful and aggressive. The other meaning is the mental shock. In the picture, Jin, who turned into a toothless pterosaur, hovered in the sky. Suddenly, without any warning, he raised his claws and grabbed the sharp horns on his head. Then he exerted force suddenly. The sharp horns on Jin's head were stretched and deformed like rubber. So Jin's whole face became distorted. Then, Jin suddenly let go. The stretched sharp horns were shot out quickly like a slingshot. It hit Zoro below. Zoro reacted quickly. He quickly dodged the attack, accompanied by a violent roar and explosion. On the ground where he was originally, a huge pit appeared. This is enough to show the power of this attack. High in the sky, Yin looked down at Zoro below. For some reason, he suddenly explained. In ancient times, this is how pterosaurs hunted. As soon as this was said, on the video screen, countless bullet comments appeared again. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 7 Assistance Across Time and Space, Zoro Conqueror's Awakening. Ha 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 ha. Isn't Yin's self-esteem move too weird? How could such a cool and handsome guy invent such a funny and abstract move? What's even funnier is that after using this move, he actually explained seriously that this is how pterosaurs hunted in ancient times. Ha 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 ha. Well said, I almost believed it. Yin doesn't think anyone will really believe his words. I'm afraid only a fool would believe such words, ha ha ha. I think the reason why Yin explained it this way is not to convince others, but simply to give himself some psychological comfort. No problem. I think the analysis above makes sense. Hey, you should at least give Yin some face. After all, he is one of the 3 main board members of Beast's Pirates. Don't he have shame? You've already used a trick like Diao Zai Huang, what's the point of having any face left, ha 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 ha. Yin. Quinn, ha 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 ha. Yin, you've really lost face this time. Edward Newgate, Gulala Kaido, your subordinate's moves are really strange, are you planning to use this move in battle to make others laugh to death? Marco, haha. Yin, what are you thinking? You even have to explain that the pterosaurs in the ancient times hunted like this. If I hadn't read the book, I would have been fooled by you. Kaido. Yin. Monkey D. Luffy, what? So he was lying? I really thought the pterosaurs in the ancient times hunted like the guy in the video. Roronoa Zoro. Vinsmoke Sanji. Nami, well, it seems that our captain is the idiot mentioned in the comments earlier. Jack, humph. What's so funny about this? Although Brother Jin's move is indeed a bit weird and abstract, it is extremely powerful. Didn't you see that Roronoa Zoro was scared and fled in a hurry? Shiki, jahahaha, you didn't let him go either. Jin, Jack, if you can't talk, you can actually say less. Jack? Sengoku, speaking of which, I'm actually more curious. Isn't this video about Roronoa Zoro's background? Why did they suddenly release the battle scene between him and Jin? Monkey D. Garp, could it be that Jin and Zoro are also relatives? Sengoku, _. It seems that the IQ of your monkey family is also inherited. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After Jin became completely serious. After transforming into the ancient species of Pteranodon, the pressure he brought to Zoro became stronger. Zoro was defeated under such pressure. Even if he used the tricks such as Trouble Wind and Black Rope Tornado in succession, he still couldn't do anything to Jin. After a hard struggle, Zoro was already covered with scars. His physical strength was gradually running out. He was chopped away by Jin, who turned back into human form. His body hit the wall behind him heavily. Then he fell to the ground. Lying on the ground gasping for breath. Just when Zoro was about to get up and continue fighting, suddenly, a sound of playing the shamisen came from the castle not far away. When the music sounded, Zoro was somewhat surprised to find that the Yama in his hand suddenly went berserk. It began to absorb the haki in its body crazily. His right arm holding Yama quickly shrank. Zoro was startled. He reacted quickly. He calmed down and took back the control of his own haki. His right arm was thus restored. But Yama's abnormality did not stop. In the following battle, the Yama in Zoro's hand frequently lost control. Always tried to seize the control of the haki in its body. This made Zoro, who was already at a disadvantage, even more disadvantaged. Under another Diao Zai Zunhuang attack from Jin, Zoro was directly blown away by the powerful shock wave. And his hands and the 3 sabers in his mouth were all blown away. Among them, the 3rd generation Kaititsu fell directly to the bottom of a Nagashima. Seeing this, Zoro jumped without hesitation. He also jumped off a Nagashima, trying to catch the falling 3rd generation Kaititsu. Monkey D. Luffy, no. Zoro is in danger. Vinsmoke Sanji, hey, green algae head, what's wrong with that knife in your hand? Why does it always affect your battle? Roronoa Zoro, this is something that will happen in the future, how can I know? You ask me, who should I ask? Kojiki Odin, haha, judging from the video, if nothing unexpected happens, it must be Inma who is in a bad mood again. There is no way, this sword is so unique, I spent a lot of effort to subdue it. Ashuraduji, I have never seen anyone else who can subdue Inma except Goten. Kawamatsu, even if this sword was given to Zoro by Miss Hiri in order to keep Shusui in Wano Kuni, it does not mean that Inma recognizes Zoro as its master. Denjiro, Inma's sudden temper at this moment is actually a test for Zoro in a sense. Only by passing the test can Zoro truly become Inma's new master. Vista, is it a test of the new owner by the famous sword? Then this test is a bit too deadly. In this case, can Roronoa Zoro really pass the test? Jack, humph. Forget about passing the test. Judging from the battle in the video, it's hard to say whether this guy named Zoro can survive under the hands of Brother Jin. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Zoro leaped up. He grabbed the third-generation Kaititsu that was falling towards the bottom of a Nagashima. However, in this way, his body fell uncontrollably into the abyss below. But at this moment, Jin suddenly flew over. He kicked Zoro back to a Nagashima with a heavy kick. This is the first time I've seen a swordsman dragged down by his saber. To save the sword, do you even want your life? Facing Jin's question, Zoro ignored it. He struggled to get up from the ground. He staggered forward and picked up the Wado Ikemonji that was blown away. Then he walked in front of Yan Emo. He also held it tightly in his hand again. And it was at this moment when he held Yan Emo tightly again. In Zoro's mind, suddenly he recalled a scene. That was when he was very young. He had been on a coast in Shimotsuki village. He had met an old man holding a fishing rod and a pipe in his mouth. It was Kuina's grandfather, Shimotsuki Kozaburo. Shimotsuki Kozaburo had said some inexplicable words to Zoro at that time. Listen carefully, swords are weapons that kill people, and they are born to take people's lives. The purpose of a swordsmith is to make it take more lives. Every sword has its own personality, and a swordsman must be able to tame it. A dangerous sword is a demon sword? Nonsense. It should be called a famous sword. If it can make the weak feel afraid of it, it is also an honor to be called a demon sword. When I was young, I forged a sword that was the highest work of my life. A very serious sword. Just holding it in your hand can make you feel cold. I gave that famous sword the name of the King of Hell. Recalling what Shimotsuki Kozaburo said to him at the beginning, Zoro suddenly woke up. The famous sword that old man Kozaburo said. Isn't it the Inma that he is holding tightly in his hand at this moment? The King of Hell. Inma. At this moment, Zoro had an epiphany in his heart. You're here, right? You chose me. You're going to test me. The sword is honest and has no ill intentions. If that's the case, then I'm not strong enough. Zoro murmured in a low voice, holding Yan Emo, and slowly stood up. Was Odin able to easily control Yan Emo to fight even though he had taken away so many haki? Zoro thought in his heart, and a wonderful change was quietly happening to him. Even Zoro himself didn't notice. His aura was rising at a very fast speed. An extremely powerful aura quietly emanated from his body and filled the surroundings. It happened that a group of Beast's pirates soldiers rushed out of the Inagashima castle in the back. After seeing Zoro, they rushed over with crazy shouting. However, when they got close to Zoro for a certain distance, all of them foamed at the mouth without any signs and fainted on the ground. Seeing this scene, many people in the movie chat group were shocked. Jin, that's Conqueror's haki. P.S. Please support me with flowers, ratings, and monthly tickets. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 8. The second Straw Hat member, Nami's background. Quinn, hey, am I seeing right? That really seems to be Conqueror's Haki. Jack, that guy actually suddenly awakened Conqueror's Haki during the battle with Brother Jin. How is this possible? Kaido, ugh, he just awakened Conqueror's Haki, what's the big deal? Even if he awakened Conqueror's Haki, he can't be a match for Jin. Charlotte Linlin, well, didn't the previous comments mention that this kid will awaken Conqueror's Haki in the future? It seems that now those comments are confirmed to be true. Edward Newgate, Gulala, does this little guy also have the qualifications to become a king? Really good. Shanks, haha, worthy of being Luffy's partner, he is really something. Monkey D. Luffy, what? Shanks, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Why do the soldiers in the video suddenly faint after approaching Zoro? What is Conqueror's Haki? Shanks, well, you'll know later. Sengoku, I finally know why the video shows a fight between Roronoa Zoro and Jin when the video is about his background. Crane, so Shimotsuki Kozaburo, as one of Roronoa Zoro's background, helps him at this time. Kyuzan, those words from the past can still play a role more than a decade later, helping him awaken Conqueror's Haki in battle and successfully subdue Yanma. Borsellino, isn't this cheating? Shimotsuki Kozaburo, what? How can this be called cheating? This is just my advice to the younger generation as an elder. When everyone was discussing fiercely in the movie chat group. On the video screen. There were also many translucent comments floating by. Hiss. Zoro is awesome. He actually awakened Conqueror's Haki directly, so cool. Not only did he awaken Conqueror's Haki, but he also successfully conquered the difficult sword Inma. I can only say that he is worthy of being Zoro. In fact, I think what is more important is that we have to thank Mr. Kozaburo for his great assist after such a long time, spanning nearly 20 years. Yes, if Mr. Kozaburo hadn't said these words to Zoro, Zoro might not be able to successfully subdue Inma and awaken Conqueror's Haki at this moment. This is the benefit of having a background. The swordsmith of Inma will tell you how to tame this unique sword. Indeed, Inma's sword has such a strange personality that other swordsmen probably can't tame it. Now Zoro owns both Wado Ikimonji and Inma. The two famous swords forged by Shimotsuki Kozaburo have become Zoro's swords. Isn't this a clear exclusive swordsmith? Zoro awakening Conqueror's Haki is certainly an exciting thing, but Inma's sword is really a bit too unreasonable, isn't it? Who says it's not? Wado Ikimonji and Inma are both one of the 21 great swords, and they were even forged by Shimotsuki Kozaburo alone. But why is the difference between these two swords so obvious? Wado Ikimonji is just average in Zoro's hands, and has no outstanding features. Why is Inma so unique and can greatly enhance the combat power of the sword holder? Yes, this is really hard to understand. Even the sword Shusui, the sword of sword god Ryoma, I feel is not as good as Inma's sword. Alas, I can only say that Oda, the old thief, lowered the status of other big swords in order to force Odin, the idiot, and finally made Zoro become Inma's sword rack. It's really f***ed up. That's right. In the final analysis, it's all the fault of Odin, the idiot. This thing is not only disgusting when alive, but also won't let us go even after death. Kojiki Odin? Wait, what did I do wrong again? Why are these comments still scolding me? Rox DZBek, but what these comments say does make sense. Why is Odin's Inma so much stronger than Wado Ikimonji and Ryoma's Shusui, even though they are both the Great Sword 21 works? Shiki, as a swordsman, one should become strong first, and then his sword will become stronger. Why is it that when it comes to Odin's Inma, the sword becomes strong first, and then the sword holder becomes stronger? Roronoa Zoro, these comments say that I have become a sword stand for Inma. But this is not the result I want. John, it's okay, little guy, it's not your fault. Didn't you see that the comments said that it was all Odin's fault? Kojiki Odin? Gold Roger, by the way, who is this old thief Oda? I think he has been mentioned several times in the comments. Edward Newgate, I don't know. As far as I can remember, I don't think I've heard of any famous guy named Oda. Sengoku, I do remember that there seems to be a guy named Oda something in our naval headquarters. He is a painter who is responsible for painting portraits on pirate bounty orders. Vinsmoke Sanji, what? In other words, the portrait on my wanted poster was drawn by that guy. Call him out, I promise not to kill him. Inside the viewing screen. The video content stops abruptly when Zoro successfully subdues Yanma and awakens Conqueror's Haki. The screen returns to black. This makes the people watching the movie a little stunned. Gecko Moria, what's going on? Why did this video suddenly disappear? I was watching it with great interest. Buggy, yet, what was the outcome of the battle between Zoro and Yin? I'm still waiting to see more. Tony Chopper, Zoro finally got a chance to turn the tide, why didn't the video continue? Jack, Humph. Even if the video is gone, I can be sure that the final winner of this battle is definitely Brother Yin. Kaido, ugh, that's right. Even if that Zoro awakens Conqueror's Haki and subdues Yama, so what? He still can't be the opponent of the first admiral under my subordinates. Quinn, Boss Kaido, you said that he is the first admiral under your subordinates, but what about me? After so many years of love and time, is it a waste after all? Covering his face and crying. Kaido. Just when everyone was curious about why the video of the battle between Zoro and Yin didn't continue to play, the viewing screen had already fallen into darkness. A line of text slowly emerged again. The second member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami. P.S. Taking advantage of the beginning of the month, I would like to ask readers for a wave of free monthly tickets. One chapter will be added for every 5 monthly tickets. I hope that readers can support me. Thank you so much ORZ. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 9 Nami is actually the core of ancient weapon Uranus. The text slowly faded away. A beautiful young girl appeared on the screen. The girl had short orange hair. A pair of bright eyes revealed a bit of playfulness and cunning. Her figure was well proportioned. There was a tattoo of an orange windmill pattern on her left shoulder. A large army of translucent bullet comments kept floating over it. First, Nami-san's gorgeous face is the front row. After reviewing Zoro's background, is it my wife's background that's next? It's obvious that Nami's biggest background must be me, her husband. He, putting hands on hips and grinning. Hey, 2 brothers upstairs, how can you guys drink so much? Ha 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 ha. Since you're all so drunk, I suggest you each take another cephalosporin. My urine is yellow, I'll wake them up. To be honest, I'm actually quite curious about Nami's background. Nami, isn't that me on the screen? Vinsmoke Sanji, oh. It's Nami-san. From this screen, Nami-san is still as beautiful as ever. Rorano Zoro, you pervert, hold back your saliva, it's almost dripping on my face. Tony Chopper, is it time to review Nami's background next? Usopp, no wonder Zoro's battle video just now suddenly disappeared. Nico Robin, after all, the main theme of this video is to review the backgrounds of each of our members and how these backgrounds have helped us. Frankie, the video of Kozaburo helping Zoro has just been played. He helped him to subdue Yama and awaken Conqueror's Haki. So after this part, we have to change to the next person. Brooke, that's true. It's a pity that we didn't get to see the final result of Zoro's battle with King Monkey D. Luffy, it doesn't matter. Maybe there will be other videos showing the follow-up of this battle later? I believe Zoro will definitely win. He he he. Jack, he he, you ignorant little brat. Not to mention your crew, even if you, the captain, come, you will never be a match for Brother King. No, Brother King doesn't even need to help. I can completely defeat your entire pirate group by myself. Nami, is it my turn to review my background? But what background can I have? I was an orphan since I was a child. I grew up with Belmere and Nakako. Where can I get any background? Vinsmoke Sanji, Nami-san, don't say that. Look at that green algae-headed kid. He thought he was just an ordinary orphan at first, and he didn't have any background at all. Who knew that he would be directly related to the sword god Ryoma in the end? Usopp, yes, Nami, maybe you actually have a very remarkable background? Under the doubts and expectations of everyone, the video started playing. The low voiceover sounded again. Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Born in the kingdom of Oikote in East Blue. Both her parents were ordinary civilians, and both died at the hands of pirates. Her adoptive mother is Belmere, a former marine soldier who later died at the hands of the fishman Arlong. Her adopted sister is Nakako, now the Orange Tree Keeper in Kakosia village. 17 years ago, Nami, who was still in her infancy, was picked up and adopted by Belmere from the ruins of the kingdom of Oikote, along with Nakako. As the narration continued, photos of Nami's biological parents, Belmere, and Nakako appeared on the screen. And the scene when Belmere picked up Nami and Nakako from the ruins of the kingdom of Oikote. In the dark night, there was a storm over the kingdom of Oikote. The young Nakako held Nami, who was still in her cradle. She walked aimlessly on the ruins with a dazed look on her face. Desperate and helpless. Fortunately, they met Belmere. At that time, Belmere was still a marine soldier, and happened to participate in the battle with the pirates who attacked the kingdom of Oikote. When she met Nami and Nakako, Belmere was already seriously injured and seemed to be about to fall down. However, after seeing the innocent and healing smile of the baby Nami, Belmere vowed to rescue the two little girls safely. With strong willpower, Belmere, who was about to die, finally persevered and brought Nami and Nakako back to the marine ship. After this incident, Belmere quit her job as a marine soldier and settled in East Blue Kakosia village with young Nami and Nakako, making a living by growing oranges. Nami, Belmere. Nakako, Belmere. Looking at these scenes in the video, especially the familiar and kind face of Belmere in the picture, both Nami and Nakako were distracted for a while, and endless sadness surged in their hearts. This video evoked their longing for Belmere. It also reminded them of the painful memories they had in the past. However, except for a few people, most of the audience's attention is not actually here. Rox D. Zebek, both parents are civilians, and the adoptive mother is just an ordinary former marine soldier. It seems that this little girl named Nami has no special background. John, indeed, after seeing Roronoa Zoro's background, I thought everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was very important. Akoku, if everyone has a special background, then why are they still called the Straw Hat Pirates? Why not just change the name to the Second Generation Pirates? Silver Axe, if that's the case, how can you let other ordinary pirate groups play? Ha 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 ha. Just when many people were making fun of and discussing this, the low voiceover dropped another bombshell the next moment. Nami has had an extraordinary talent for sailing since childhood, and her perception of nature and climate is extremely keen, which can be said to have reached an extraordinary level. And all this is not accidental or coincidental, in fact. Nami is the core of one of the three ancient weapons Uranus. P.S. The following small part is purely the author's personal speculation, mostly playing with memes. Readers, just look at the pictures Ichiraku. If you don't like or disagree, please don't spray. Kneeling for flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, rewards. Thank you for your support. Reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 10, I'm shocked. I must get Nami. Nami? Sengoku? Rocks DZ back? Edward Newgate, hey, this is really great news. The navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates is actually Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Shanks, no, it's not Uranus. Whitebeard, look carefully. The narration is talking about the core of Uranus. Ben Beckman, legend has it that in ancient times, there were 3 terrifying weapons with the power to destroy the world. They were Uranus Uranus, Poseidon Poseidon, and Pluton Pluto. Kaido, although the legend of the 3 ancient weapons has been circulating on the sea, no one has ever really found them, and no one knows where they are. Charlotte Linlin, now this viewing system actually tells us, this little girl from the Straw Hat Pirates is the core of Uranus. Is it true or not? Marshall D. Teach, if this news is what those comments said, then the authenticity is still questionable, but since it is said by the narration of the viewing system, it should not be false. Sir Crocodile, ancient weapon. I planned so much to get Pluton before, but in the end it was still empty, but I didn't expect, the core of Uranus was actually right in front of me. Don Quixote da Flamingo, phew. What I am more curious about is that this woman named Nami is obviously a living person. Why did she suddenly become the core of an ancient weapon like Uranus? Jinbei, in the final analysis, we don't even know what kind of weapon Uranus is, so it is naturally impossible to know what its core is. Dracule my hawk, perhaps this video will answer some questions for us. As soon as the news that Nami is the core of Uranus was released, it set off a storm in the movie chat group. This news was enough to shock everyone, completely surpassing the shock brought by Zoro's previous background. After all, it is one of the 3 ancient weapons that are said to have the power to destroy the world. Everyone is extremely concerned about this. Even the king of the world who lives in the Holy Land Marie Joyce, is the same. Even Im's inner shock at this moment is far stronger than that of others. As an antique who has lived from 800 years ago to the present, Im's understanding and cognition of the 3 ancient weapons is far beyond everyone else. She knows that Pluton Pluto is a huge battleship that can destroy an island with one shot. She also knows that Poseidon Poseidon is actually a mysterious existence that can command all Sea King's creatures. And Uranus Uranus. Actually, it's in her hands right now. That's right. From 800 years ago to now. Ancient weapon Uranus Uranus has always been in Im's hands. It is a powerful weapon that can launch a terrifying attack from high altitude, and one strike is enough to sink an island. In the past 800 years, Im has used Uranus Uranus many times to completely wipe out some islands from this world. Including the original Valley of God, the same is true. However, Uranus Uranus cannot be used at will. Its core has been missing along with the other 2 ancient weapons 800 years ago. And without the core, Uranus, charging has become its biggest problem. Its energy to accumulate enough energy to launch an attack will take at least 10 years. Such a long charging cycle makes Uranus seem a bit useless in Im's hands. Although World Conquest has recruited a genius scientist like Vegapunk in recent years, with the help of his research, the charging time of Uranus has been shortened, but it still takes several years. This obviously does not meet Yim's psychological expectations. In the past 800 years, Yim has never given up the search for Poseidon, Pluton, and the core of Uranus, but to no avail. But I didn't expect. Now the core of Uranus has appeared. And the core of Uranus is actually a living person. For a moment, Yumo's eyes became hot and greedy when he looked at Nami on the viewing screen. Uranus core. I must get you. In the viewing screen. The video continued to play. After releasing a shocking news, the video did not rush to give a detailed explanation of Nami being the core of Uranus. Instead, it first played some clips showing Nami's extraordinary sailing talent and unique perception of the climate. She was able to draw extremely precise nautical charts when she was a child, which amazed Arlong, a fishman from Grand Line the Fishmen Island. When the Mary flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters on the upwelling current, she was able to successfully master the laws of the upwelling current in a short moment, allowing the Mary to move forward steadily in the upwelling current. She can also accurately judge that a storm is about to come in a certain direction just by feeling the humidity and direction of the air with her body, which even attracted the covetousness of the great pirate Golden Lion. At the same time, she can also create various weather conditions such as wind, rain, thunder, and even mirages at will with just a seemingly ordinary weather stick, which greatly improves her combat ability. After watching these clips, everyone in the movie chat group couldn't help but sigh. Bendick Snake, I have to say that this little girl named Nami is indeed the most talented navigator I have ever seen. Her navigation talent is far superior to mine. Lafitte, indeed, she is just like she was born to be a navigator. This talent and ability is really amazing. Tsuru, being able to judge the weather conditions in the Grand Line, where the weather is unpredictable and irregular, just by relying on physical sensations, is even rarer than Conqueror's Haki. Shiki, ha 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 ha, now you know why I would do anything to snatch this girl from the Straw Hat Pirates, right? Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. Golden Lion, you value the navigator so much, is it because you were scared by the sudden storm in the Battle of Ita Wol? Shiki, humph. Roger, you still dare to say that? If it weren't for that sudden storm, you would have been killed by me at that time, and you wouldn't have been able to become the Pirate King later. Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. Nothing wrong, but it's a pity that you didn't meet a talented navigator like Nami at that time. Edward Newgate, Gulala, by the way, since you, Shiki, have captured Nami before, why is she still in the Straw Hat Pirates? Kaido, ugh Shiki, you didn't lose to those brats in the Straw Hat Pirates and let them take Nami back, did you? Shiki. Charlotte Linlin, look, he's silent, it seems Kaido is right. Kaido, ugh, a former flying pirate, I didn't expect that he would be defeated by a group of brats now, Shiki, you are too embarrassing. Shiki, Kaido. Don't make fun of me here, the Straw Hat Kid is very evil, maybe one day you will be defeated by him. Kaido, haha, Shiki, what are you kidding? I will lose to a brat like the Straw Hat Boy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Inside the viewing screen. After playing the clip showing Nami's sailing talent and unique abilities, the low voiceover sounded again. And this time, it finally gave a specific explanation of Nami's identity as the core of Uranus. P.S. I'm crazy about asking for monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. For every 5 monthly tickets, I can add one more chapter. The number of monthly tickets for this book is still 0. Is there any kind reader who can help the little author open one? Thank you ORZ. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11 The Secrets of 800 Years Ago, The Huge Kingdom and Joy Boy. 800 years ago, there was a huge kingdom on the Red Line. The kingdom had science and technology far beyond this era, and many inventions and creations could not be replicated even in the present. And the 3 ancient weapons are undoubtedly among them. However, due to some special reasons, the huge kingdom was later overthrown by 20 countries. Many inventions, including the 3 ancient weapons, were scattered all over the world and disappeared from then on. In order to prevent the 3 ancient weapons with the power of destruction from falling into the hands of people with ill intentions, posing a serious threat to the world, the king of the huge kingdom at that time, Joey Boy, stripped the cores of the 3 ancient weapons from it. The power of the core of the ancient weapons was sent to 800 years later by Joey Boy through special means. Today, 800 years later, the core power of the 3 ancient weapons will gradually awaken in the bodies of the 3 girls. And Nami is the girl who possesses the core power of Uranus. The low voice of narration continued to sound. The viewing screen also showed scenes of events that happened 800 years ago. But these scenes were all very blurry, and they were skipped quickly, making it difficult to see the details. Even the Joey boy that appeared in the picture was just a blurry outline made up of black shadows, and his true appearance could not be seen at all. On the screen, lines of translucent bullet comments also floated by simultaneously. FK. Nami actually has the core power of Uranus in her body. Hiss. This news is really quite explosive. No wonder Nami has such a high talent for sailing, and also has a far superior perception of the weather than ordinary people. This can be completely explained. Reasonable. Quite reasonable. I said that the Straw Hat Pirates don't keep idle people, doghead. Nami was successively favored by Arlong, Enel, Shiki, and others, so she can't be an ordinary person. I have long suspected that Nami is likely to be Uranus, and now it has finally been confirmed. The power of the Uranus core is in Nami, and the power of the Pluton and Poseidon cores can also be basically determined. It seems that it is not far from the three ancient weapons to reappear in the world. But I didn't expect, the power of the three ancient weapons cores was originally sent to the present by Joey Boy using special means 800 years ago. Directly crossing time and space, from 800 years ago to the present, this method sounds very similar to Madame Xi's ability. Indeed, and Madame Xi happened to be a person from 800 years ago. Is there any connection between the two? Or is it just a coincidence? The discussion in the barrage is in full swing. And the movie chat group has also been in an uproar. Nami, I have the power of the Uranus core in my body. Monkey D. Luffy, Siguyi. Although I didn't quite understand, anyway, it means that Nami, you have incredible power. It's really amazing. Vinsmoke Sanji, in my opinion, Nami-san is not just Uranus, but also the one and only queen in my heart. Rorano Azoro, SY Chef, it's already this time, why are you still saying those cheesy love words? Usopp. I didn't expect that Nami, you actually possess such a powerful force. No wonder the weather stick I invented can exert such a huge power in your hands. Tony Chopper, Nami, you are amazing. Edward Newgate, Gulala. It turns out that the three ancient weapons were invented by the Giant Kingdom 800 years ago. Shanks, the technology of the Giant Kingdom 800 years ago could actually reach such a level. It is indeed much more advanced than our current level. GOLD Roger, ha, right? When I first learned about this, I was also quite surprised. Vegapunk, the technology of the Giant Kingdom 800 years ago. It's a pity that I was born in the wrong era and couldn't witness such a prosperous era with my own eyes. It's really a big regret in my life. Yin, the king of the Giant Kingdom 800 years ago, Joey Boy. Kaido, being able to separate the cores of the three ancient weapons from their bodies and send them to the future 800 years later, Joey Boy's method is really amazing. Charlotte Linlin, but even a huge kingdom with such advanced technology and powerful power was eventually overthrown by the other 20 kingdoms. Marshall D. Teach, the reason and process of the overthrow of the huge kingdom should be the secret hidden in the blank 100 years, right? The guys in the world government are keeping this secret tightly, thief ha. Rox D. Zebek, I believe everyone is familiar with the 20 countries that united to overthrow the huge kingdom. Today's celestial dragons are the descendants of these 20 kingdoms. Shiki, although this video does not really reveal the truth of 800 years ago, just a little bit of information released is probably enough to make those old guys in the Holy Land Marie Joys explode, ha. The fact is just as Golden Lion guessed in the movie chat group. After watching the content played in the video, whether it is the five elders or Yim, their hearts are suddenly trembling. The content of this video has already involved the secret of the blank 100 years. Although it was just a little bit, the five elders and Yim didn't want the world to know about it. In order to conceal the history of the blank 100 years, Yim and the 5 elders used many means and powers. Anyone who wanted to explore the truth of the blank 100 years was eliminated by them at all costs. O'Hara was the best example at the beginning. But now, this secret has begun to be revealed little by the viewing system through the video. Although the 5 elders and Yim were unwilling, they had no way to stop it. They could only be fixed in place by the mysterious power of the viewing system, and they were anxious in their hearts. In the viewing chat group, everyone's discussion continued. Frankie, I didn't expect Nami to have the power of the ancient weapon Uranus core that is comparable to Pluton. It's really super. Nico Robin, but I am a little worried. Now that this matter has been exposed, Nami will definitely be targeted by various forces in this sea, and she may be in danger in the future. Vinsmoke Sanji, don't worry, as the most loyal knight of Her Majesty the Queen, I will definitely protect Nami-san's safety. Monkey D. Luffy, that's right, Nami is our partner, I will never allow anyone to hurt her. Rorano Azoro, even if Nami's identity has not been exposed. Just based on the fact that we just beat up the celestial dragons at the auction, our group has already been pushed to the forefront. There is nothing to worry about. Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. These little guys look really reliable, I like them very much. Sengoku, the power of the 3 ancient weapon cores will gradually awaken in the bodies of the 3 girls. Now that we know that the power of Uranus is in the body of the little thief of the Straw Hat crew, then, in whose body will the power of the Poseidon and Pluton cores be? I saw a comment just now saying that they already know the identities of the other 2 girls, but they didn't point it out. I don't know if the following video review will reveal this secret. Enjoy reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 12 God Usopp. My father's strongest sniper in the royal group. Inside the viewing screen. The original video slowly faded. Then, a new line of text appeared on the screen. The 3rd member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Usopp. Soon, the image of a boy slowly emerged. He had curly black hair. He had a brown turban wrapped around his head. On the turban was a pair of windproof sniper goggles. His long nose was like Pinocchio in the fairy tale, particularly eye-catching. At the same time, the barrage passed by. Here it comes. Is it our god Usopp's turn next? To be honest, every time I see Usopp's long nose, I feel inexplicably funny. We Pirate King also have our own Pinocchio. Doghead. How dare you laugh at our god Usopp's nose? Are you going to die? Doghead. Our god Usopp is a man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with God, and is also the legendary lowly killer. How dare that guy upstairs? Doghead. Didn't you see that even Ming Ge was broken by Usopp later? If any of you dare to underestimate this long-nosed man, you will definitely end up in a miserable situation in the future. Doghead. Usopp, is it my turn? Why do these comments call me God Usopp? Tony Chopper, Usopp, it's your turn to reveal your background. Usopp, there shouldn't be anything to reveal about my background, after all, I always know who my parents are. Brooke, that's not necessarily true. You see, Zoro and Nami said the same thing before, but their backgrounds are more terrifying than each other, which makes people drop their eyes. Although I am just a skeleton without eyes, yo ho ho ho. Frankie, the comments above say that Usopp is a man who can compare with God. This evaluation is really high. It seems that Usopp's background should not be too bad. Vinsmoke Sanji, compared to this, I care more about what the Lolita killer means. Usopp, what did you do to the cute Lolita? Usopp, hey? I don't know why these comments say so, it's very confusing. Don Quixote da Flamingo, these comments say that I will be broken by this long-nosed guy in the future? What a joke. How is this possible? Torrible, Master, don't be angry, These comments are true and false, and this one is obviously false, we don't need to pay attention to it. Diamante, yes, master, how could you be broken by this long-nosed guy? It's impossible to think about it, it's just fake news. Don Quixote da Flamingo, phew, that's right, don't pay attention to it. The video is officially played. The low voiceover began the introduction as before. Usopp, the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates. Born in East Blue Westbrook Village. Father is Usopp, the sniper of the Red Hair Pirates. Mother is Bankina, a commoner in Westbrook Village, who died of illness when Usopp was a child. As the voiceover sounded, two figures also appeared on the screen. The man had a brown dreadlock and a musket on his back. The woman had long dark green hair, a long and pointed nose, and an unhealthy pale complexion, looking very weak. Lucky Lu, Usopp, isn't that you on the screen? It turns out that the sniper on Luffy's ship is your son. Hongo, yes, why have I never heard you mention this? Bendick Snake, no wonder I always see Usopp staring at the bounty order for Luffy and his gang. I thought he was thinking about Luffy. But it turns out he was thinking about his own son. Usopp, didn't I tell you about this? Maybe I forgot, haha. Monkey D. Luffy, Usopp, you are actually Usopp's son? Usopp always told me about his son when he was in Windmill Village. So that son is you. Usopp, although it is true, why does this sound a bit weird? Tony Chopper, what? Usopp, your dad is actually a sniper in the Red Hair Pirates? That's the legendary Four Emperors Pirates. Nico Robin, and I heard that the Red Hair Pirates are different from the other Four Emperors Pirates. They take the elite route, and every member on the ship is very powerful. Frankie, Usopp, your dad is so strong, how dare you say that you don't have any background? Brook, it seems that Usopp's superior sniping skills are actually inherited from his family, yo ho ho ho. Nami, Usopp, your father is a sniper of the Red Hair Pirates, how come you have never told us about this? Usopp, didn't I tell you about this? Maybe I forgot, haha. Roronoa Zoro, why does this sentence feel so familiar, as if I just saw it somewhere? Vinsmoke Sanji, it seems that these two are indeed father and son, even the words they say are exactly the same. Monkey D. Luffy, by the way, Snake just said that Usopp always stares at our group's wanted poster in a daze, but Usopp is not wanted, who is Usopp looking at? Tony Chopper, yes, Usopp is the only one among us who is not wanted, so there should be no picture of Usopp on the wanted poster, right? Usopp, Usopp isn't wanted? The sniper on the wanted poster. Usopp, ahem. Luffy, have you forgotten? The back of my head is also in the photo on your wanted poster. My dad must be looking at the back of my head and thinking about me. Monkey D. Luffy, yes, in the photo on my wanted poster, Usopp, you did appear behind me, but your face was not shown. Tony Chopper, I see, I thought Usopp's dad mistook the Sniper King for Usopp. They do look a bit alike. Roronoa Zoro. Vinsmoke Sanji. Usopp, confused face, inside the viewing screen. When Usopp's background was revealed, there was also a large number of bullet comments that quickly passed by. Usopp is the sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates, and Usopp is the sniper of the Red Hair Pirates. Isn't this a kind of inheritance? Although Usopp is usually timid, his background is also very powerful. From the current point of view, the Red Hair Pirates are undoubtedly the strongest royal group, and Usopp, as the sniper of the Red Hair Pirates, his strength is definitely not weak. That's right, I think Usopp is at least Vice Admiral or even Quasi-Admiral. I was wondering why Usopp's sniping ability is so strong. He showed off those marine snipers in Ice Lobby. It turns out that it is also due to his bloodline. Of course. The title of the second-generation pirates is not in vain. Doghead. Again, the Straw Hat Pirates do not keep idle people. Doghead. Although Usopp is indeed very strong, I think he is not qualified as a husband and a father. Yes, when Usopp was still very young, he left his wife and children behind and followed Shanks to become a pirate. He didn't care about the life and death of Usopp and Bankana. Later, Bankana died of illness. Usopp was bullied by the people in the village since he was a child. As a father, he never thought of coming back to see him. Indeed, from these aspects, Usopp may be a good crew member, but he is definitely not a good husband and a good father. Oh! Let alone Usopp, I think there are only a few normal fathers here. Think about Garp, Roger, Dragon, Kaido, and Mingo's father, etc. How many of these people are competent fathers? Monkey D. Garp, Gold Roger, Monkey D. Dragon, Kaido. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13, Usopp kills Barto with one shot. Why is the red group the strongest royal group? Monkey D. Garp, this comment actually said that I am an incompetent father? Are you kidding me? I am a very competent father, right? Sengoku, hehe, yes, you are a father who is a marine hero, but your son became the leader of the Revolutionary Army and became the most vicious criminal recognized by the world government. You still have the nerve to say that you are competent? Monkey D. Garp. Monkey D. Dragon, then what about saying that I am incompetent? I am not a marine, so it doesn't seem to be a big problem to raise a son to be a pirate? Monkey D. Garp, bah! Dragon, have you ever taught Luffy? How dare you say that? If I hadn't told Luffy about you last time in the Seven Waters, he wouldn't even know that he has a father. Monkey D. Dragon. Gold Roger, how am I incompetent? I died before my child was born, and these comments actually said that I was incompetent, but I didn't do anything. Monkey D. Garp. Roger, why don't you listen to what you are saying? Edward Newgate, you knew you were dying, but you still left a child. Do you know how much trouble and distress your identity will bring to that child? Roger, you are such a competent father. Gold Roger. Kaido, what about me? What's wrong with me? I feel like I am a perfect father. Jack, ahem, Kaido, let's just forget it. Young Master Yamato still calls herself Odin and keeps shouting that she wants to kill you. Kaido. Rocks DZ back. Ha 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 ha. I am really laughing to death. John, I have figured it out. Those comments just now are not wrong at all. Not many of these fathers are competent. Silver Axe, the funniest thing is that they don't even realize their own problems. They are still asking themselves why they are incompetent. Akoku, ha 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 ha. No, my stomach is about to hurt from laughing. Let me use armament haki to slow down. On the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After introducing Usopp's life experience, the video then plays some clips showing Usopp's powerful strength. To prove that Usopp's life experience is indeed extraordinary, Usopp's sniping ability is extremely strong, known as hitting the target every time. He can accurately hit the heart of a little mouse from 100 steps away. In his early years, he easily defeated Marine's genius sniper Dottie with a child. And the most exciting scene among these clips is Usopp directly sank the ship of the Barto pirates with one shot. Usopp in the picture is just holding a small sniper rifle. But the bullet he fired has a more terrifying power than a cannon. When this clip was played, the army of bullet comments arrived late but still arrived. Hiss! Usopp's father is really strong. He actually destroyed a pirate ship with one shot. How can this be a sniper rifle? It's clearly a missile, right? As expected of the strongest sniper of the royal group, he is awesome. It seems that Usopp still has a long way to go to catch up with his father. It's just a pity for Bartolomeo and his group, who became the victims of Usopp's powerful strength. Ha ha ha. But to be honest, Bartolomeo and his group are not innocent. Who asked them to run to the Red Hair Pirates' territory without permission, pull down their pirate flag, and then plant Luffy's pirate flag? I can only say that Bartolomeo, this little fanboy, is too crazy. He really makes trouble everywhere. That is, Shanks reluctantly let them go for Luffy's sake. Otherwise, Bartolomeo and his group would have suffered a worse fate than this. Indeed, the Kid Pirates is a good example. If Bartolomeo was not Luffy's younger brother, he might have suffered a divine dodge from Shanks. Ha ha ha. Bartolomeo? Eustace Kid? Bartolomeo, our pirate ship will be sunk by Usopp's father in the future. Eustace Kid, what do you mean our Kid Pirates are the best example? Could it be that in the future, our Kid Pirates will also be destroyed by the Red Hair Pirates like in the video? Monkey D. Luffy, Who is this Bartolomeo? Why does the barrage say he is my little brother? Bartolomeo, L. Senior Luffy. I am your little fanboy. When you were executed by Buggy in Logue Town, your fearless attitude towards death deeply shocked me, so in order to follow in your footsteps, I also formed a pirate group and prepared to go to sea. Monkey D. Luffy, oh, so that's the case, but I'm not interested in having any little brothers. Bartolomeo, no. It doesn't matter. I will die without regrets if I can say a word to you, Senior Luffy, in this movie chat group. Usopp, Daddy can sink a huge pirate ship with just one shot? It's really amazing. I also want to be a powerful sea warrior like Daddy. Usopp, haha, Usopp, when I was your age, I wasn't as powerful as you are now. I believe you will definitely surpass me in the future. Charlotte Linlin, by the way, have you noticed that those comments have mentioned more than once that Red Hair Pirates is the strongest emperor group? Can you tolerate this? Edward Newgate, Gulala, I noticed this too. It seems that these comments all think that Red Hair's pirate group is stronger than our other four emperors' pirate groups. Kaido, Humph. I can only say that these comments are really blind. Red Hair is the least experienced one among our four emperors. How dare he call himself the strongest emperor group? I'd better ask Laozi's Beasts Pirates first. Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. Don't think Shanks is not as strong as you just because he is younger than you. Shanks is very strong. Buggy, is Shanks very strong? I think he is just average. He has been defeated by me many times before. Shanks, hey, Buggy, don't talk nonsense, okay? You are obviously my defeated opponent. Silver Rayleigh, haha, Buggy, Shanks, you two are at it again. Copper Jabba, it's really unusual to see you two bickering. It seems that your relationship is still as good as before. Buggy. Shanks. In the viewing screen. After showing the strength of Usopp, the screen returned to black again. Then, another line of text slowly emerged. The fourth member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Vinsmoke Sanji. Read books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14 Sanji's Life Experience, the Prince of the Germa Kingdom. The next moment, a handsome blonde man appeared in the screen. He was wearing a well-tailored suit. He was tall and slender. His golden bangs covered one eye. Above the other exposed eye was a curved eyebrow. The shape was very strange. The bullet screen passed by. Here it comes. After Usopp, it is finally Sanji's turn. It seems that the order of this inventory is arranged according to the order when the members boarded the ship. There was a loud bang in the sky, and the perverted chef made a brilliant appearance. Puff! The guy upstairs is so presumptuous, I even doubt whether this bullet screen was sent by Zoro. Sanji is a serious prince, please pay attention to your attitude towards the prince. Vinsmoke Sanji, Is it my turn next? Monkey D. Luffy, the comment just now saying that Sanji is a perverted cook really sounds like Zoro's tone, ha 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 ha. Tony Chopper, these comments say that Sanji is a real prince, what does that mean? Frankie, could it be that Sanji's true identity is really a prince who is stranded in a certain country? Vinsmoke Sanji, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now that things have come to this, I can't hide it anymore, I'm going to reveal my cards. Yes, I am the real prince. Roronoa Zoro, stupid. Vinsmoke Sanji? Green Algae Head, didn't you see what I just said? I am a real prince, please respect me. Roronoa Zoro, so what? Big idiot. Vinsmoke Sanji? No, I can't stand it anymore. I will kick you to death today, you green algae head. Monkey D. Luffy, ha ha ha. It's so fun to watch Zoro and Sanji bickering. Inside the viewing screen, the deep voiceover began to routinely introduce Sanji's background. Vinsmoke Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. Born in the Vinsmoke family of North Blue. His father is Vinsmoke Judge, the head of the Vinsmoke family, the king of the Germa Kingdom, the commander of the Germa 66th Army, and a famous scientist who has worked with scientists such as Vegapunk and Quinn. His mother is Vinsmoke Sora, who died of physical weakness when Sanji was young. He also has a sister and 3 brothers, named Vinsmoke Reiju, Vinsmoke Iji, Vinsmoke Niji, and Vinsmoke Yongji. As the voiceover continued to sound, Sanji's parents, sister, and 3 brothers appeared on the screen one after another. Monkey D. Luffy, wow, Sanji, I didn't expect you to have so many brothers and sisters. Roronoa Zoro, the father of this guy with curly eyebrows seems to be quite powerful. Nami, Germa Kingdom? Is this a country in North Blue? Nico Robin, no wonder I thought Sanji's last name sounded familiar before, it turned out to be the Vinsmoke family in North Blue. Usopp, Vinsmoke family? Is this family famous in North Blue? Frankie, not only famous, it's not an exaggeration to say that it is the real controller of North Blue. The Vinsmoke family can be called a royal family in North Blue, and it is an absolute local snake. Tony Chopper, what? Control the entire North Blue? The family behind Sanji is so powerful. Brooke, this is really jaw-dropping news. Although I am just a skeleton and have no tongue, yo ho ho ho. Trafalgar Law, the father of the Blackfoot leader is actually the commander of the Germa 66th Legion, Vinsmoke Judge. Basil Hawkins, the evil Legion Germa 66 is known to everyone in North Blue. Drake, with their powerful military force, they control the entire North Blue. Although they do not have their own island territory, they are qualified to participate in the World Summit and are on par with other member states of the world government. Skulachaman Apu, the descendant of the sword god Ryuma, the girl with the power of Uranus, the son of the strongest royal sniper. Now there is another prince of the Germa Kingdom. Isn't the identity and background of the Straw Hat crew a bit too exaggerated? Capone Beeg, compared to them, we are just plain grassroots. Uraj, no wonder those comments called the Straw Hat Pirates the second-generation pirates. This name is indeed worthy of the name. Kira, as a supernova pirate group, compared to the Straw Hat crew, we seem a little too humble. Eustace Kid, humph. What's the use of just having a background? Among the supernovas of this year, Lao Zi's bounty was the highest. Nami, by the way, Sanji, you should have always known your background, why haven't you ever mentioned it to us? Vinsmoke Sanji, Nami-san, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this before, because I actually escaped from the Germa 66 Corps, and I have no connection with them for a long time. Usopp, hey? Tony Chopper, Hey? Monkey D. Luffy, hey? As soon as Sanji said this, many people in the Straw Hat Pirates were deeply surprised. And just when Sanji was thinking about explaining something else, everyone's attention was attracted by the army of bullet comments that emerged from the screen. Looking at it this way, Sanji's family members are really many. He should have the most brothers and sisters in the Straw Hat Pirates, right? It's a pity. Sanji's family has so many members, but most of them are scumbags. Yes, except for Sanji's mother and sister, everyone else can be said to be an absolute scumbag. The biggest scumbag is actually Sanji's father Judge. This man is so cruel that he uses his own children for experiments. I think Iji, Yuji, and Niji are not really scumbags. The reason why they became like this is actually caused by Judge, the father. Yet, Judge, this beast, in order to create what he thought was a powerful warrior, he actually transformed his own children and wiped out all their human feelings. This is really unforgivable. Fortunately, Sanji's mother fought hard, which barely saved Sanji's feelings as a human being. Otherwise, he would have become an emotionless killing machine like Iji and the others. Sanji's mother is definitely a great mother. It's a pity that she died young, alas. To be honest, I think Mrs. Sora is still charming. I feel that my Weiwu legacy is playing tricks again. Sanji's sister Reiju is actually a very kind person, but she was forced to go along with Judge and the others because of the pressure and threats from her family. Sister is so beautiful. To be honest, I actually want to be Sanji's brother-in-law. Dude upstairs, what are you thinking about? I am Sanji's real brother-in-law. Puff. Who peed yellow? Come and wake up the two daydreamers upstairs. Ha ha ha. The two guys in front, don't just eat the food, how about two more cephalosporins? Reiju is the woman who took Luffy's first kiss. You are still fighting here, do you think you can win over Luffy? The Harem King? Nami. Nico Robin. Vinsmoke Sanji. P.S. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Please give me monthly votes. Please give me rewards. Thank you all for your support. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 15 Is Sanji the strongest warrior of Germa? Judge is stunned. Vinsmoke Sanji, what the hell? Reiju stole Luffy's first kiss. Nico Robin, ho ho, then Luffy will become Sanji's brother-in-law in the future? Nami, the comment just now said that Luffy is the Harem King, what's going on? Monkey D. Garp, what? Luffy was actually said to be the Harem King by the comment, could it be that this kid will become enlightened in the future? Monkey D. Dragon, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family stole my son's first kiss? Could it be that she will become my future daughter-in-law? Monkey D. Luffy, what? What is a first kiss? Why did Sanji's sister snatch it from me? Is she an enemy? Roronoa Zoro. Vinsmoke Reiju, will I take the first kiss from the Straw Hat Boy in the future? How interesting. Vinsmoke Iji, Reiju, how can you be related to those guys in the future? Vinsmoke Niji, yet, a waste like Sanji is not worthy of being a member of our Vinsmoke family. It is better to have less contact with him. Vinsmoke Yongji, this video leaked that Sanji is a member of our family, which is simply a disgrace to our Vinsmoke family. Vinsmoke Judge, a failure of Germa, but he is not worthy of us being his background. Tony Chopper, hey? What's going on, aren't these people Sanji's family members? Why are they all here to belittle and ridicule Sanji? Usopp, it seems Sanji doesn't have a very good relationship with his family. Frankie, didn't Sanji just say that he escaped from that family and has completely severed ties with them? They must not get along well. Brook, it seems that it was mentioned in the previous comments that Sanji's father actually used his own children for experiments. This is really a bit crazy. Rorano Azoro, maybe it is precisely because of these reasons that the guy with curly eyebrows completely broke off with his family. Vinsmoke Sanji, no, they are no longer my family. Charlotte Linlin, well, it seems that this kid from the Germa family is not liked by the judge and others. In this case, can the Vinsmoke family still be considered as the background of this kid? Kaido, ugh, from their conversation just now, let alone their background, I feel that the people of Germa 66 even want to kill the brat from the Straw Hat crew. Vinsmoke Judge, that's right. Sanji, this failure is simply a stain in my life. I think it's better to erase it directly. Monkey D. Luffy, hey. Wait, Sanji is my partner. Even if you are his father, I will never allow you to do anything to him. In a fierce argument and discussion. The video on the viewing screen is still playing. Sanji's mother Sora was dissatisfied with Judge's transformation of her child into a weapon without human emotions, so she secretly took drugs that could affect the bloodline factor when she was pregnant. Sanji was able to retain human emotions, but he also lost the superhuman physical fitness like his other three brothers. Judge regards Sanji as a failure of Germa and doesn't like his third son at all. And Sanji's three brothers often reject, laugh at and even bully him because Sanji is weak. But they don't know. In fact, Sanji is the most successful and powerful warrior of Germa. The bloodline factor affected by Sora's drug is still flowing in Sanji's body. One day in the future, when Sanji fully activates it, he will become the strongest Germa warrior far beyond the other three brothers. As if knowing the doubts in the hearts of the people in the movie chat group, a low voiceover sounded continuously. A detailed explanation was given on why the Germa family was Sanji's background. Suddenly, everyone in the movie chat group was shocked again. Vinsmoke Judge, what? This video actually said that Sanji was the most successful and powerful warrior of Germa. Vinsmoke Iji, how is this possible? That waste is also worthy of being the most powerful warrior of our Germa. Vinsmoke Niji, does this video mean that we are not as powerful as that waste Sanji? Vinsmoke Yongji, what a joke. This is simply the greatest humiliation to our Germa warriors. Vinsmoke Reiju, so Sanji is the most powerful warrior of our Germa. Vinsmoke Sanji, the bloodline of Germa still flows in my body? What on earth is going on here? Monkey D. Luffy, although I didn't quite understand what the narration just now meant, anyway, there is still an incredible power hidden in Sanji's body. Rox DZ Beck, I said it, if it's the same as before, Germa 66 can't be considered Sanji's background, and in a sense, it's still his enemy. John, but after the narration's explanation, it makes a lot more sense. Although Sanji has completely broken with the Vinsmoke family, the Germa bloodline factor is still hidden in his body, and it will help him become stronger one day in the future. Silver Axe, and according to the narration, because Sanji's mother took a drug that can affect the Germa bloodline factor when she was pregnant, it seems that by accident, the bloodline factor has become more perfect and powerful. Akoku, the affected bloodline factor not only allows Sanji to retain his emotions as a human, but also allows him to have more powerful abilities than other Germa warriors after he awakens in the future. Vegapunk, Judge, is he still researching his inhumane bloodline? I tried my best to organize and oppose it, but unfortunately he still insisted on doing it. Guy S.A. Kulang, ha ha ha. Judge, how do you feel when you hear the narration of the video just now? The Germa warrior you spent your whole life researching and creating is not as good as the failure you mentioned. Vinsmoke Judge, humph. This is absolutely impossible. How could Sanji, that waste, become the most powerful warrior in Germa? This video must be wrong. Shiki, ha ha ha, the narration in the video is not fake. This guy is still stubborn even now. It's really sad. Quinn, I know something about Judge's experiment. I am very curious. What is so special about Blackfoot Sanji, who was certified as the strongest warrior in Germa by the video? Is there any difference between him and other Germa warriors? Just when Quinn expressed his curiosity in the movie chat group. The next moment, on the viewing screen, a video began to play. In the picture, Sanji was fighting fiercely with an enemy. And when the camera turned to the person fighting with Sanji, everyone was stunned. Because the person who was fighting fiercely with Sanji, it was Quinn. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 in Human Physique, Bloodline Factors begin to take effect. Quinn, Isn't that me in the video? Jin, I was fighting against Roronoa Zoro of Straw Hat Crew before, is it Quinn's turn to fight against Sanji? Jack, so in the future, all the Straw Hat Crew members really came to Aranagashima to cause trouble? Brother Jin and Brother Quinn fought against the second and third in command of Straw Hat Crew respectively, and what about me? Am I fighting against Straw Hat Boy himself? Quinn? Hey, Jack, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Jin, I and Quinn are fighting against the second and third in command of Straw Hat Crew, and you are fighting against the captain of Straw Hat Crew? Don't you think this is a bit counterintuitive? Jack, Brother Jin, Brother Quinn, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, Straw Hat Boy is definitely not worthy of Kaido's personal attack, and since both of you have opponents, then Straw Hat Boy can only be left to me, right? Hehe. Vinsmoke Sanji, wait, you just said that Green Algae Head and I are the second and third in command of the Straw Hat Pirates, so who is the second and who is the third? I think it's better to make it clear. Roronoa Zoro, do you even need to ask? Whether it's the time to board the ship or the bounty amount, I'm ahead of you. Of course, I'm the second in command, and you can only be the third in command at most. Vinsmoke Sanji? Damn Green Algae Head, I can't stand you saying that. If it were you, we should have a fight, and whoever wins will be the second in command. Roronoa Zoro, I'm always here. Quinn, haha, Yin, look, these two of our future defeated generals are actually fighting for the second and third positions, how ridiculous. Yin, it's really ridiculous, these two guys, let alone me, the second in command of Beast's Pirates, even Jack, the silly fourth in command, they can never beat them. Quinn? Yin, you want to make trouble too, right? Yin, whatever you think, I'm just stating a fact. Quinn, forget it, Lao Zi is too lazy to pay attention to you, instead of fighting with you, I'm more looking forward to how I will ravage the son of Judge in the video. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Sanji and Quinn are fighting fiercely. Facing Quinn, the epidemic disaster, one of the three big names of Beast's Pirates. Sanji didn't dare to be careless. He used his ultimate move, the Devil Wind Kick, right at the start. He aimed at Quinn and launched a storm-like attack. However, Quinn, as a Zoan dragon fruit ancient species Brachiosaurus form ability user, he had already developed his Devil Fruit ability to the awakening level. And after awakening, the biggest feature of Zoan demon fruit power is that its defense and recovery are quite strong. In addition, Quinn is actually a crazy scientist. He made many large and small changes to his body. And this also made his physical fitness more perverted. Therefore, Sanji's bombardment-like attack fell on Quinn, but it could not cause any substantial damage to him at all. Quinn even had the leisure to look at Sanji's demon-style leg, and asked with interest. Ha ha ha. You are Judge's son, right? I heard that all his children are cyborgs. That guy is really a technology madman. Is your burning leg also made of machinery? Sanji responded seriously. Unfortunately, I am the only normal human being. Quinn obviously did not believe such an answer. Can humans burn? UBD. Do you think you are a Lunarian? Sanji replied confidently, of course. My passion is even hotter than the temperature of the flame. As soon as the two of them had this conversation, dense barrages of comments floated across the screen again. Ha ha ha. Quinn's sentence, "Do you think you are a Lunarian?" really made me laugh to death. It was simply a fatal complaint. Indeed, I felt a little strange before, why Sanji's legs would catch fire when he used the demon-style leg, but he didn't seem to be afraid of the heat at all. As Quinn complained, how can a normal human burn? In fact, since Sanji developed the Devil's Wind kick, he was destined to be absolutely not a normal human. Obviously, it was the Germa bloodline factor that subtly transformed Sanji's body, but it seems that even he himself didn't know it. Sanji even said confidently that his legs would burn because his passion was hotter than the flames. What kind of weird explanation is this? Does he think he is Mr. Face Yang? Doghead. This is just like Luffy resisted Kaido's flames, but he actually said that he relied on his perseverance. This reason is really too weird, ha 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 ha. Video continues. Sanji's attack did not pose much threat to Quinn. On the contrary, every time Quinn counterattacked, Sanji was a little difficult to resist. With his mortal body, if he was hit by Quinn's attack, he would probably be seriously injured in a few moves. So as the battle continued, Sanji gradually began to fall into a disadvantage. And Quinn's attack was more fierce and fierce. Not only that, while Quinn was attacking, he kept urging Sanji, "Hurry up and put on your Germa combat suit. Let me see the power of the Germa combat suit that Judge has researched." But no matter how Quinn urged and pressured him, Sanji was still unwilling to put on the Germa combat suit again. "No. I have decided not to wear that combat suit again. I have nothing to do with Germa, you should just give up." Vinsmoke Judge, What's going on? Why does Quinn in the video always let Sanji wear the Germa battlesuit? Vinsmoke Iji, Sanji, that idiot, ran away from the Germa kingdom when he was a child, and he has no contact with us since then. Where did he get the Germa battlesuit? Vinsmoke Reiju, could it be that Quinn knew Sanji's life experience, so he mistakenly thought that he also had a Germa battlesuit like us? Vinsmoke Yongji, no, it doesn't seem to be the case. You see in the video, Sanji said that he had decided not to wear that battlesuit again. The word again means that he must have worn it before, but he just doesn't plan to wear it now. Vinsmoke Niji, do you think there is a possibility that Sanji stole a battlesuit from us in the future? He must be coveting the power of the Germa battlesuit. Vinsmoke Sanji, bah. I don't care about your tattered battlesuit. I won't wear it even if you give it to me. The video continued to play. Seeing that Sanji was unwilling to wear the Germa combat uniform, Quinn lost interest. In that case, let me show you something interesting. As he spoke, Quinn's huge Brachiosaurus body suddenly began to deform. The long tail and neck of the Brachiosaurus stretched straight, as if it was an arrow tightly pulled on a bowstring. Brachiosaurus snake. The next moment, Quinn's straight head, neck, and tail were actually shot out from the huge Brachiosaurus body like an arrow. Like an arrow from a string, it was extremely fast and arrived in front of Sanji in the blink of an eye. It tightly wrapped around Sanji's body like a giant python. Then, Quinn exerted force suddenly. Sanji's bones, which were entangled in it, began to make a series of numbing cracking sounds. Obviously, under such entanglement, Sanji's bones had been crushed to pieces. However, the change happened the next moment. Just when Sanji thought it was not good, he suddenly found the bones in his body that had been crushed began to repair at a very fast speed. After a short moment, the bones all over his body had recovered as before, without any signs of injury. This incredible change caused Sanji and Quinn to fall into shock at the same time. And just as shocked as them, there are also the people in the pirate world who are watching this video at this moment. P.S. The data has not moved for almost a whole day, which is really miserable. begging for flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, rewards and other data support. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 17, The Indestructible Germa Exoskeleton. The Straw Hat Pirates have a high per capita cheat rate. Usopp, shit. What just happened? I seem to see Sanji's broken bones restored to their original state in an instant. Tony Chopper, this is outrageous. Even with Sanji and Zoro's monster physique, it would take at least half a month to recover from that level of bone shattering, but in the video it only took a moment. Frankie, there is no doubt that this must be the Germa bloodline factor at work, right? Brook, broken bones completely restored in an instant? What an enviable ability. I wish I could have this ability. After all, I have only bones all over my body. Yo ho ho ho. Monkey D. Luffy, no, Brook, in addition to bones, you also have a thick afro. Brook, yeah, I almost forgot about my afro. Yo ho ho. Vinsmoke Judge, the strong recovery ability shown by Sanji in the video. This is indeed an ability that only our Germa warriors have. Vinsmoke Iji, could it be that the future really allows Sanji, a loser, to awaken the power of the Germa exoskeleton? Vinsmoke Youngji, first the Germa combat suit, now the Germa exoskeleton. What did Sanji do in the future? He was obviously a loser in the first place. Vinsmoke Niji, haha, this guy keeps saying that he doesn't care about our Germa power, but in the end, isn't it still relying on this? If it weren't for the recovery power of the Germa exoskeleton just now, he would have completely lost his combat effectiveness by now. Inside the viewing screen, the video is still playing. Sanji's broken bones have been completely restored in a moment. This change made Sanji fall into deep shock and confusion. He stood there in a daze, without moving for a long time. Although Quinn was also surprised, he did not stop his attack. Quinn returned to his Brachiosaurus body, holding a huge machete in his hand, and came behind the stunned Sanji. He slashed at the back of Sanji's neck without mercy. The back of the neck is a very vulnerable part of the human body. Quinn's machete is made of a special alloy and is indestructible. In addition to its own terrifying power. If this knife is chopped down, I'm afraid Sanji's head will directly break off from the body. Even if Sanji's recovery ability suddenly becomes extremely terrifying, enough to make the broken bones recover in an instant. But if the head and body break off, even the strongest recovery ability will be useless. Quinn thought so in his heart, and the sharp machete fell fiercely. Clang! The next moment, the sword made of special alloy chopped Sanji's neck, and it made a sound similar to the collision of metal. Then, a jaw-dropping scene happened. Sanji, who was chopped by the sword, was completely unharmed, and there was no wound on the back of his neck. On the contrary, the sword in Quinn's hand suddenly broke into pieces without any warning, like an egg hitting a stone. The picture freezes here. The semi-transparent bullet screen army passed by again. FK. How did Sanji suddenly become so hard? Hey? I always feel that the sentence above is a bit weird, and I am about to change color automatically when I see it. Doghead. Sanji is so fierce, how can his recovery ability suddenly become so strong, and his physical fitness is so strong that even Quinn's sword can't cut it? It's obvious that the Germa bloodline factor must have started to work, and Sanji should have awakened the Germa exoskeleton. Hiss! Isn't the power of the Germa exoskeleton too perverted? It makes Sanji's physical fitness comparable to or even surpass the awakened Zoan demon fruit power. Otherwise, how can we say that Sanji is actually the most powerful Germa warrior? This is the advantage of having a strong background. At critical moments, a strong background can always help you turn danger into safety. Now, Sanji has really become an indestructible cyborg, and his combat power has skyrocketed. The fake cyborg of the Straw Hat Pirates, Frankie Times. The real cyborg of the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji. Ha 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 ha. Frankie never dreamed that he was not the only cyborg in the Straw Hat Pirates, and Sanji's degree of transformation was even higher than his. Frankie. Monkey D. Luffy, Sugui. Sanji, you are so awesome in the video. You are not hurt at all even if such a big knife hits your neck. If it were me, my head would have fallen off long ago. Roronoa Zoro, I didn't expect that the pervert chef actually has such a powerful ability hidden in his body. It seems that it will be a bit difficult to kill him in the future. Or should we kill him before he awakens? Vinsmoke Sanji, hehe, green algae head, even if I don't have the ability of the Germa exoskeleton, you will definitely not be able to kill me. On the contrary, you may be kicked into a pig's head by me. Usopp, Sanji in the video is really too strong. His physical fitness is just like Superman. Tony Chopper, Sanji, when will you awaken this ability in the video? I really want to see it with my own eyes. Vinsmoke Sanji. Vegapunk, is this the result of Judge's research for so many years? It is indeed quite extraordinary, but it is a pity that when this bloodline factor acts on other people, it has to pay the price of losing human emotions. Skurakiman APU, damn. These guys in the Straw Hat Pirates are really enviable, each of them has an extraordinary background. Capone Beeg, yes, judging from the content of these videos, it is no exaggeration to say that they are cheating. Uraj, how can we, a group of grassroots pirates, compare with them? If we encounter the situations in the video, I am afraid we would have died a long time ago. Basil Hawkins, sure enough, this is the legendary comparison that makes people angry. Many people sighed. The video has been watched so far. They have seen the backgrounds of Zoro, Nami, Usopp and Sanji one after another. Each of them has a great background. The descendant of sword god Ryama. The girl with the power of Uranus. The son of the strongest royal sniper. And the strongest Germa warrior. Any of these identities and backgrounds is enough to shock and frighten people. But what's more terrifying is, these people are all members of the same pirate group. I have to say, this is really a bit exaggerated. Many people have deeply felt the gap between people. And just when everyone was sighing for this, in the movie screen, the battle scene between Sanji and Quinn gradually disappeared. A new line of text replaced it and appeared on the dark screen. The fifth member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Nefertari D. Vivi. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 18 Breaking News. Even celestial dragons are members of the Straw Hat crew. Nefertari D. Vivi, et. I'm included in this video list? Monkey D. Luffy, isn't that natural? Vivi, you're also our partner. Nami, yes, Vivi, although you're not on the ship now and can't sail an adventure with us, you've always been a member of our Straw Hat Pirates. Vinsmoke Sanji, Nami-san is right. Vivi-chan, you'll always be one of us. Roronoa Zoro, as long as you want, you can always come back to our ship. Usopp, that's right, Vivi, we will never abandon any of our companions. Tony Chopper, Vivi, I miss you so much QAQ. Nefertari D. Vivi, thank you everyone. I'm so touched that I don't know what to say. Quinn, hey, why are you suddenly so sentimental? Shouldn't you care about the result of the previous battle? I haven't finished fighting with Judge's son yet, why did the video suddenly switch to the next person? Jin, what's there to care about? The previous video of my battle with Roronoa Zoro was the same, it ended halfway through. Charlotte Katakuri, after all, the theme of this video is to review the backgrounds of the members of Straw Hat crew. It is only necessary to show how these backgrounds help them. There is no need to play the entire battle process. Marco, the rest of the battle and the final result, I think there will definitely be other videos to reveal later. Jack, Humph. Brother Jin, Brother Quinn, if I say these battles are nothing to watch, even if it doesn't show the rest of the follow-up, I know that the winners of these two battles must be you two. Quinn, that's true, even if the kid from the Judge family awakens the Germa exoskeleton, so what? He still can't be my opponent. Jin, that's right, even if Roronoa Zoro awakens Conqueror's Haki and successfully subdues Yan Mo, he will eventually be defeated by me. Kaido, ugh, not bad. Laozi's subordinates should have this kind of invincible momentum. We beasts pirates are the most invincible existence, no one can defeat us. Inside the viewing screen, a beautiful girl's figure slowly emerged. The girl has long light blue wavy hair that goes past her waist. Beautiful appearance. Elegant and dignified temperament. Wearing a gorgeous pink dress. It sets off her graceful figure to the fullest. It also adds a noble atmosphere to it. The barrage passed across the screen. Here it comes. It's finally our Princess Vivi's turn. Princess Vivi is so beautiful. The front row has the beauty of our Princess Vivi. The author of this video is really thoughtful, and even included Princess Vivi. That's a must. In my heart, Princess Vivi will always be a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Who knows how many tears I cried when I said, if we meet again one day, can you still call me your partner? Wow, who said it wasn't? It was really a big regret for me that Vivi didn't get on the ship. But I think, according to the latest plot development, Vivi is likely to return to the Straw Hat Pirates. Yes, I have a hunch that the day when Vivi and Luffy reunite is not far away. I'm really looking forward to the scene when Vivi and Luffy reunite, it's exciting to think about it. The video continues. A deep voiceover began to introduce Vivi's background. Nefertari D. Vivi, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Born in Alabasta, Grand Line. Father is the current king of Alabasta, Nefertari D. Cobra. Mother is the Alabasta princess, Nefertari D. Diddy, who died when Vivi was young. Ancestor is Nefertari D. Lily, the queen of Alabasta 800 years ago, and one of the first 20 who established the world government. As the voiceover continued to sound, the images of Vivi's parents and ancestor Lily also appeared one after another. Cobra and Didi's appearances were very clear. Vivi looked very similar to her mother Didi. However, when the image reached the ancestor Lily, only a blurry figure appeared. And it was impossible to see her specific appearance. Gecko Moria, what? Even the Princess of Alabasta is a member of the Straw Hat crew. Marshall D. Teach, ha ha ha, the princess of a member country of the world government is actually a partner of a pirate. Shouldn't the Marine and the world government take care of this? Don Quixote da Flamingo, phew 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 phew, this is not easy to take care of. Didn't you see? The Queen of Alabasta 800 years ago was actually one of the first 20 people who established the world government. Jinbei, if I remember correctly, the current celestial dragons are the descendants of the first 20 people who established the world government 800 years ago, right? Boa Hancock, in other words, the real identity of this girl in the Straw Hat crew is actually a celestial dragon. Dracul Mihawk, celestial dragons, who are world nobles, actually become partners of pirates? This is really incredible news. Buggy, WTF? Is this true? Even celestial dragons are members of the Straw Hat Pirates. This news is too explosive. Sir Crocodile, the royal family of Alabasta is actually celestial dragons. Why didn't I notice it when I was in Alabasta? Nefertari D. Cobra, no, I think you must have misunderstood. Although our ancestor Queen Lily was indeed one of the original 20 people who established the world government 800 years ago, she did not choose to stay in the Holy Land Marie Joyce, but returned to Alabasta to continue building the country. Nefertari D. Vivi, in other words, Lily's ancestor took the initiative to give up her identity as a celestial dragon, so I am not a celestial dragon, just an ordinary princess. Buggy, I see, I almost thought that even celestial dragons were partners of the Straw Hats. If that's the case, I'm afraid even the world government wouldn't dare to touch them, right? John, just an ordinary princess, that's all? That's a bit too Versailles. Silver Axe, I didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who would voluntarily give up the privileges and status of celestial dragons. That's high power and endless wealth. This Queen Lily is really hard to understand. Akoku, but since this Princess of Alabasta is not a celestial dragon, then her background seems to be a little weaker than the backgrounds of the previous Straw Hat Pirates members. Shiki, indeed, in my impression, Alabasta doesn't seem to have any special features except that it has a slightly larger area and population, and there are no strong people in charge. Kaido, ugh, such an ordinary country, any pirate with slightly stronger strength can plunder and occupy it, right? Charlotte Linlin, well, so from this point of view, the background of this Princess Alabasta is really nothing. Edward Newgate. Gulala, I think you are used to the ridiculous backgrounds of the first few members of the Straw Hat Pirates, so you think the identity of a princess is nothing? Shanks, haha, I can only say that among Luffy and his group, there is finally a relatively normal partner. Just when many people reached such a consensus. The next narration sounded on the viewing screen, but it once again brought a great shock to everyone. Like Nami, Vivi also hides the core power of one of the 3 ancient weapons in her body. And this ancient weapon is called Pluton Pluto. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, with the power of 2 ancient weapons, is the Sunny a small Pluton. When this voiceover sounded, the audience who originally thought that Vivi's background was slightly more ordinary than the previous members of the Straw Hat Pirates were immediately dumbfounded. Sir Crocodile. Rox D. Zebek. Nefertari D. Cobra. Kaido, hiss. What the hell? This Princess of Alabasta is actually the owner of the Pluton core power. Charlotte Linlin, 3 girls with the core power of the 3 ancient weapons, 2 of them are already among the Straw Hat crew. Edward Newgate, doesn't that mean that the Straw Hat Pirates will be able to hold 2 ancient weapons in the future? Shanks, ha 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 ha. Incredible. These companions of Luffy are really incredible. Gold Roger, haha. You guys were complaining about Vivi's relatively ordinary background before, but now, here's another little girl with a great background. Sir Crocodile, the power of Pluton's core is actually hidden in Vivi's body? Then what was the purpose of my planning in Alabasta for so many years? At this moment, Crocodile felt that his mentality was a little broken. In order to obtain Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, he had been lurking in Alabasta for several years. He spent a lot of manpower, material resources, financial resources, and mental energy. But in the end, the plan was ruined by the Straw Hat crew. As a result, he was deprived of his status as 7 warlords of the sea, and was imprisoned in the 6th underground floor of Impel Down. As a result, this video suddenly told him the core power of Pluton, which he had been searching for a long time, was hidden in the body of Princess Vivi. And he had countless opportunities to capture Vivi and let her be controlled and disposed of. Even when Vivi was undercover in the Baroque studio, Crocodile could make the other party surrender with just a flick of his finger. But unfortunately, he missed all these opportunities. Damn it! If I could have known this news earlier, Pluton would have been under my control a long time ago. Damn it! Crocodile regretted it. He only hated that he had not known this news earlier. Otherwise, how could he have fallen into this situation now? In the movie chat group, everyone was still discussing this shocking news fiercely. Nefertari D. Cobra, Nanny? The core power of Pluton is actually hidden in Vivi's body. Akalem, Princess Vivi, like Miss Nami, is also the owner of the core power of one of the 3 ancient weapons. Kaka, so, after the power of Pluton awakens in Princess Vivi, she will become extremely powerful. Belle, as expected of Princess Vivi. Incredible. Nefertari di Vivi, but, unlike Nami, who has shown an outstanding talent for sailing and extraordinary weather perception since childhood, I have never been anything different from ordinary people. Nico Robin, everyone's physique is different, and the performance of the power of ancient weapons in different people will naturally be different. This is not a problem. Nami, great. Vivi, I didn't expect that there is such a fate between us. Nefertari di Vivi, yes, no wonder I felt that you were particularly kind to me, Nami. Nami, I had the same feeling at first. Could it be that the power of the three ancient weapons attracts each other? Vinsmoke Sanji, I was also deeply attracted to Nami-san and Vivi-chan the first time I met them. Could it be that the power of the ancient weapons is also hidden in my body? Rorano Azoro, no, you are just lustful. Usopp, it was said before in the video that the power of the three ancient weapons is hidden in the bodies of the three girls. Could it be that? Sanji, are you ASE? Vinsmoke Sanji? While everyone was talking, translucent bullet screens were also constantly passing across the screen. Hiss. It turns out that Vivi, like Nami, is also the owner of the core power of the ancient weapon. That's what I said. Vivi's ancestor Lily was so awesome that even I'm still hates her. As a descendant of Lily and a member of the protagonist group, how could Vivi not be special? Other pirate groups probably wouldn't have dreamed that the core power controllers of the three ancient weapons, Uranus and Pluton, were all members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ha 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 ha. It's no exaggeration to say that as long as the Straw Hat Pirates develop, they will definitely have enough power to destroy the world. Luffy and his team are now fully established as the second-generation pirates. The Straw Hat Pirates don't keep idle people. I'm tired of saying this. Poor old Sand, he had been planning for so long in Alabasta, but he didn't expect that the core power of the Pluton he had been looking for was actually in Vivi's body. If old Sand knew about this, he would probably doubt his life. By the way, I remember that Pluton seemed to be an extremely huge battleship, with the terrifying power that could sink an island with one shot. That's right, and Robin already knew the exact location of Pluton. Isn't this equivalent to the Straw Hat Pirates directly owning Pluton? Not only that, even if they don't know where Pluton is, hasn't Frankie already seen Pluton's design drawings? With Frankie's future technology, it shouldn't be difficult to build another Pluton battleship. Maybe Frankie has already used Pluton's design drawings in the construction of the Sunny? I think the future Sunny is likely to be a small Pluton. Hiss. That makes sense, I don't think it's impossible. Tony Chopper, Really? Frankie, have you transformed the Sunny into a small Pluton? Frankie, haha, to be honest, I did have this idea, but I can't do it at my current level, but I believe I can in the future. After all, I'm a super shipbuilder. Usopp, Siguyi. In other words, is it possible for the Sunny to sink an island with one shot in the future? Then I, a sniper, would be so happy. Sir Crocodile, Wait. Nico Robin, the comment just now said that you already knew the exact location of Pluton, so the historical text of Alabasta did record Pluton's whereabouts, right? You lied to me. Nico Robin, oh, yeah, but how could I possibly tell you, a cruel guy, where Pluton is? And I really have no interest in Pluton, I just want to find out the truth of history. Sir Crocodile? Damn it. You damn woman. Sengoku, now that the identity of the girl who possesses the power of Uranus and Pluton's cores has been revealed, which girl will possess the power of Poseidon's core? Crane, could it be that the girl who possesses the power of Poseidon's core is also a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? Kuzan, could it be Nico Robin? Borsalino, if that's the case, the Straw Hat crew is too powerful, it's really scary. Sakazuki, the threat posed by the Straw Hat Pirates has far exceeded our expectations. We must wipe them all out as soon as possible. Borsalino, don't worry Sakazuki, don't forget, I'm on the Sabayati archipelago now. When these videos are over later, I will immediately catch all the Straw Hat crew, and I will never let any of them go. Inside the viewing screen. The inventory of Vivi's background soon ended. The screen returned to darkness again. Then, the next Straw Hat member whose background was about to be revealed appeared. Straw Hat Pirates Member 6, Tony Chopper. Read books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20 The Straw Hat Pirates don't keep idle people, except Chopper. Soon. A new figure appeared on the screen. It was a reindeer standing upright on two legs. It was short and round. It was covered with brown hair. It wore a pair of burgundy shorts on its lower body. It wore a pink round hat on its head. Its blue nose made it different from ordinary reindeers. It looked very cute. Like a plush toy. A large number of barrages floated across the screen. Here it comes. Little cute Chopper is here. Is it finally our king of cost-effectiveness that is here? Human fruit mythical beast commoner form ability user, come on. Ha 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 ha. Brother upstairs, are you a little too presumptuous? You are so aggressive right from the start? You are going to die. Doghead. You actually dared to make fun of our Joe Beard, believe it or not, Joe Beard will give you a big slap. Doghead. I am a reindeer from the old era, and there is no pot that can stew me in the new era. Tony Chopper, it's my turn. It's finally my turn to reveal my background. Usopp, haha, Chopper, you must have been looking forward to it for a long time, right? Tony Chopper, yeah, you all have been exposed to have amazing backgrounds, maybe I also have some amazing backgrounds that I don't even know about? It's really exciting. Hehe. Frankie, Chopper, maybe later it will be revealed that you have the blood of an ancient beast. Tony Chopper, really? Hearing you say that, I can't help but look forward to it even more. Brooke, but then again, the king of cost-effectiveness, human fruit mythical beast ordinary man form and Joe Beard mentioned in the previous comments, are they all referring to Chopper? Vinsmoke Sanji, it seems to be true. Monkey D. Luffy, Siguo number 1. Chopper actually has so many titles, so his background must be very complicated. Rorano Azoro, is that true? I always feel that the titles given by those comments are a bit weird. Tony Chopper, hehe, I'm looking forward to my unknown background, hehe. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. A low voiceover begins to sound. Tony Chopper, the ship doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Born in the Drum Kingdom of the Grand Line. His parents are both reindeer on the Drum Island. His adoptive father is Dr. Hiluruk, a doctor in the Drum Kingdom, who died when Chopper was young. The master is Dr. Kulha, a doctor in the Drum Kingdom. As the voiceover continues to sound, a male and a female reindeer, Dr. Hiluruk and Dr. Kulha appear on the screen one after another. Tony Chopper, it's Dr. Shilyaluk and Master Kulha. I miss them so much. It feels like I haven't seen the Doctor and Master Kulha for a long time. Dr. Hiraluk, ha ha ha, Chopper, it seems that you are growing up healthily. Dr. Kurha, brat, after you left, I feel much more peaceful living alone in the castle. Tony Chopper, Doctor. Master's wife. Rox D. Zebek, this raccoon cat of the Straw Hat Pirates seems to have a rather ordinary background. Tony Chopper, I'm a reindeer. Not a raccoon cat. John, indeed, the parents of this raccoon cat are just two ordinary reindeers, and his adoptive father and master are just ordinary doctors in the Drum Kingdom. There is nothing special about them. Tony Chopper. I've already said that I'm a reindeer. My parents are two reindeers, how could I give birth to a raccoon cat? Can you have some common sense? Silver Axe, at first glance, this raccoon cat's background does not seem to be anything special, but according to its previous behavior, this raccoon cat must have some hidden powerful background. Tony Chopper, reindeer. I'm a reindeer. Akoku, indeed, some of the previous Straw Hat crew members' backgrounds seemed ordinary at first glance, but the video will soon usher in a reversal. I guess this raccoon cat should be similar. Tony Chopper, forget it, destroy it. I'm tired. Nami, it's okay, Chopper, don't worry about them. Our focus now should be on the backgrounds that will be revealed in the next video that you don't even know. Nico Robin, that's right, aren't you looking forward to it? Don't let other things affect your mood. Tony Chopper, yes. That's right. Nami and Robin are right. I really want to know what else about my life that I don't even know. Please reveal it in the video soon. Just as Chopper was rubbing his hands in anticipation, and couldn't wait to watch the next part of the video, the screen suddenly returned to black again. Everyone was familiar with this scene, because this was the transition screen from the end of a video to the next one. However, Chopper was stunned when he saw this scene. Tony Chopper, what's going on? Why did the screen suddenly go black? Usopp, yes, why did the screen suddenly go black? Is there something wrong with the viewing system? Nico Robin, no, it doesn't seem like a malfunction, but it seems like Chopper's life has been completely revealed, so the next video is about to be played? Nami, hey? No way? Is this really all Chopper's life is about to be revealed? Are there any hidden secrets? Tony Chopper, woohoo, I've been waiting for so long, but my video is so short? It ended too suddenly, right? Oh. On the dark screen, a large number of comments also emerged. FK. Did Chopper's part end so soon? Chopper's part really ended quite suddenly. More than just suddenly, compared to the previous parts of the video, Chopper's part is just like an advertisement inserted in the middle. Ha 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 ha. The metaphor above is simply amazing. What a joke. Alas, there is no way. Who made Chopper the cutie who has the ability of the human fruit mythical beast citizen form? Looking at the entire Straw Hat Pirates, I'm afraid Chopper's background is the most ordinary, right? Although I have said the Straw Hat Pirates don't keep idlers several times, I have to add one more sentence at this moment, except Chopper. Ha 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 ha. Damn, the Straw Hat Pirates don't keep idlers, except Chopper. You are so cruel to Chopper, ha ha ha. You can't say that. There is nothing wrong with the saying that the Straw Hat Pirates don't keep idlers, because Chopper is a reindeer, not a human. Hiss. That makes sense. So Chopper's background is not as strong as other members, which is actually understandable. Although this is the truth, I still can't help but feel sorry for Chopper. His part in this video can only serve as a transition advertisement. It's really miserable, ha 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 ha. The above laughs so loudly, I really can't tell that you are feeling sorry for Chopper. Doghead. Tony Chopper. Woohoo. Numb. Completely numb. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21, Enter the village quietly, don't shoot. Why don't the O'Hara scholars understand? Looking at the dark viewing screen, and the comments that kept floating across the screen, Chopper was numb. He had been looking forward to this part of his life for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be reduced to a cut scene. His background was not as explosive as that of other partners. It was ordinary and had nothing to watch. Tony Chopper, woohoo, this is really so sad for the deer. Nami, it's okay, Chopper. Although you don't have any special background, you are the most powerful and lovely reindeer in the world. Nico Robin, not only that, in our eyes, you are the best doctor in the world. All other doctors are not as good as you. Monkey D. Luffy, that's right, Chopper, your background is not important at all. What's important is that you are our partner and the best ship doctor in the world. Tony Chopper, damn it. Even if you guys praise me like this, I won't be happy, a whole. Skirikuman APU, phew, fortunately, there is finally a guy with an ordinary background. I almost thought that the Straw Hat Pirates really had a background of all members. Uraj, yes, after watching for so long, I finally saw that there is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates whose background is not so outrageous. Basil Hawkins, if the Straw Hat Pirates really have all members with unrivaled backgrounds, then what qualifications do we, the supernovas of the same period, have to compete with them? X Drake, Hawkins, I think you overestimate yourself a little. Even if the members behind the Straw Hat Pirates are all ordinary people, we are no longer qualified to compete with them just based on the background of the people in front. Capone Beeg, indeed, the people in front are descendants of the Sword God, the strongest Jerma warriors, and ancient weapons. We are no longer worthy of being compared with them. Eustace Kid, humph. A bunch of spineless guys. Even if the Straw Hat Crew's background is stronger than ours, so what? Laozi is still confident that he can defeat them. Kira, that's right. Kid, I believe in you. Trafalgar Law, Eustace, you are really confident. Jewelry Bonnie, by the way, although the background of this little reindeer is not as strong as the others in the Straw Hat Crew, have you ever thought about? Its bounty is only 50 Baileys. It is actually very unusual for such a bounty to have such a background. Tony Chopper, equals. I don't know why, but I always feel like my heart is suddenly stabbed, it hurts so much. Usopp, is this the legendary killing of the deer and the destruction of the heart? Inside the movie screen. The controversy about Chopper's background slowly subsided. Then, a new line of text began to appear on the dark screen. 7th member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Nico Robin. The next moment, a beautiful figure appeared on the screen. Long black and beautiful hair. Slender and graceful figure. Curvaceous and hot body. Beautiful and moving looks. Revealing the unique style of a mature big sister everywhere. Gentle and intellectual. The barrage passed by. It's Robin's turn. Finally, it's my goddess' turn. Robin's beauty, I will take care of it. Compared to the youthful and lively Nami and Vivi, I really prefer the mature type like Robin. Het. Vulgar. I am different from you. I like them all. Hee. 6. This is what they call children making choices. Do I want all adults? That's right. As long as they are beautiful, no matter what style or type, I will not refuse them. Hee. Wake up, buddy, a single dog like you, no matter what style or type of beautiful woman is likely to be attracted to you, doghead. Hey! The guy above, we are just netizens, you have crossed the line. Ha 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 ha. The guy above is really swearing, it's murderous and heartbreaking. Nico Robin, is it my turn next? Vinsmoke Sanji, whether it's Robin in real life or Robin on the screen, they are all equally beautiful. Rorano Azoro, here we go again, this pervert is getting horny again. Nami, we all know Robin's background, will this video reveal anything new? Brooke, do you all know Miss Robin's background? Why don't I know? Frankie, haha, you don't know because you boarded the ship late, and just missed the earth-shaking event before. Brooke, I see, that's a pity, but I can take this opportunity to learn more about it through the video, which can be regarded as a lesson for me as a new member, yo ho ho ho. Inside the viewing screen, the video starts playing. The low voiceover sounded as usual. Nico Robin, an archaeologist of the Straw Hat Pirates. Born on the archaeological island of West Blue, O'Hara. My mother is Nico Albia, an archaeologist of O'Hara, who was killed by the world government when Robin was young. My teacher is Claude D. Clover, an archaeologist of O'Hara, the director of the O'Hara All-Knowing Tree Library, an authority in the archaeological world, who was killed by the world government when Robin was young. Inside the screen, two figures emerged. One is a woman with long silver-white hair and looks very similar to Robin. The other is an old man whose hair and beard look like a huge clover. Translucent comments floated across the screen. My mother-in-law is so beautiful. My wife has really inherited my mother-in-law's beauty perfectly. Nonsense, this is obviously my mother-in-law, how come you guys want to snatch someone else's mother-in-law? Forget it, I won't snatch Robin from you guys, I'm laying it on the table. In fact, I like Aunt Albia more. FK. You thief. Why do I always feel like you're taking advantage of us? Alas, Aunt Albia is so beautiful, but it's a pity. She was ruthlessly killed by those beasts of the world government. And Dr. Clover, what a good old man, what a dedicated teacher, so good to Robin, but unfortunately she was also killed by those beasts of the world government in the end. And all the other innocent residents of O'Hara were killed by the world government without exception, only Robin survived. The O'Hara incident was a real tragedy, the world government's behavior was outrageous. But, to put it bluntly, I think Robin's mother and Dr. Clover were just asking for their own death. Yes, it's not nice to say, but it's true. The world government has banned anyone from researching the history of the blank 100 years, but the scholars in O'Hara are still doing all kinds of research there. Who else should the world government destroy? That's true. If they really wanted to do research, they wouldn't have done it in secret. But had to put it out in the open and make a big fuss. Isn't this just like going against the world government, the ruler? It's really a bit of a death wish. As the saying goes. Enter the village quietly, don't shoot. Why don't these scholars of O'Hara understand? Looking at these barrages that keep floating by. For a moment, Robin's mind was full of thoughts. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22 Frankie's father is Plague Quinn. Just as those comments said. My mother and Dr. Clover and others. At that time, the investigation and research on the history of the blank 100 years was too blatant. They only wanted to uncover the truth of the blank 100 years and make this history public. But they never thought about what kind of disaster their actions would bring to O'Hara. They didn't even think about covering up and hiding. When the world government's army arrived at O'Hara, Dr. Clover and others had no intention of covering up or defending themselves. They went straight to the end. They threatened that they would not give up the research on the blank 100 years no matter what. With such an attitude, how could it not lead to a fatal disaster? In fact, Robin sometimes couldn't help but fantasize. If his mother and Dr. Clover and others could be a little more low-key, do some cover-up and hiding in the research of the blank 100 years, would O'Hara be able to avoid the fate of being destroyed? Or, if O'Hara could have enough strength, can still have the ability to protect itself in the face of the threat of the world government, just like his current companions. In the face of the powerful fighting power of Ennice Lobby and the heavy siege of Buster Call, he was still able to save himself. After declaring war on the world government, he was still able to sail freely on this sea. If O'Hara had such strength at the time, perhaps he would not have ended up completely destroyed. At this moment, looking at the barrage of comments on the screen, Robin thought a lot. Of course, she did not blame her mother and Dr. Clover for this. She understood that the scholars of O'Hara had extremely persistent beliefs and persistence, and so did she. Robin would not put the idea of victim guilt on the scholars of O'Hara. In the final analysis, it was actually the fault of the world government. No matter what, I will inherit the will of my mother and Dr. Clover and uncover the truth of the blank 100 years. As her thoughts surged, Robin swore in her heart. Rox D. Zebek, both his mother and teacher are just ordinary archaeologists. It seems that Nico Robin's background is also very ordinary, nothing special. Edward Newgate, Gulala old captain, it's terrible to be uneducated. You actually said that Nico Robin's background is very ordinary? Kaido, ugh old captain, do you know how many forces want to get Nico Robin in this ocean now? Rox D. Zebek, oh? Why do you say that? He is just an archaeologist, what's so special about him? Charlotte Linlin, well, let me tell you this, old captain, since O'Hara was destroyed by the world government's buster call, Nico Robin is the only person in this ocean who can interpret the text of history. Shiki, to reach the final island Raftel, you must first collect the 4 historical texts of the road sign, and then interpret the contents of the 4 historical texts of the road sign to find the real location of Raftel. John, in other words, to reach the final island Raftel, Nico Robin's ability is indispensable. Silver Axe, although Nico Robin's background does not give her any powerful strength, her ability and value are unique in this sea. Akoku, so, Nico Robin's background is not just ordinary, but quite a big background. Rox D. Zebek, I see. Then it seems that among this Straw Hat crew, only the raccoon cat's background is slightly ordinary. Tony Chopper? My part is over, and you can still stab me again. And, how many times do I have to say it? I am a reindeer, not a raccoon cat. Inside the movie screen. The part about Robin's background did not last too long. Soon the screen returned to black. Then, the next member of the Straw Hat Pirates, whose background was about to be revealed, also appeared on the screen. The 8th member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Frankie. A figure appeared on the screen again. A blue crew cut. A pair of black sunglasses on his face. His upper body was very muscular. Especially his arms, which were unusually sturdy. His lower legs were very slender. Against the backdrop of his sturdy upper body, they looked a bit like 2 thin bamboo poles. He wore a short-sleeved floral shirt on his upper body. He only wore a pair of briefs on his lower body. His whole body revealed 2 words, pervert. It was Frankie. As Frankie's image appeared on the screen, another wave of comments quickly emerged. There was a loud bang in the sky, and pervert made a brilliant appearance. The front row contracted. Are Frankie's briefs? Doghead. FK. Brother above, you are a bit too much, aren't you? I can understand if you want to take on something else, but why do you have to take on Frankie's old 10,000 years pants? I think you are even more pervert than Frankie, the pervert. Ha ha ha. Frankie, I think I saw these comments praising me for being a pervert. Ha ha ha, these comments are really super sweet. Buggy? Is there something wrong with my understanding? I remember that the word pervert doesn't seem to be a good word. Why is this guy so happy to be called a pervert? Shanks, ha ha ha. These companions of Luffy are really interesting, each of them is a talent. Gecko Moria, speaking of which, it seems that since Princess Vivi of Alabasta, the backgrounds of the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates have not changed much. Don Quixote da Flamingo, Fufu Moria, why do you seem a little disappointed? Are you still expecting all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates to have extraordinary backgrounds? Gecko Moria, I'm not disappointed, but the backgrounds of the previous Straw Hat Pirates were so scary, and suddenly there were no big surprises or reversals for several of them, so I felt that this video didn't seem that interesting. Frankie, haha, then I may also disappoint you, because in my impression, my background doesn't seem to be anything special. Brooke, come to think of it, I actually think that my background is nothing special, so it seems that the content of the next video may not have as big a reversal as before, right? Yo ho ho ho. Tony Chopper, is that so? But the comments before all said that the Straw Hat Pirates don't keep idle people except me. Nico Robin, Chopper, don't pay too much attention to those comments, maybe they are just joking. Frankie, that's right, Chopper, if you don't believe me, just wait and see my background. I'm sure there will be no reversals or unexpected content just like you. Just as Frankie comforted Chopper in the movie chat group. The video on the viewing screen also officially started playing. The low voiceover continued to sound. Frankie, the shipwright of the Straw Hat Pirates. Born in a pirate family in South Blue. His father is Carter Sean, who was a well-known pirate and scientist in South Blue. Later, he was recruited by 4 Emperors Kaido and joined the Beast's Pirates and changed his name to Quinn. Frankie? P.S. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Please give me monthly votes. Please give me a reward. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23, Frankie almost became a crew member of One Piece? Quinn? Jack? Vinsmoke Sanji? Tony Chopper? When the identity of Frankie's father was revealed, countless question marks popped up in the movie chat group. Many people were extremely surprised and shocked by the news. Including Frankie and Quinn, the 2 parties involved. Frankie, hey, are you kidding? My father is the Beast's Pirates Plague Quinn who fought against Sanji in the previous video. Quinn, what? This pervert of the Straw Hat Pirates, is actually my son. Jack, brother Quinn, you actually have a son? Why have you never mentioned it to us? Quinn, it's true that I had a son before, but I had already abandoned him on an island in the Grand Line long before I joined the Beast's Pirates. There was no other way. That brat was too difficult to discipline, and Lao Zi didn't have that much free time to take care of him. Jin, so, this Frankie is the son you abandoned back then? Quinn, no, my good-for-nothing son was called Carter Fram, which is completely different from this guy's name. Frankie. Iceberg, Frankie, it seems that this Quinn is really your long-lost father. He even knows your previous name. Quinn, hey? What do you mean? Iceberg, Frankie's original name is Carter Fram as you mentioned before, but he later changed his name to Frankie. If I'm not mistaken, the island where you abandoned your son back then was the Seven Waters City, right? Quinn, that's right. It's the Seven Waters. I remember that it's an island with great shipbuilding. Tom, that's right, I adopted Frankie in the Seven Waters. He was only 10 years old at the time. He told me that his parents were pirates and abandoned him on this island. Zanbei, hiss. Frankie's father, is actually the Plague Quinn from Beast's Pirates. Kiwei, wait, if I remember correctly, Frankie once said that he was abandoned by his parents when he was 10 years old, so he should have an impression of his parents, right? Mose, yes, if that's the case, why didn't Frankie recognize Quinn as his father when he watched the video of Blackfoot fighting Quinn just now? Frankie, I do have an impression of my parents, but in my memory, my father's appearance and body shape are completely different from the Quinn in the previous video. Tom, hey? What's going on? Frankie can't even recognize his own father, could it be that the viewing system is wrong? Vegapunk, no, I don't think the viewing system is wrong, because when Quinn worked with us, he didn't look like this. He was much thinner then. Vinsmoke Judge, yes, the reason why Quinn looks like this is because he is keen on transforming himself. Over the years, he has already transformed himself beyond recognition. Gaisa Kulang, not to mention that we are only 10-year-old sons, even we scientists who worked with Quinn for a long time almost didn't recognize him when we saw him now. Frankie, so that's the case. Quinn, but in my impression, my son doesn't look like this either. Iceberg, regarding this point, I think it's easy to explain, because Frankie has also transformed himself a lot over the years, and he is already very different from his original appearance. Quinn, this. Jack, even the reason for the change in appearance is surprisingly the same. Brother Quinn, it seems that this guy named Frankie is indeed your son. Everyone in the movie chat group is having a heated discussion about the relationship between Frankie and Quinn. At the same time, the barrage on the movie screen is not idle. FK. Frankie's father is actually Quinn. This news is really quite explosive. So Sanji beat up Frankie's father in the future. Actually, if you think about it carefully, Frankie and Quinn do have a lot of similarities. Both like to transform their bodies and turn themselves into cyborgs. Both like to sing and dance when they disagree with each other, and they are both very perverted. Not only that, they also have a favorite drink. Frankie is Coke, and Quinn is Anko soup. Hiss. Listen to what you said, it's true. Frankie and Quinn have so many similarities. And from the latest life card data, Quinn gave birth to a son 34 years ago, and Frankie was born exactly 34 years ago. And then, Quinn abandoned his child 24 years ago, joined the Beast's Pirates and changed his name, and Frankie was abandoned by his parents in the Water 7 when he was 10 years old. That's right. All of it is right. So much evidence is enough to prove that Quinn is indeed Frankie's father. In this way, Frankie's technological talent is actually inherited from Quinn, otherwise, as a shipbuilder, how could he have such a high level of technology? Yes, other shipbuilders in the Water 7 don't have this level of technology, even Iceberg, who is Tom's disciple like Frankie, can't do it. Sure enough, his extraordinary talent also comes from his bloodline. What do you think, if Frankie and Quinn knew each other's identities during the Onigashima War, what would their reactions be? This question raised by the barrage. It is also a question that many people in the pirate world are concerned about. Usopp, yes, Frankie, since the Plague Quinn of the Beast's Pirates is your father, and it seems that we will have to fight against the Beast's Pirates in the future, what will you do then? Vinsmoke Sanji, in the previous video, Frankie's father and I had a fight, which is a bit difficult. Jack, Brother Quinn, the little guy named Frankie in the Straw Hat crew is your son, so he is equivalent to my nephew. Don't worry, if I meet him in the future, I will definitely be gentle with him and spare his life. Quinn, no need, I abandoned him more than 20 years ago, and I don't have any feelings for this son. Since they are the enemies of our Beast's Pirates, they should all be eliminated without any mercy. Kaido, as expected of Lao Zi's subordinate, Quinn, Lao Zi is very satisfied with your awareness. Frankie, you all saw it, that guy has long since disowned me as his son, and after being abandoned, I have already completely cut off all ties with them in my heart. Frankie, so. Sanji, when you meet him in the future, don't worry about me, just go all out. Vinsmoke Sanji, okay, I feel relieved with your words. Quinn, hehe, a bunch of bragging brats, as if you can really beat me? With your mediocre skills, in my eyes, there is no difference between using your full strength and not using your full strength. Inside the viewing screen, the video is still playing. Frankie's master is Tom, the president of Tom's Studio, the inventor of the sea train, who was sentenced to death by the world government for building a ship for the pirate king Roger. In the screen, the images of Frankie's father Quinn and Master Tom appeared one after another. Gold Roger, This little guy named Frankie turned out to be Tom's apprentice. Silver Rayleigh, Tom was sentenced to death by the world government for building a ship for us. I feel sorry for him. Tom, ha 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 ha. Don't worry about it. As a famous shipbuilder, your ship Eurojackson is the greatest masterpiece of my life. I have never regretted building a ship for you. Copper Jabba, by the way, Tom's apprentice Frankie, did we meet him when we stopped at Water 7? Kojiki Odin, that's right. I remember, I saw him, a little guy in his shorts, repairing the ship. I even went up to him and said hello, asking if he was willing to go with us, but he refused, ha ha ha. Frankie, well, it seems that this is indeed the case. Usopp, hiss. Doesn't that mean? Frankie, you once had the opportunity to become a member of the Pirate King's crew. Shanks, haha, if that's the case, if Frankie had accepted Odin's invitation, he would have been my partner instead of Luffy's partner, ha 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 ha. Skulachaman APU, the opportunity to become a member of the Pirate King's crew was rejected by this guy. I wonder if he will regret it. Frankie, what's there to regret? Before meeting Luffy and the others, I never thought about becoming a pirate. I wouldn't even want to be a member of the Pirate King's crew, not to mention. Frankie, our Captain Luffy is the man who will become the Pirate King in the future. If I follow him, I will also be a member of the Pirate King's crew in the future. Monkey D. Luffy, Frankie is right. He 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 he. Kaido, ugh, what a bunch of bragging kids, still saying that they will become the Pirate King in the future, they are just daydreaming. Charlotte Linlin, I've seen a lot of brats like this who don't know how to weigh their own weight. They'll behave after a few more beatings in New World. Everyone was talking. The screen went dark again. Then, a new line of text appeared. The 9th member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Brook. 11. Read books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24. While others are killing monsters and leveling up, Brook is recalling the main password. In the screen, a figure slowly emerged. It was a skeleton. A skeleton wearing a gentleman's suit and a fluffy afro on his head. He was holding a cane and a guitar in his hands. He was slender, more than 2 meters and nearly 3 meters tall. It was Brook. As Brook's image appeared on the screen, translucent bullet comments also quickly passed by. Here it comes. Finally, it's the turn of our Soul King Brook. I don't know why, although it's just a photo, I seem to be able to hear a burst of yo-ho-ho laughter echoing in my ears. Are there any beautiful girls watching this video? I want to ask you a question on behalf of Brook, Doghead. Get out. You man. Do you believe I will sue you for sexual harassment? To be honest, I'm quite curious if there is anything special about Brook's background. Yet, after all, Brook's age means he is from the previous generation. His background should be very impressive, right? Of course. Roger, the Pirate King, is just a newcomer in front of Brook. Brook must have many secrets that we don't know. There is a saying that goes, everyone else is fighting monsters and leveling up, while Brook is the only one who is thinking about his main account password. The day Brook completely finds his main account, it will be the day when the Soul King will reign over the sea again. Doghead. Brook, the day I return to the world, all the traitors will die. Doghead. Puff. The guy upstairs, did you go to the wrong set? The Dragon Clan set is next door. Brook, it's my turn next, yo ho ho ho. Usopp, judging from the comments in these comments, Brook's background seems to be quite impressive. Tony Chopper, wow, as expected, among our group, only my background is the most ordinary. Oh. Gold Roger, These comments actually say that I am just a newcomer in front of Brook? Is this afro-headed skeleton so powerful? Brook, after all, if I count by age, I am already 88 years old this year, yo ho ho ho. Gold Roger, hiss. I see, then you are indeed my predecessor. After all, even if I am not dead, I am only 75 years old this year, ha 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 ha. Charlotte Linlin, this skeleton named Brooke is actually called the Soul King by these comments? This is simply not taking me, the soul fruit user, seriously. Rox DZbeck, when I return to the world, all traitors will die? This sentence is really hacky, I always feel that it suits me. Sengoku, others are leveling up by killing monsters, but Brooke is trying to retrieve his main password? Could it be that this Brooke was some big shot in the past? Barrick Redfield, Brooke? Could it be that you are Brooke Senpai? Brooke, that's me, yo-ho-ho. Barrick Redfield, it's Brooke Senpai. I didn't expect to meet you here, I'm so excited. Brooke, oh? Why do I feel like you know me so well? Barrick Redfield, this name sounds familiar. Barrick Redfield, Brooke Senpai, it's like this, when I was a kid, I met you in the Rumba Pirates, and you talked to me for a long time at that time. I was infected by your ideals and admired you very much, so later I chose to go out to sea as a pirate like you. Brooke, I see, I seem to remember that you were the little guy back then, decades have passed in the blink of an eye, I really miss you, yo-ho-ho-ho. Sengoku. Monkey D. Garp? Gold Roger? Edward Newgate? Brooke and Redfield had this conversation. This immediately caused a frenzy among Sengoku, Garp, Roger, Whitebeard and others. Who is Balloric Redfield? Perhaps the new pirates and new marines nowadays have no idea about him, and may have never even heard of him. But it is impossible for the old generation strong men like Sengoku and Roger to have never heard of Balloric Redfield. He was a great pirate who once kept pace with Roger, Whitebeard, and others, known as the Red Earl. The Red Earl had an extremely powerful observation haki since he was a child, and could even see through people's hearts. In the era when great pirates such as Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki were galloping, the Red Earl did not find any partners, and could compete with them alone. His strength can be seen from this Madara. Later, Marine finally defeated him and imprisoned him on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Now, Sengoku and others learned from the previous conversation that Red Earl is actually Brooke's little fanboy, and he admires him so much that he even embarked on the road of pirates because of him. How could everyone not be surprised? Edward Newgate, Gulala, I didn't expect, even the dignified Red Earl is Brooke's little fanboy. Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. It seems that I was right to call you senior just now. Sengoku, who is this guy who can make Red Earl admire him so much? Monkey D. Garp, I didn't expect there would be an old antique who is older and more senior than me on the ship of my grandson. This is really quite interesting, ha ha ha. Rox DZbeck, after hearing what you said, even Laozi began to wonder who this skeleton named Brooke is. Why did Laozi never hear of this person when he was alive? Under the curiosity and expectation of everyone. Inside the viewing screen, a low voiceover sounded slowly. Brooke, a musician of the Straw Hat Pirates. Born in West Blue, he was the captain of the Guard Corps of a country in West Blue when he was young. Later he joined the Rumba Pirates, and after the original Captain Yuki was infected with the plague and left, he became the new captain of the Rumba Pirates. His parents were musicians from a country in West Blue, and now both are dead. While he was the captain of the Guard Corps in West Blue, Brooke and his wife had a son. When Brooke's son grew up, he also began to go out to sea to adventure in order to follow in his father's footsteps. When he sailed to South Blue, he met a woman who was destined to be with him for life, so he settled in South Blue and ended his sailing journey. Not long after, Brooke's son also gave birth to a son, whose name was Kyuzan. P.S. Ahem, seeing that some readers complained in the comment section, the author will explain it again here. For example, Nami and Vivi have the power of ancient weapon, and the life stories of Frankie, Brooke, and others are actually made up by the author based on the content of One Piece and some online analysis and speculation. They are not official settings. you can regard these as secondary fan content. After all, short videos of sailing are actually secondary short videos. The content may not be true, and it is mainly based on memes. If there are readers who are unhappy about this, please don't criticize them. By the way, I shamelessly ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, and other data. Thank you all readers for your continued support. The author would like to thank you ORZ. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 25, Brooke beats Aokiji. Isn't that as simple as a grandfather beating his grandson? Kyuzin? Brooke? Sengoku? Sakazuki? Borsellino? When the deep voiceover played to this point, in the movie chat group, question marks popped up all over the screen instantly. Everyone felt an incomparable huge shock. All fell into deep shock and disbelief. Sengoku, this Brooke has a grandson named Kyuzin. Is it the Kyuzin I think of? Monkey D. Garp, if I remember correctly, Aokiji, you seem to be born in South Blue, right? Kyuzin, la that's right, but this should just be a coincidence, right? Borsellino, Kyuzin, I always feel that this doesn't seem to be a coincidence. Have you noticed, you and Brooke have similar hairstyles, both have afros. Kyuzin, there are many people with afros in this world, and I can't be the only one named Kyuzin. I think it must be a coincidence. Borsellino, what if it's not a coincidence? Brooke in the Straw Hat Crew is your grandfather. Kyuzin, impossible. Absolutely impossible. There shouldn't be such a ridiculous thing in the world, right? Sakazuki, haha, you never know. Nico Robin, Aokiji is Brooke's grandson? If this is true, it's really a bit ridiculous. Nami, it shouldn't be. Marine Admiral is Brooke's grandson? I don't think anyone would believe this news. Usopp, I also think this should be a coincidence, otherwise it would be really incredible. Brooke, my grandson has the same name as Admiral Aokiji, one of the 3 current Marine Admirals? Is this a coincidence or something? It's so exciting that my heartbeat can't help but speed up, even though I'm just a skeleton without a heart, yo-ho-ho. As if to respond to everyone's doubts and expectations. Inside the viewing screen, a figure slowly emerged. This person is tall and slender, wearing a marine uniform. A cloak of justice is draped behind his back. He has a thick black afro like Brooke, but the top part of the hair is pressed down by a green eye mask. His cheeks are very thin and long, as if he is just a layer of skin and bones. He exudes a lazy and powerful aura. It is one of the 3 current Marine Admirals, Aokiji Kyuzin. When Aokiji's figure appeared on the screen, a large wave of barrages also emerged at the same time, and the scene was very spectacular. Holy crap! Aokiji is actually Brooke's grandson. Explosive. This news is so explosive. Don't tell me, don't tell me. If you look closely, Aokiji really looks like Brooke. No matter the black afro or the thin cheekbones, they are exactly like Brooke. If you have seen the photos of Brooke before he turned into a skeleton, you will only think that they are more similar, at least 90% similar. And the age difference between Brooke and Aokiji is just right. Brooke is 88 years old this year, and Aokiji is 47 years old this year. According to the age, Brooke can indeed be Aokiji's grandfather. Not only that, did you notice? Aokiji's ability is to use ice, and Brooke also developed the ability of Huangchuan Cold Air 2 years later, which also uses ice. The 2 even have the same attributes. If 1 or 2 similarities are coincidences, then so many similarities combined together are the real truth. I can only say that he is worthy of being called newcomer Roger Brooke. His grandson has become a Marine Admiral. Brooke is indeed qualified to say that Roger is a newcomer. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates are all elders or ancestors who serve as backgrounds for themselves. I didn't expect that when it comes to Brooke, it is his grandson who serves as his background. It is really different, ha 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 ha. From this point of view, when the Straw Hat Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates face off in the future, it should be Brooke, not Sanji, who will face Aokiji. Indeed, if Brooke fights with Aokiji, then his fight with Aokiji is as simple as a grandfather fighting his grandson? Doghead. Pwahahaha. It's just like a grandfather fighting his grandson. This is a real grandfather and grandson. There is nothing wrong with it. Hearing what you said, I can't help but want to see the Straw Hat Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates fight soon. Ha 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 ha. Me too. Looking forward to the famous scene of grandfather beating grandson coming soon. The comments were surging. The movie chat group was also very lively. Qzin. Monkey D. Garp, shit. Once this photo comes out, it's like a hammer. Aokiji, you are really the grandson of my grandson's crew. Qzin, This is so hard to understand, Garp Sr. Sengoku, I am the admiral of the naval headquarters, but I am the grandson of a pirate? Once this news is released, how will the people on the sea view us, the naval headquarters? Borsellino, Qzin, look, this is not just a coincidence, this skeleton is actually your grandfather. Sakazuki, No wonder I always dislike you, Qzin, it turns out that you have the dirty blood of pirates flowing in your body. Monkey D. Luffy, what? Brooke's grandson is actually that Admiral Aokiji. Roronoa Zoro, when we were on Long Island before, our group was almost wiped out by him, but Brooke was not on the ship at that time. Nami, I don't know what the scene would be like if Brooke was there at that time. Usopp, Brooke's grandson is a Marine Admiral? I'm not dreaming. Vinsmoke Sanji, even though the video has confirmed this relationship, I still can't help but find it a little unbelievable. Tony Chopper, Brooke actually has a grandson of a Marine Admiral. This is really amazing. Frankie, I have to say, this news is really super shocking. Nico Robin, I don't know why, when I think of Aokiji being Brooke's grandson, I can't help but want to laugh. Qzin. Brooke, even I didn't expect that I actually have a grandson in this world, and he's a Marine Admiral, it's so exciting, yo ho ho ho. Borsellino, speaking of which, I have to take action against the Straw Hat crew later. Qzin, for your sake, I'll be a little gentle on your grandfather and his friends. Sengoku, Borsellino, be serious. If you dare to let the Straw Hat crew run away for this reason, I will only hold you responsible. Borsellino, Sengoku is really unromantic. Qzin, you saw it too. You can't blame me. Don't ask me to avenge your grandfather in the future. Qzin. Sakazuki, let's talk business. Did you notice something very strange in the comments just now? Why did the comments say, when the Straw Hat Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates fight in the future, Brooke will fight Qzin? Tsuru, I noticed this too. If Brooke wants to fight Qzin, shouldn't it be the Straw Hat Pirates fighting our naval headquarters? Why is it the Blackbeard Pirates? What does this have to do with the Blackbeard Pirates? Borsellino. Do you think there is a possibility, Qzin will leave Marine in the future and join the Blackbeard Pirates? In this way, wouldn't the comments make sense? Qzin. Borsellino, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. As a Marine Admiral, how could I possibly become a pirate? Sakazuki, who can predict the future? Since you have the evil pirate blood flowing in your body, it is not impossible for you to join the pirates in the future. Qzin. Sakazuki, I really don't get along with you. Skulachiman APU, damn. How come the backgrounds of the Straw Hat crew are more exaggerated and weird than each other? Now even the grandfather of the Marine Admiral has come out. Basil Hawkins, the gap between us grassroots pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates is really getting bigger and bigger. Uraj, the gap between people is sometimes even bigger than the gap between people and dogs. This sentence is really right. Capone Beeg, we pirates are grassroots adventurers, while Straw Hat Crew is a group of rich second generation with prominent backgrounds experiencing life. X Drake, I don't even know what words to use to describe my feelings at the moment. The relationship between Brooke and Aokiji was exposed. It undoubtedly brought another strong shock to everyone. And just when everyone has not recovered from such a shock. Inside the viewing screen, the picture returned to black again. Then a new line of text appeared. It brought everyone another wave of unexpected surprises. The 10th member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Jinbei. Jinbei? P.S. This chapter comes with a comparison picture of Brooke and Aokiji's appearance. Interested readers can click to check it out. They really look alike. Read books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 26 for Emperor's Old Jinbei. The crew members have such impressive backgrounds. What about the captain? Sengoku? Aladdin? Edward Newgate? Marco, what's going on? This video actually says Jinbei is a member of the Straw Hat Crew. Hachi, is this true? Jinbei has become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? When did it happen? Eustace Kid, Jinbei? This name sounds familiar. Kira, could it be that Sea Knight Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Uraj, hey, are you kidding? How could one of the 7 warlords of the sea become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? Basil Hawkins, if that's true, then the configuration of the members of the Straw Hat Crew is a bit too outrageous. Jinbei, the Jinbei mentioned in this video, is it really me? But why did I join the Straw Hat Pirates? To this, everyone was full of doubts and curiosity. And the next moment, on the viewing screen, a figure slowly emerged, beginning to reveal the answer to everyone. It was a tall and strong fishman. His skin was as blue as the sea. 2 sharp fangs were exposed in his mouth. He was wearing a Japanese bathrobe with embroidered patterns. A small half of a circular pattern like the sun was exposed on his chest. The whole person looked very calm and reliable. It was one of the current 7 warlords of the sea, Sea Knight Jinbei. At the same time, the army of translucent bullet screens passed by again. Here it comes. It's finally our boss Jinbei's turn. The most reliable man in the Straw Hat Pirates is here. Whenever boss Jinbei stands there, he gives people a very calm and reliable feeling. Of course. Do you understand the value of our 4 emperors old Jinbei? Hands on hips. I think I may have been single for too long, but I actually think boss Jinbei is handsome. Ha ha ha. This is normal, the blue fat man is super cute. But I always feel that boss Jinbei's calm and reliable style is a bit out of place with the Straw Hat Pirates. It's okay, believe me, it won't be long before boss Jinbei will be led astray by Luffy and the others, Doghead. Ha ha ha. That's right, you should cherish the current boss Jinbei, you may never see him again in the future, Doghead. Jinbei, hey? It's really me? But I have never met Straw Hat Crew, why did I join them? Poor Ghast Ace, haha, Jinbei, you are not moved by what I said about Luffy, right? Gecko Moria, Jinbei, I didn't expect you would actually join the Straw Hat Crew in the future. You are simply throwing away all the people of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sengoku, Jinbei. It's okay that you are close to the Whitebeard Pirates, but now you want to join the Straw Hat Crew. I think you really don't want the title of 7 warlords of the sea anymore. Jinbei, if I really care about the title of 7 warlords of the sea, I wouldn't be locked up and impelled down by you right now, Sengoku, saying such things doesn't threaten me at all. Sengoku. Sakazuki, humph. I have said it before, pirates are pirates. Even if you give them the status and privileges of the 7 warlords of the sea, don't expect them to stand on the same front with justice. Borsellino, that's really exaggerated. I didn't expect that even Sea Knight Jinbei would become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates in the future. Fortunately, he is not here now, otherwise I might have a hard time catching the Straw Hat crew later. Edward Newgate, Gulalala Jinbei, I didn't expect that you would actually join the Straw Hat crew in the future. It seems that they really have a unique charm. Sir Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea, the powerful men of the famous town, would actually choose to join such a young pirate group. Jinbei, you are really degenerate. Don Quixote da Flamingo, few compared to these, I am more curious about. Since Jinbei will join the Straw Hat Pirates in the future, his position as the 7 warlords of the sea will inevitably be vacant. Which pirate will fill this vacancy at that time? Sakazuki, Humph. If you ask me, we should just cancel the 7 warlords of the sea system. We Marines don't need the help of these pirates at all. Monkey D. Luffy, is this fishman named Jinbei in the video our new partner in the future? He looks very reliable. I really look forward to his joining us. Roronoa Zoro, the current 7 warlords of the sea? He is a strong man who can compete with Crocodile and Gecko Moria. I didn't expect such a person to join us. Vinsmoke Sanji, is the new partner a fishman? Great, this way, when Luffy and Chopper fall into the sea in the future, we will have a special salvager, haha. Nami, this Jinbei, is a fishman like Arlong, but he looks much more friendly than Arlong's group. Usopp, I can't help but get excited when I think that we will have a partner of the 7 warlords of the sea level in the future. Tony Chopper, yeah, this is so cool. Brook, when this new partner comes on board, I can be considered an old member and senior of the Straw Hat Pirates, yo ho ho ho. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After Jinbei's image appears on the screen, a deep voiceover also sounded. Jinbei, the helmsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. Born on the Fishmen Island of the Grand Line. Before joining the Straw Hat Pirates, he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the 2nd captain of the Sun Pirates. The narration didn't introduce much about Jinbei. It ended in just a few words. Then the army of Barrage appeared again. Hey? What's going on? Why is there only this little introduction to my boss Jinbei's background? Yeah, and if you look at it this way, boss Jinbei doesn't seem to have any special background. Does that mean Chopper finally has a companion? Finally, a companion with a background similar to his own has come, ha 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 ha. Hey, brothers upstairs, do you want to hear what you are talking about? One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the 2nd captain of the Sun Pirates, isn't it enough for my boss Jinbei to have these 2 titles? Yeah, just these 2 titles of boss Jinbei are enough to surpass many backgrounds. Others need backgrounds to rely on, but our boss Jinbei, he himself has a very powerful background. Don't forget, Jinbei is a man known as the Sea Knight. If he fights in the sea, I'm afraid no one can be his opponent. That's right, our boss Jinbei doesn't need any other extra backgrounds at all, just his own title and strength are enough. Do you understand the value of a mere 4 emperors old Jinbei? Doghead. Jinbei, what does this sentence a mere 4 emperors old Jinbei mean? I see that these comments have mentioned it several times. Poor gas ace, haha, who cares? Jinbei, I didn't expect that you would be able to join Luffy's group in the future. I'm quite happy. My brother will have to ask you to take care of him in the future. Skulachman APU, damn. Even Seaman Jinbei will become a member of Straw Hat crew in the future. This is really unplayable. Basil Hawkins, the descendant of Ryama the Sword God, the strongest Germa warrior, the girl with the power of Uranus and Pluton, the only survivor of O'Hara, the son of the Red Hair Pirate's sniper, the son of the Beast's Pirate's plague, the grandfather of Marine Admiral Aokiji, and now there is the 7 warlords of the sea. Capone Beeg, I thought these members of the Straw Hat crew were just minor characters, but I didn't expect that they were bigger and scarier than each other. Urage, compared with them, we, the ordinary supernova pirates, are just a bunch of scum. Jewelry Bonnie, the identities of the crew members are so terrifying, then the background of the Straw Hat Pirates captain, isn't it even more exaggerated? Trafalgar Law, I don't know when this video will start to review the background of the Straw Hat leader, I'm quite curious about it. Everyone was talking like this in the movie chat group. And at this time, on the movie screen, the part belonging to Jinbei has ended. The screen returned to black again. Then, on the black screen, a new line of text slowly emerged. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 27 The Officially Certified Background King, Here He Comes. The text gradually faded away. In its place was the image of a boy wearing a straw hat. With short black hair. Wearing a red cardigan vest and blue shorts. Wearing a pair of flip-flops. With a brilliant smile on his face. As if he had no worries. He looked like a sunny and cheerful boy. The army of bullet comments passed by. FK. Finally, Luffy is here. After revealing the backgrounds of so many crew members, it's finally the turn to reveal the background of Captain Luffy. I don't know if I should say this or not. Although the backgrounds of the Straw Hat crew members are all very powerful, in front of Luffy's background, they are not worth mentioning at all. Ha 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 ha. Of course, after all, Luffy is a man with the title of Background King. Comparing backgrounds with Luffy? That's no different from showing off your skills in front of an expert. Although I have already listed so many backgrounds of Straw Hat crew, in fact, Luffy's background is more than theirs combined. I took a quick look at the progress bar of this video and found that it was only halfway through, which is enough to prove. Next is the personal showtime of Background King Luffy. Luffy, back off. Everyone back off. I'm going to start showing off. Smile with a crooked mouth. Great. I can't wait to see Luffy's background revealed. Monkey D. Luffy, it's my turn. After waiting for so long, it's finally my turn to video, hehe. Roronoa Zoro, you are really excited. Vinsmoke Sanji, after Jinbei, it's Luffy? It seems that for a long time in the future, we will not have any new partners on board except Jinbei. Usopp, judging from these comments, Luffy's background seems to be quite remarkable. It can even be said that the backgrounds of all of us combined cannot compare to his. Nami, after all, Luffy is our captain. Isn't this normal? Nico Robin, and just based on what we know about Luffy's background, it is already quite terrifying. The video later will definitely reveal more things we don't know, so there is nothing wrong with what these comments say. Frankie, this video is quite understandable. First, our crew members took turns to appear, and finally it was our captain's turn to make a heavy appearance, ha 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 ha. Brooke, Luffy's background, it's really exciting, yo ho ho ho. Tony Chopper, these comments actually said that Luffy is the background king, what a cool title. Monkey D. Luffy, no. I don't like this title. I don't want to be a background king, I want to be the man of the pirate king. Gold Roger, ahem, no matter how many times I hear it, I feel that this sentence is a bit weird. Straw Hat Boy, you want to be the pirate king, I admire it, but can you change your words in the future, don't always say that you are the man of the pirate king. Monkey D. Luffy, what? Why? Shanks, ha 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 ha. Captain Roger, Luffy is very simple, I think as long as you think about it, nothing will happen. Gold Roger. Monkey D. Garp, next, is it finally time to take stock of Luffy's background? It seems that I will have a scene soon. Sengoku, Hey! Garp, is this something worth looking forward to? Monkey D. Garp, you are an old bachelor who has lived for 10,000 years and has no offspring. You still don't understand even if I tell you. Sengoku? Inside the viewing screen. The video starts playing. However, the first sound is not the low voiceover. It is the mechanical prompt sound when the viewing system appears at the beginning. Since Monkey D. Luffy's background is too huge and involves too many people. Therefore, the following part will introduce Luffy's background characters one by one. The video content may be a bit long, please watch it patiently. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the viewing chat group was shocked. Rox DZ Beck, good guy. Even the viewing system directly said that the background of this Straw Hat Boy is too huge. John, because there are too many people involved in the background of the Straw Hat Boy, you specially introduced them one by one? Silver Axe, even the viewing system kindly reminds us that the following video content may be a bit long, so we should watch it patiently. Akoku, it can be said that this is equivalent to the viewing system directly officially certifying the identity of the Straw Hat Boy as the background king. Kaido, humph. He is just a kid who doesn't know his place. I want to see how terrifying this kid's background is. Is it so terrifying that even I have to be afraid? The video officially begins. A familiar low voiceover sounded. One of Monkey D. Luffy's backgrounds, Father, Monkey D. Dragon. Founder of the Revolutionary Army. Current Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army. The world's most vicious criminal. As a series of identities and titles of Luffy's father were revealed. A middle-aged man also appeared in the picture. He was wearing a dark green cloak. There was a brown tattoo on the left side of his face, the shape was very strange, and it made his face look very fierce and full of momentum. Skurakiman APU? The father of the Straw Hat Boy was actually the Revolutionary Dragon who was dubbed the world's most vicious criminal. Basil Hawkins, Monkey D. Dragon, Monkey D. Luffy. We should have thought of this relationship long ago. Urage, not only that, but also the marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, they are all from the same family. Drake, Grandpa is a marine hero who once chased the pirate King Roger all over the world, and his father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army who is regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the world government. The genes of this family are really strong. Kira, but this marine, a member of the Revolutionary Army, shouldn't be of any help to Straw Hat Kid, a pirate, right? Eustace Kid, haha, even if he helps, so what? I don't think I'm any worse than Straw Hat Kid without these backgrounds. Isn't his bounty lower than mine? Trafalgar Law, Boss Eustace, you're really confident. Inside the movie screen. The camera turns. The screen comes to Logetown in East Blue. In the screen, Luffy is walking on the street of Logetown at this moment. Looking around. Seems to be looking for something. Where is the execution platform of Pirate King Roger? Why can't I find it after walking around for so long? Luffy walked while talking to himself in distress. And all of this was seen by Dragon hiding in the dark. He just raised his hand slightly. A hurricane was generated from his palm. Then it blew towards Luffy. Under the guidance of this hurricane, Luffy finally found the location of the execution platform. Long followed silently not far away. Observing secretly. Not long after, Luffy climbed onto the execution platform. He wanted to see the scenery that Roger saw before his death. As a result, he was caught by Buggy and others who were well prepared and pressed directly onto the execution platform. Buggy held a big knife and was ready to chop off Luffy's head. Zoro and others under the execution platform were extremely anxious when they saw this scene. But given their distance, it was definitely too late to stop it. Even Luffy felt that he should be dead this time. However, facing death, he did not have any fear. He just raised a bright smile and shouted to his companions below. "Sorry, I'm going to die. He he he. However, just when the big knife held high in Buggy's hand was about to fall. Boom! The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The wind was blowing hard, howling in all directions. Amidst the thunder that resounded through the sky, a thick lightning bolt struck straight down. It just hit Buggy squarely. Instantly. Lightning and thunder. The towering execution platform collapsed instantly. Buggy, who was electrocuted to charcoal, lost all his resistance and was buried in the ruins of the execution platform. But Luffy, the rubber man, was safe and sound, and climbed up from the ground intact. Then he quickly ran away with his companions. Buggy, Walter. P.S. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Please give me monthly votes. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 28, Dragon's Second Year Quotes. What reason can stop a man from setting sail? The barge passed by. Look, look. The father rescued his son. Ha ha ha. Buggy is so miserable. I was wondering before, with Buggy Conqueror's luck, how could he be struck by a natural lightning? It turns out that this is not a coincidence at all. If you want to chop off someone's son's head in front of the dragon, who else will the dragon hit if not you? Ha ha ha. I guess Buggy has always thought that he had bad luck in Logue Town. Who would have thought that it was all a conspiracy? No way. Who made Luffy the background king? Even Conqueror's luck doesn't work in front of Buggy, ha ha ha. But Buggy's Conqueror's luck is actually quite useful except in front of Luffy. Buggy, shit. I was wondering how lucky the Straw Hat Kid was when he was in Logue Town. A thunderbolt just happened to hit Laozi, saving his life. It turns out that this was not a coincidence at all. Monkey D. Luffy, it turned out that my dad saved me. I almost thought I was going to die at that time. Thank you so much, Dad. He he he. Monkey D. Dragon, it was just a matter of convenience. Buggy. Shanks, ha 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 ha. Buggy, why did you mess with Luffy for no reason? His background is not something you can afford to mess with. Buggy, I didn't know that at the time. If I had known this earlier, I would have been bored and went against the Straw Hat Kid. Gold Roger, by the way, what is the Conqueror's luck mentioned in these comments? I only know Conqueror's Haki. Is it an ability created by Buggy? Buggy, hey? Conqueror's luck? I don't know what that is. It's not important. What's important is that I was struck by the father of the Straw Hat guy. Roronoa Zoro, so the lightning that saved Luffy was done by Luffy's father. I was wondering why it was so timely. Vinsmoke Sanji, he can attract lightning with just a move. Why does it feel a bit like Enel's method on Sky Island? Tony Chopper, Luffy's father is so strong just by looking at him. On the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After Luffy was saved by Dragon and successfully escaped from Buggy. But he was soon chased by Smoker again. Facing Smoker, who possessed the ability of the Logia Smoke Fruit. At that time, Luffy, who had no idea about Haki at all, naturally could not be his opponent. He was defeated soon. Smoker pinned him to the ground. Just as Smoker raised his weapon and prepared to put an end to Luffy, a figure in a dark green cloak appeared behind Smoker. He slowly stretched out a big hand. Instantly, he clamped Smoker's movements. Smoker turned his head suddenly. When he saw Long's face half covered by the cloak hood, Smoker's pupils suddenly shrank violently. But he still suppressed the shock in his heart and said in a deep voice, "The government has always wanted your head." Long smiled wantonly and responded, "The world is waiting for our answer." As the voice fell, a sudden gust of wind blew from nowhere. Instantly blew everything around into the sky. Smoker and Luffy were also blown away far away in an instant. And when Luffy came to his senses, he had actually arrived at the port of Logue Town. and Smoker had disappeared. Luffy had been pinned to the ground by Smoker. So he didn't know what had just happened. He didn't care too much. He boarded the Mary from the port. He met up with his friends who had been waiting for him for a long time. Then he set sail and left Logue Town in the storm. Long was standing on the roof of a house near the port. He looked at the Mary going away. And the straw hat figure on the deck of the Mary. In the storm, he slowly opened his arms. Let the strong wind blow his cloak. Let the wind blow, the storm of fate is coming. The wool passed down from generation to generation, the changes of the times, people's dreams. These are unstoppable. As long as people continue to pursue the answer to freedom, all of this will never stop. Pirates? Not bad. Go. If this is what you choose to do. Long's impassioned voice echoed in the storm, like an old father giving instructions to his son on a voyage. At the port below, Smoker, who finally arrived here, was furious at the Mary that had gone far away on the sea ahead. He turned his head to look at Long on the roof next to him and asked, "Why? Why did you help that man?" Long. Boom boom. At this time, a pale lightning flashed across the sky. Long still looked into the distance, not looking at Smoker below. After the roar of lightning, he slowly spoke in a deep voice. "What reason can stop a man from setting sail?" The picture freezes here. A large army of translucent bullet comments emerged. FK. Long is so cool in this wave, so cool. What reason can stop a man from setting sail? I really remember this sentence until now, it's so cool. And what Long said before is actually pretty cool, but it seems a bit too second year. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, after listening to you, Long's remarks are indeed like what a second-year boy would say. But I have to say, Logue Town is lucky that Long came this time, otherwise Luffy would either die at the hands of Buggy or be captured by Smoker. This is the value of a biological father. If he didn't help, it would be fine. But once he helped Luffy resolve the crisis twice in a row. I just realized now that Smoker was really tough at this time. Facing Long, the most vicious criminal in the world, he was able to question the other party without fear why he helped Luffy. Smoker was really tough this time, but he certainly didn't expect that Long was actually Luffy's father. Ha 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 ha. Long, what reason can stop a father from saving his son? Doghead. Ha 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 ha. The buddy upstairs is really talented. He put his knowledge into practice so quickly. If Smoker knew that Long was Luffy's father, he would probably doubt his life, right? Oh. This is just the beginning? Smoker is the real Luffy's background witness. He will have to face this kind of thing many times in the future. Yet, if Smoker doubts his life after just this one time, he will be PD off to death later. Doghead. Smoker, I am the background witness of Straw Hat Boy? What the hell? Buggy, damn. I have to say, it's good to have a background. If it weren't for this dragon, Straw Hat Boy couldn't even enter the Grand Line and would have died in Logue Town long ago. Skulachaman APU, oh, people are so annoying when compared to others. I was on the verge of life and death so many times in order to enter the Grand Line. As a result, Straw Hat Boy actually had someone to escort him and clear the way. Uraj, I feel that our pirate journey is not the same as Straw Hat Boy's pirate journey. Basil Hawkins, there is no way. This world is like this, some people are born in Rome, and the rest of us are born to be cattle and horses. Inside the movie screen. The part about dragons ends here. Then. The low voiceover sounded again. Monkey D. Luffy's background too, Grandpa, Monkey D. Garp. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 29 Others release water, but Garp releases the sea. In the screen, Garp's figure slowly emerged. A head of short grey hair. A strong and muscular body. although his face looks a little old due to his age. But he is energetic and full of energy. A white suit and a cloak of justice make him look very majestic. Monkey D. Garp. Ha 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 ha. It's finally time for me to appear. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Sengoku, it just so happens that I want to take this opportunity to see how you discipline your grandson. As a marine hero, your grandson became a pirate and a member of the worst generation. You are so embarrassed to laugh here. Don Quixote da Flamingo, Fu Dragon, the father, has saved the life of the Straw Hat Boy twice in a row. I don't know what kind of help the hero Garp, as the grandfather of the Straw Hat Boy, will give him. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Because of his status as a revolutionary, Dragon often has to go to countries that have been in war for many years. Therefore, shortly after Luffy was born, Dragon brought him back to East Blue and gave him to his father Garp to raise. As the Marine Vice Admiral, Garp actually needs to travel on the sea all year round to catch pirates everywhere. So Garp took the young Luffy to Windmill Village and gave him to the bandit Dodden to raise. Of course, Garp did not become a complete hands-off boss like Dragon. Every time after completing the marine mission, Garp would always return to East Blue to visit his precious grandson as soon as possible. By the way, he would take the time to give him some devilish special training. For example, throwing the young Luffy alone into the deep mountains and old forests to PK with wild beasts, in order to ensure the safety of Windmill Village. Every time Garp returns to East Blue, he will specially eliminate all the pirates active in the nearby waters. The barrage passed. Ha ha ha. Garp's way of raising children is really amazing. Who would give their grandson to a bunch of bandits to raise? Long, I gave my son to you, and you turned around and gave him to a bunch of bandits. Doghead. But to be honest, Garp is actually more responsible as a grandfather than Long as a father. Yet, Garp at least knows to come back and see Luffy from time to time, unlike Long. Luffy doesn't even know that he has a father, ha ha ha. But then again, Garp is also a weirdo. If you say he doesn't worry about Luffy's safety, he has to clean up the pirates in the surrounding sea every time he comes back. But if you say he worries about Luffy's safety, he can throw young Luffy alone into the mountains, and he is not afraid that Luffy will be eaten by wild beasts or encounter other accidents. Ha 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 ha. Who says it's not true? I think the reason why Luffy's vitality is so strong is that he was trained by Garp when he was a child. And I reasonably suspect that the reason why East Blue became the weakest of the four seas is probably because Garp went back to East Blue to see Luffy too many times, resulting in the slightly stronger pirates active in East Blue being wiped out by him. Perhaps over time, a legend will be spread in the pirate world: don't step into East Blue, there are extremely terrifying marine heroes stationed there, it is a life-forbidden zone for pirates. Ha 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 ha. Absolutely. As expected. Everyone in the barrage is a talent. Monkey D. Garp, it turns out that East Blue became the weakest sea, which was actually caused by me. It seems that this is really possible, ha ha ha. Sengoku, I finally know why Garp's grandson will become a pirate when he grows up. With Garp's way of raising children, it would be strange if Straw Hat Boy didn't become a pirate. Usopp, Luffy's childhood experience was really terrifying. He was thrown into the mountains and forests at such a young age. If it were me, I would have died 800 times. Tony Chopper, no wonder Luffy is as strong as a monster now. It turns out that he was trained since he was a child. Monkey D. Luffy, yes, the training my grandfather gave me when I was a child was really terrifying. But thanks to this training, I can become so strong now. He he he. Monkey D. Dragon, old man, I suddenly regretted giving Luffy to you to raise. Monkey D. Garp, What? Do you think I didn't raise the child well? But didn't you see that Luffy is still alive and well? Picking nose. Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. So in Garp's cognition, as long as he didn't kill the child, he was successful. Edward Newgate, Gulala. To be honest, the Straw Hat Kid can actually survive under Garp's way of raising the child, which can indeed be regarded as a miracle. In the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The camera turns. The time came to not long ago. The Straw Hat Crew's riot in Ennice lobby was a hot topic. It also caused a great shock in the naval headquarters. When they learned that Luffy and others had left Ennice lobby, they were resting in the Water 7 capitals. Sengoku immediately prepared to send warships and troops to the Water 7 capitals to capture the Straw Hat pirates. However, this order was overheard by Garp, who was eating senbei in Sengoku's office. So Garp volunteered to Sengoku. He said that he would lead the team to the Water 7 capitals to capture the useless grandson. He promised to capture all the Straw Hat crew without leaving any. Sengoku didn't think much at the time and agreed directly. However, when Garp arrived at the Water 7 capitals, he didn't attack Luffy and others at all. He just chatted with Luffy and his friends for a while and left in a swagger. And when Luffy and others set off from the Water 7 capitals, in order to barely cope with the Marines' mission, so Garp pretended to attack Luffy and others. In the picture, Garp kept throwing a cannonball in each hand at the Sunny on the sea ahead. The shells kept exploding in the air, making a terrifying sound. But in fact, Garp threw hundreds of shells. But they didn't even touch the edge of the Sunny. After a fierce bombardment, the Sunny was unscathed and safe. It soon disappeared from Garp's sight. And watching the Sunny gradually disappear, standing on the bow of the deck, Garp couldn't help but smile kindly. Sengoku, Garp, is this what you promised me, that you would capture all the Straw Hat crew without leaving a single one? Monkey D. Garp, ha 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 ha. Sengoku, you must have heard it wrong. What I promised you at that time was I won't leave any of them behind. Sengoku, FK me. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 30. In front of the entire naval headquarters, it should be impossible for Garp to let it go again, right? Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. You won't leave any of them behind. Garp, you old man are really humorous, ha 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 ha. Edward Newgate, Gulala. Sengoku, you are stupid too. Do you really expect Garp to catch his grandson himself? Shiki, jahahaha. Sengoku, you are not doing it on purpose? After all, with your brain, it is impossible not to guess that Garp will let him go. I suspect you are also deliberately letting the Straw Hat boy go. Sengoku? Golden Lion, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. How could I, the great Marine Marshal, do such a thing? Rox DZ Beck, haha, who can say for sure? You and Garp are so close that you can wear the same pants. Isn't it normal to let his grandson go? Sengoku, slander. You are slandering. When everyone was discussing fiercely in the movie chat group, a large number of comments were also floating on the screen of the movie viewing screen. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Garp is too ruthless in letting the water go. More than letting the water go, Mr. Garp is simply letting the sea go. Those hundreds of shells, even if they were thrown blindly with their eyes closed, it is absolutely impossible that not even one shell would hit the target, right? I think looking at the entire sea, I am afraid that only Kizaru's 8-foot outline jade can compare with it. I say you guys are really unromantic. Mr. Garp is over 70 years old. His presbyopia makes him unable to see clearly and his hands shake and he can't aim accurately. Aren't these all normal things? Doghead. Yet, how can you wrongly accuse an old man in his 70s? It's really too harsh. Doghead. Monkey D. Garp, right, right, right. What these comments say is so true. I am over 70 years old this year. Isn't it normal that I can't see clearly and aim accurately? Why are you all saying that I am letting you win? This is simply a naked slander. Sakazuki, haha, I don't believe you, you are such a bad old man. Borsalino, why do these comments call my Yashikani no Megatama Yashikami Jade and say that only I can compete with Vice Admiral Garp? Are they praising me? Kuzan, alala Borsalino, how can you tell that these comments are praising you? They are obviously insulting you, okay? Borsalino, is that so? These comments are really too much. Sengoku, I don't know why, after reading these comments, I always feel that sending Kizaru to Sabayati Archipelago to capture Straw Hat Crew is also a wrong decision. Borsalino, Sengoku, how can you not trust me? Don't worry, I will definitely capture all the Straw Hat Crew for you. Sengoku, is it really that I will not leave any of them, or will I not leave any of them like Garp? Borsalino, it depends on how you understand it. Sengoku. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. The camera turns. The scene comes to Naval Headquarters. In the video, the square of Naval Headquarters is crowded with people. There are Marines and pirates. At this moment, they are all fighting madly. People are bleeding and falling. The ground of Naval Headquarters Square has long been stained with blood. Sengoku, the ones fighting with Naval Headquarters in the video are Whitebeard pirates. Crane, could this be what will happen in Marineford soon? Kuzan, alala, it seems that the Whitebeard pirates are indeed coming to Marineford to rescue Ace the Fire Fist. Sakazuki, hehe, they came just in time. We can just take this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Monkey D. Luffy, what? Rescue Ace the Fire Fist? What's going on? Was Ace captured by Marine? Poor gas D. Ace, Luffy, this is none of your business, so don't ask. Gold Roger, Poor gas D. Ace. What's the name? Shiki, Roger, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Roger was shocked at the moment and did not answer Shiki's question. Although Ace had spoken in the movie chat group before. However, Roger was not paying attention to it at the time, and did not notice Ace's name that was buried in the numerous chat records. However, at this moment, when he saw the name Porgas D. Ace, he understood many things at once. Porgas, this is the last name of his wife Porgas D. Rouge. And Ace is one of the two names he gave his child. If it's a girl, call her Anne. If it's a boy, call him Ace. Roger had said this to his wife Rouge before turning himself into Marine. And now, when such a familiar name is in front of him, how can Roger not guess? This little guy named Porgas D. Ace is his son. My son, was captured by Marine. But from the content of the video, it seems that Whitebeard took people to Naval Headquarters to rescue him. With Whitebeard's strength, he should be able to rescue Ace, right? Roger thought so in his heart, but he still couldn't help but feel a little worried. The video continued to play. The camera gave Luffy, who was rushing forward on the battlefield. With the full help of the Whitebeard pirates and the impelled down fugitives, Luffy finally stepped onto the stairs leading to the execution platform where Ace was. However, just when he thought he would be able to reach Ace soon, a figure suddenly jumped up from below. It landed heavily on the stairs in front of Luffy like a cannonball. It was Garp with a solemn and gloomy face. Seeing this, Luffy hurriedly shouted to Garp, "Grandpa, get out of the way." However, this time Garp did not laugh like he did last time in the 7 water cities. With a sullen face, he responded in a cold voice. "How can I get out of the way? I am the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. I have been fighting pirates since long before you were born. If you want to pass through here, then step over my body." Straw Hat Boy Luffy. This is the path you have chosen. Garp's words mixed with a bit of anger echoed in the field. It immediately attracted the attention of many people on the battlefield. When they saw that the legendary marine hero Garp was standing in front of Luffy, everyone on the pirate side couldn't help showing a worried look. With the fledgling strength of Straw Hat Boy, How could he be a match for Garp? Monkey D. Garp, what? Luffy, this stinky boy, actually ran to naval headquarters to save Ace in the future. Monkey D. Luffy, of course. I'm Ace's brother, how could I not save him? Kaido, Garp and Straw Hat Boy, the grandfather and grandson, are actually going to fight? This is quite interesting. Charlotte Linlin, well, with Garp's strength, if he really gets serious, I'm afraid Straw Hat Boy can't even withstand his punch, right? Edward Newgate. I just don't know if Garp can really take his own grandson seriously. Sengoku, I believe Garp. It was okay last time in the Water 7 capitals, but this time it's in front of the entire naval headquarters. If he lets it go again, it's really unacceptable. Crane, indeed, no matter how thick-skinned Garp is, he shouldn't be able to do such a thing, right? Read books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31. How dare Roger, the mere pirate king, be compared with Luffy, the background king? Inside the movie screen. The video continues to play. Faced with Garp's obstruction, Luffy's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He spoke again, anxiously shouting, "Please, Grandpa. Let me through." Garp was unmoved and gritted his teeth and said, "I've already said that if you want to pass through here, just step over my body first." Such a resolute attitude made Luffy stunned. "But I can't do it." At this moment, Luffy's voice seemed to tremble a little. Garp shouted angrily, "If you can't do it, then Ace will definitely die." Luffy paused when he heard this. He seemed to think of Ace's tragic death. The hesitant look on his face gradually became firm. "No. I don't want that." Garp looked at his grandson seriously and continued, "Life is full of disappointments. Luffy, I won't show mercy to you. I will treat you as an enemy." Garp's angry shout spread throughout the venue again. And the moment his voice fell, the marine hero also threw a punch at Luffy in front of him without hesitation. Seeing this, Luffy also no longer hesitated. Started the second gear and punched Garp. "Gold Roger, damn. Garp, are you serious?" Edward Newgate, it seems that Garp is serious this time, and his attitude is very firm. Sengoku, great. Garp, you finally didn't let me win like you did last time in the Water 7 cities. When Garp gets serious, he's actually pretty reliable. Ugh, since Garp really attacked the Straw Hat Kid, I guess that brat will be beaten down right away. Charlotte Linlin. I didn't expect to see the famous scene of a grandfather beating his grandson in this video. Teach even when facing his own grandson, he can still kill his own relative without hesitation. Then Garp's title of marine hero is well deserved, thief hahaha. In the discussion of the crowd, the video continues to play. On the screen, Garp and Luffy both punched at the same time and attacked each other. Although Luffy was reluctant to attack his grandfather, but in order to rescue his brother Ace, he had to do it. At this moment, there was no hesitation or confusion on his face, and he was very determined. However, looking at Garp, he was originally very determined. At the moment of throwing his fist, the expression on his face suddenly became hesitant. His pupils were shaking uncontrollably. He paused slightly. He looked at Luffy, who was attacking him. His mind suddenly recalled the scenes of his time with Luffy. The fist he swung out completely stopped in midair and stopped moving forward. A pair of old eyes also slowly closed. Bang! The next moment, Luffy's fist was not blocked at all and hit Garp's face heavily. The legendary Marine Vice Admiral who once chased the Pirate King Roger all over the world, his sturdy body flew backwards. Then he fell straight down. He hit the ground below with a bang and couldn't get up for a long time. The picture froze. Translucent bullet screens poured out crazily. Oh my god! The grandson hit the grandfather. Breaking news. Marine hero Garp was knocked to the ground by the Straw Hat Boy with a punch and couldn't even get up. Doghead. I declare that from today on, the title of One Punch Man will no longer belong to Garp, but to Luffy. Knocked Garp to the ground with one punch. Even Roger, the Pirate King back then, couldn't do this. But now, background King Luffy did it very easily. Of course. Roger is just a small pirate king. How can he be compared with our background King Luffy? Doghead. Scared me. Garp's previous attitude made me think that he would really kill his own brother for the sake of justice and take Luffy down on the spot. Unexpectedly, Garp, who was still aggressive in the last second, closed his eyes and gave up resistance in the next second, letting Luffy punch him and fly away. Ha 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 ha. You don't understand this, right? Garp's previous attitude was just a pretense. If he wasn't so tough, how could Luffy have the heart to attack his grandfather? Indeed. It turns out that Garp's previous tough attitude was completely paving the way for the release of the sea at this moment. Ha 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 ha. The whole Grand Line is almost drained of water by Garp. Marco, you didn't do that when you punched me before. Doghead. Pfft. In comparison, Marco is indeed a bit miserable. He was punched by Garp, had to wear bandages for several days, and was scolded for the rest of his life. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku? Kaido? Marco? Tsuru, Garp, couldn't help but let go in the end. Gold Roger, alas, this is actually human nature. As a grandfather, how could he really kill his own grandson? Edward Newgate, it's really hard for old man Garp, who is caught in the middle. Poor Gas-D Ace, the old man must have been in agony at the time, right? He struggled for a long time before making this decision. And it was all because of me, all my fault. Sakazuki, humph. As a marine hero, he actually let a pirate go in front of the entire naval headquarters at such an important and critical moment. Garp, you are simply not worthy of being a marine. Kyuzan, la Sakazuki, what you said is a bit harsh. Garp also has his own difficulties. Sakazuki, hehe, for a marine, justice is above all else. No matter what the difficulties are, they can't be a reason for him to let a pirate go. Borsalino, Sakazuki, you are really strict. Marco, why are there contents about me in these comments? What do you mean? Compared with the Straw Hat Boy, I am really miserable. Vista, haha, Marco, you must have been beaten by Garp before this, otherwise these comments would not be said. Jaws, to be honest, with the strength of the hero Garp, no one in our pirate group can match him except Dad. If the Straw Hat Boy in the video was replaced by any of us, it would be impossible for us to get past Garp. Izzo, yes, fortunately Ace's brother is an absolute background king, otherwise, with Garp blocking the way, it would be really difficult for us to rescue Ace. Sengoku, damn. Garp, you old BD really PD me off. I can understand that you let your grandson go, but can you not let him go so obviously? Monkey D. Garp, Sengoku, what do you mean? Sengoku, there are so many soldiers from the naval headquarters watching on the scene, you should at least pretend to fight with the Straw Hat Boy before falling down. How can you just close your eyes and let the Straw Hat Boy beat you out like in the video? Monkey D. Garp, hiss. That's right. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have thought it could be like this. Sengoku is smarter than you, ha 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 ha. Rocks DZ back, wait. Sengoku. As the Marine Admiral, why did you teach Garp how to let the pirates go? John, could it be? Sengoku, are you in the same group with Garp? In fact, I've been wanting to let Garp's grandson go for a long time. Silver Axe, I think it's very possible. After all, Sengoku and Garp have been good friends for many years. Even if he is the Marine Admiral, he must be on Garp's side. Akoku, tisk tisk tisk, the Marine Admiral and the Marine Hero are letting the pirates go together? If this gets out, you Marines will be so proud, ha 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 ha. Sengoku? Nonsense. As a Marine Marshal, how could I be as lenient towards pirates as that old jerk Garp? If the Straw Hat Boy in the previous video had met me, he would have been taken down by me long ago. Just as Sengoku made such a solemn vow in the movie chat group. Inside the movie screen, the part belonging to Garp has ended. Then, the low voiceover sounded again. Monkey D. Luffy's background 3, Grandpa Sengoku. Sengoku? Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32, as a Marine Marshal, how could I possibly go easy on the pirates? Sengoku, what the hell? This video actually says that I am also one of the background of the Straw Hat Boys, and I am his grandfather. How is this possible? Monkey D. Garp, ha 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 ha. Sengoku, after all this time, you are one of us, why didn't you say so earlier? Rox D. Zebek, I was wondering why Sengoku wanted to teach Garp how to release water. It turns out that even he, the Marine Admiral, is the background of the Straw Hat Boys. Monkey D. Luffy, what? How come I have another grandfather? So weird. Nami, Luffy, the grandfather here does not necessarily refer to your biological grandfather. For example, Marine Admiral Sengoku has a good relationship with your grandfather, so it is normal for you to call him Grandpa. Monkey D. Luffy, Soga. I see. Roronoa Zoro, that's true, but I didn't expect that even the current Marine Marshal could be Luffy's background. Vinsmoke Sanji, who said it wasn't? Judging from the rhythm of this video, the first two listed Luffy's biological father and biological grandfather who have a direct blood relationship with Luffy, and the latter should start to list those people who have no direct blood relationship with Luffy but can still be called Luffy's background. Usopp, I really don't know how much background Luffy has to be rated as the background king by this viewing system. Skulachaman APU, damn. I'm numb. This video is going on, and you actually told me that even the current Marine Marshal is the background of the Straw Hat Boy. Urage, with Marine Hero Garp and Marine Marshal Sengoku as the background of the Straw Hat Boy, who else in the naval headquarters can touch him? It's really a bit outrageous. Sengoku, hey. You guys, don't jump to conclusions so early. How can I, as a Marine Admiral, have a background as a pirate? This viewing system must have made a mistake. Shiki, ha 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 ha, come on, Sengoku, this viewing system has unimaginable power, do you think it could make mistakes? Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. That's right, Sengoku, don't be so stubborn now. Edward Newgate, Gulala Sengoku, the more stubborn you are now, the more miserable you will be when you are slapped in the face by the video later. Sengoku, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. As the low voiceover falls, a figure slowly appears on the screen. Like Garp, this is also a sturdy old man. He wears a white suit covered with medals. A cloak of justice is draped behind him. He wears a white seagull hat on his head. A long black beard hangs down from his chin in a braided shape. He wears a pair of round black framed glasses. It is the current Naval Headquarters Marshal, Sengoku of Buddha. The camera turns. The scene returns to Naval Headquarters Marineford again. After defeating his grandfather Garp, he finally succeeded in climbing onto the execution platform where Ace was. At this moment, Luffy was extremely excited. He only had eyes for Ace in front of him. He did not see Marine Marshal Sengoku standing quietly beside him. Finally here. Ace, wait, I'll rescue you right away. Luffy said excitedly, then took out a key from his pocket and prepared to open the sea stone handcuffs on Ace's hands. But at this moment, a laser suddenly attacked from below. The key in Luffy's hand was shot directly and accurately. Oops! How could this happen? Luffy was shocked. Without this key, how could he rescue Ace? Just as Luffy was extremely distressed about this, on the execution platform, a man in executioner's uniform who had fallen to the ground suddenly got up. When he saw Luffy in front of him, he exclaimed, "Straw Hat Boy, why are you here?" Luffy looked over and showed a surprised look. 3. He recognized him at once. The man in front of him was Mr. 3, who escaped from Impel Down with him. There was no time to ask why the other party was here and why he was wearing the clothes of a marine executioner. Luffy directly asked the other party to use the power of the candle fruit to help him make a key for the sea stone handcuffs. Mr. 3 also nodded in agreement very readily. However, while the two were talking like this, Sengoku, who had been standing quietly by the side watching all this, became more and more angry. Then, his body suddenly began to expand rapidly. Dazzling golden light also emanated from his body, shining in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Sengoku had transformed into a huge golden Buddha, extremely majestic. He looked down at Luffy at his feet and said angrily, "Straw Hat Boy, you are also a big villain who deserves to die. In that case, I will personally execute you two brothers." As he said that, Sengoku raised his huge golden palm directly. Without hesitation, he slapped Luffy and Ace at his feet. "Sengoku, did you see that? In the video, I attacked the Straw Hat Boy without hesitation, without any intention of letting him go. Monkey D. Garp, damn. Sengoku, you old man, it's okay for you to attack my grandson, but you even used the power of the great Buddha fruit. Kyuzan, alala, I feel like I haven't seen Marshal Sengoku use his devil fruit power for a long time. Borsalino, it seems that old man Sengoku is really serious this time, so scary. Sakazuki, as the leader and role model of all Marines, Marshal Marine should do this. Shiki, good guy. Sengoku's human fruit, mythical beast, great Buddha form, has a terrifying increase in combat power. With this slap, won't the Straw Hat Boy and Fire Fist Ace be beaten into pulp? Gold Roger, Sengoku, you are not really going to do such a cruel thing, are you? Sengoku, of course. As a Marine Marshal, there is no reason for me to go easy on the pirates. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Luffy noticed Sengoku's move. He immediately asked Mr. 3 to make a dome with candles to protect Ace. Then he took a deep breath, inflated his body completely, and protected the top of the candle dome like a balloon. The next moment, under the focus of countless people, Sengoku's huge palm fell down and landed heavily on Luffy's bulging belly. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar. The terrifying impact spread out in all directions. Luffy's bulging belly quickly deflated under Sengoku's giant palm. The large amount of air he had inhaled also ran out of his mouth again. At the same time, a trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. The candle dome protected by Luffy also collapsed and shattered quickly. And with it collapsed the execution platform below everyone. Losing the execution platform as a foothold, Luffy, Ace, Mr. 3 and others fell down quickly. But thanks to this, the three of them can be said to have perfectly avoided the aftermath of Sengoku's palm. Except for Luffy spitting out a small mouthful of blood at the beginning, the three of them were almost unscathed, and took this opportunity to completely distance themselves from Sengoku. Not good. Seeing this, Sengoku, who was in the sky, secretly said that it was not good. However, he did not make any follow-up moves, just watching Luffy and the others fall downwards, with no intention of chasing them. The scene freezes here. Then, Another wave of dense barrages began to quickly pass by. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 33 Sengoku. What? Your grandpa is also called Garp? Telling a joke, the dignified Marine Marshal used the power of the devil fruit to attack, but he didn't cause any damage to Luffy and the others. Doghead. Sengoku's palm seemed to be very scary, but in fact it was just scraping. Ha ha ha. This palm not only did not cause any damage to Luffy and the others, but also helped them successfully escape from the execution platform. It was really a divine assist. Report to the organization. I want to report Marine Marshal Sengoku for match fixing. Doghead. But I have to say that Sengoku's match fixing is still much more professional than Garp. Yes, Sengoku at least knows how to pretend, and his superficial skills are still sufficient. Unlike Garp, he just stood there and closed his eyes, and was knocked down by Luffy. It was really fake, ha ha ha. Sengoku is worthy of being the resourceful general of the naval headquarters. This match fixing is professional. Doghead. After all, Sengoku is the Marine Admiral. Even if he is an actor, he can't be as obvious as Garp. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too much? Ha ha ha. Sengoku? Is it fake? This must be fake, right? Monkey D. Garp, ha 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 ha. I was really scared, Sengoku. I almost thought you would kill Luffy and Ace. It seems that I wronged you. Gold Roger, yeah, I was also scared just now. The key is that Sengoku, the old guy, said so confidently and righteously in the chat group that I almost believed his lies. Rox DZ Beck, tisk 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 Sengoku, Sengoku, I didn't expect that a guy like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes would actually say one thing in front of you and another behind your back. Kaido, ugh, who just said that as a Marine Marshal, he would never let the pirates go? Now he's been slapped in the face, right? Borsalino, ugh Sengoku, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Kyuzan, la no wonder Sengoku wanted to teach Garp how to let the pirates go correctly. It turns out that he would do the same in the future. Sakazuki, humph. A Marine Marshal would actually let the pirates go. It's simply a loss of face and prestige for us Marines. Edward Newgate, Gulala Sengoku, well done. With your assist, I feel that Ace's rescue is a foregone conclusion. Monkey D. Luffy, so this grandfather named Sengoku is actually helping me rescue Ace. He's really a good person. Charlotte Linlin, wow, a rookie Straw Hat Boy, despite being blocked by Marine Hero Garp and Marine Marshal Sengoku, managed to rescue Fire Fist Ace. If I had said this before, no one would have believed it, right? Shiki, damn. This reminds me of when I broke into naval headquarters and Garp and Sengoku, the two old men, teamed up to deal with me. They were not like this back then. John, haha. Shiki, aren't you talking nonsense? You are not Garp's grandson. Do you still expect them to go easy on you like they did to Straw Hat Boy? Silver Axe, I can only say, the biggest watershed in life is amniotic fluid. Straw Hat Boy is really lucky. Akoku, with Garp and Sengoku as his backers, Straw Hat Boy doesn't have to worry about what Marine will do to him even though he is a pirate. How enviable! Sengoku, you guys should stop here. I am not that kind of person who is a slapper here and an actor there. Douglas Bullet. Then how do you explain the fact that the Straw Hat Kids didn't even get hurt when you hit them with your palm in the video? If this isn't slapping, what is this? Sengoku, humph. Could it be that I was ill that day and couldn't show my usual strength? Barrick Redfield, haha, do you believe this? Just as everyone was arguing fiercely. The video on the viewing screen was still playing. The camera turned. Several new figures appeared on the square of Marineford. The leader was Blackbeard. And the people behind him were several members of the Blackbeard Pirates. At this moment, Blackbeard was laughing wildly. One of his hands was shrouded in darkness like a shadow, and the other hand was shrouded in a transparent white ball of light. As he gently waved his hands, the ground beneath his feet began to shake wildly. And when he suddenly swung his fists, everything around him was directly shattered. The ground was cracking and the buildings were collapsing. It was like the end of the world, and the momentum was terrifying. Ha 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 ha. I got the dark gravity that turned everything into nothing, and the earthquake power that shattered everything. In this way, I am invincible. I am the strongest. Ha ha ha. From now on, it's my era. Blackbeard laughed wildly and arrogantly. Around him, many marine soldiers looked at him with a look of fear and terror. I feel it. I feel the power gushing out of my body. What a powerful ability. Everything in this world seems to be at my disposal. Then, first, let's sink this marine ford to the bottom of the sea. Having said this, the smile on Blackbeard's face became even more rampant. However, just as he was about to make a move, a shadow suddenly descended from his head. Blackbeard turned his head and looked. Then he saw that Sengoku, who had transformed into a Buddha, had come to his side without knowing when. A huge golden palm was slapping down at him. The smile on Blackbeard's face disappeared immediately, revealing a strong look of fear. Not good. Blackbeard and the pirates behind him were about to resist. But Sengoku's attack had already fallen. A terrifying shock wave blasted out from Sengoku's huge golden palm. Instantly, all the people in the Blackbeard pirates were enveloped in it. Boom boom. The explosion resounded through the sky. All the members of the Blackbeard pirates were vomiting blood and flying back more than 10 meters by Sengoku's shock wave. When they fell to the ground, their breath became weaker, and it was obvious that they were seriously injured. Sengoku in the form of the Golden Buddha was extremely powerful at this moment, and terrifying anger escaped from his body. The Marine Marshal stared at the Blackbeard pirates with a gloomy face and said angrily, "The fortress can be rebuilt after it collapses, but this island in the center of the world, Marine Ford. For the people of the world who are afraid of the rampant evil, our defense here is of great significance. Justice that bears the name of benevolence and righteousness will not be destroyed. Don't talk about sinking this place lightly, you fool." Sengoku's voice was powerful and loud, full of endless anger, which made people tremble. At this moment, the strength and majesty of the Marine Marshal were fully revealed. The picture was frozen here. A dense army of bullet comments passed by again. FK. Sengoku was so cool this time. A shockwave almost killed the Blackbeard pirates in 1 second. Is this the quality of a Marine Marshal? Awesome. It's really awesome. He is worthy of being a Marine of the older generation. Blackbeard was still claiming that he was invincible in the last second, but in the next second he was blasted by Sengoku and flew backwards with blood spitting out. Isn't this slap in the face too fast? Ha ha ha. Blackbeard is really arrogant. Garp and Sengoku are still there. He dares to say that he is invincible. Who gave him the courage? From Sengoku's attack on the Blackbeard pirates, it can be seen how much he let Luffy go just now. Blackbeard saw Sengoku doing scraping when he beat Luffy, so he thought he was qualified to be arrogant in front of Sengoku. Sengoku, what? Your grandpa is also called Garp? Doghead. Ha 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 ha. God, your grandpa is also called Garp. I am almost laughing to death. Sengoku, if your grandpa is not called Garp, how dare you be so arrogant in front of Laozi? Are you too arrogant or do you think I can't lift the sword anymore? Doghead. Sengoku, I raise my hand not to apologize, but brother, you still need to practice, Doghead. Ha 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 ha. Please find the psychological shadow area of the Blackbeard pirates at this moment. P.S. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation votes. Please give monthly votes. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34, Sailing is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Marshall D. Teach, Sengoku almost killed our entire group with one move? Is this old guy's strength so terrifying? Giza's badgers, but he was clearly very weak when he beat Straw Hat Boy before. Didn't he say that he was not feeling well and couldn't show his true strength? Van Oka, badgers, you idiot, can't you see that Sengoku is letting Straw Hat Boy down? Only a guy like you who only has muscles but no brains will believe his nonsense. Douglas Bullet, hee, Sengoku, what else do you have to quibble about now? Shiki, ha Sengoku, didn't you say you were not feeling well? Why did you go all out when you came to the Blackbeard Pirates? You don't look like you are not feeling well at all. Gold Roger, ha. Sengoku, how are you, does your face hurt? Sengoku. Edward Newgate, by the way, why did Teach, that BD, have the power of shock fruit? Marco, yeah, I noticed that in the video just now, Teach used the power of dark fruit in addition to his own, and it seems that his father's shock fruit power. Jaws, what did Teach, that BD, do to his father in the future? Crane, not only that, in the previous video, in addition to the original Blackbeard Pirates, I also saw several figures such as the Lord of Misrule and Katrin Daimi behind Blackbeard. Magellan, why did these guys appear in Marineford? They are still being held in Impel Down. Monkey D. Garp, what did Blackbeard, that BD, do in the future? Marshall D. Teach, ha from this video, it seems that all my plans in the future have been realized. It seems that I will be invincible in the world in a short time. Ha. Kaido, humph. Arrogant guy, just based on your strength that was almost killed by Sengoku in one move, you still have the nerve to call yourself invincible. Charlotte Linlin, well, don't forget that in the video just now, after you said this sentence, you were beaten by Sengoku the next second. Shanks, Blackbeard is a guy with great ambitions and his methods are also very sinister and dark. He can do anything to achieve his goals. He will definitely be a great threat in the future. Porgas D. Ace, Teach, UBD. I haven't settled the score with you for killing Thatch. Marshall D. Teach, ha Ace, my dear Captain, you can't even save yourself now, so think about how to save your life first. Inside the viewing screen. The video part belonging to Sengoku ends here. Then another low voiceover sounded slowly. Monkey D. Luffy background 4, and Emporio Ivankov. The voice fell. A figure also appeared in the picture. The first thing that caught the eye was a big face with heavy makeup. The exaggerated makeup made people feel a chill. And her clothes were also quite eye-catching. A red one-piece open front cloak. With a pair of black suspender fishnet stockings. She was also wearing a pair of red high heels. She had a purple afro on her head. Looking at the whole picture, everyone felt that their eyes seemed to be polluted. And this person in the picture, it turned out to be the Queen of the SE Kingdom, Emporio Ivankov. Emporio Ivankov, I actually have a role in this video. What a surprise! Monkey D. Luffy, what? Who is this big-faced pervert in the video? I don't even know her. Why does the viewing system say she is my aunt? A&D. What is an ant? Can you eat it? Roronoa Zoro. Vinsmoke Sanji. Nami, Luffy, aunt refers to your father's sister or younger sister, not something you can eat. Monkey D. Luffy, oh, so that's how it is. Monkey D. Garp, Luffy's aunt? Dragon's sister? That's not right. When did I have such a daughter? How come I didn't even know it? Monkey D. Dragon, old man, if you use your brain to think about it, you will know that Yvonne can't be your daughter. She was my revolutionary comrade who had fought through life and death with me, and she is my partner, so there is nothing wrong with this video saying that she is Luffy's aunt. Monkey D. Garp. Ha 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 ha. I see, I almost thought I had a daughter out of thin air, ha ha ha. Bentham, the legendary queen of transvestite, is actually the aunt of the Little Straw Hat. Little Straw Hat, I envy you so much. Emporio Ivankov, but then again, I am still imprisoned in Impel Down, and I have no intersection with the Straw Hat Kid at all. Why was I identified as his background in this video? Lightning, Master Yvonne, I think the following video should be able to answer your questions. Inside the viewing screen. The video officially starts playing. In a dark room. Luffy lies on a stone bed. His whole body is covered with purple-black venom and a thin layer of frost. The breath of life emanating from his body is already very weak. Like a candle in the wind, it seems that it may be completely extinguished at any time. And next to the stone bed, Ivankov looked at Luffy with a serious face. After a while, she suddenly raised her hands. The nails on her 10 fingers suddenly turned into spikes and pierced deep into Luffy's body. Then, Luffy let out an extremely painful scream, and his body began to shake and struggle violently. However, Ivankov had already tied him tightly to the bed with a thick iron chain, and no matter how Luffy struggled, it was useless. He could only keep screaming, which sounded extremely painful. Tony Chopper, Luffy. Usopp, how did Luffy in the video become like this? Frankie, what is Luffy's aunt doing to Luffy? He looks very painful and seems to be dying. Emporio Ivankov, judging from the video, I should be injecting him with healing hormones. Magellan, the venom on the Straw Hat Boy looks so familiar, seems to be my method. Monkey D. Garp, Magellan's poison? How could this be? Could it be that Luffy is imprisoned in Impel Down in the future? Otherwise, how could he meet Magellan? Sengoku, there is still a layer of frost on the Straw Hat Boy in the video. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be imprisoned in the cold hell on the 5th floor of Impel Down. Porgas D. Ace, why is Luffy also imprisoned in Impel Down? What happened in the future? In the midst of everyone's surprise and confusion, the video continues to play. Thanks to Ivankov's healing hormones, Luffy's strong will to survive, and Bentham's constant shouting outside the door. After 20 hours of treatment, Luffy finally came back from the brink of death. All the dozens of terrifying toxins left by Magellan were dissolved. Luffy successfully revived with full health. Then, with the help of Ivankov, they successfully arrived at the 6th underground floor of Impel Down where Ace was imprisoned. But when they arrived, Ace had already been taken away by Marine. So, Ivankov led his new demons to accompany Luffy to escape from prison. After leaving Impel Down and arriving at Naval Headquarters Marineford, Ivankov also stayed by Luffy's side and cleared the enemies blocking his way. When Luffy fell down due to exhaustion on the battlefield, it was Ivankov who injected him with exciting hormones, allowing him to have the strength to fight again. Scenes flashed by quickly. At the same time, translucent bullet comments were constantly floating across the screen. It must be said that Ivankov's help to Luffy from Impel Down to Naval Headquarters was not small. Yes, if it weren't for Ivankov, Luffy would have died from Magellan's poison. And, if it weren't for Ivankov's help, Luffy would have no way to escape from Impel Down. Who would have thought that in this deep-sea prison known as a solid fortress, Luffy's background was waiting for him, ready to help him at any time. This is the value of the background king. No matter where he goes, there are people protecting him and helping him. Being able to sneak into Impel Down silently, and being able to escape from Impel Down safely after a big fuss, even if you look at the entire ocean, I'm afraid only Luffy, the background king, can do it. That's right. It's not something that can be done with strength alone. You must have a strong background like Luffy. As the saying goes, navigation is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. This sentence is reflected vividly in Luffy. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 35 is there Luffy's background in the Five Elders. Don Quixote do Flamingo, sailing is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. This sentence does make sense. Phew 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 phew. Tony Chopper, I was really scared just now, I almost thought Luffy was going to die. Aunt Luffy's medical skills are really amazing. She can even cure such a terrible poison. Emporio Ivankov, this is not a medical skill, it can only be regarded as a devil fruit ability. The most important thing is that the Straw Hat Boy's willpower is strong enough, so he can complete the self-healing. Magellan, he can survive after being poisoned by so many kinds of poisons. Is this the background king certified by the viewing system? Sengoku, those comments just now said. Straw Hat Boy silently invaded Impel Down in the future, made a big fuss inside, and escaped safely. Poor Gas D Ace, infiltrated Impel Down? Luffy didn't do this to save me. Edward Newgate, it's a pity that Ace was taken to Marineford by Marine first, otherwise the Straw Hat Boy might have rescued Ace in advance. You are really amazing, Straw Hat Boy. Monkey D. Dragon, Yvonne, thank you for saving my son's life. If it weren't for you, he would have died in Impel Down in the future. Emporio Ivankov, damn. Since the viewing system said that I am the aunt of the Straw Hat Boy, then aren't all the things I did supposed to do? We are all family, why are we talking about different things? Shiki, damn. The background of the Straw Hat Boy is really enviable. He can even come and go freely in a place like Impel Down without any harm. I broke my legs to escape Impel Down. Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. Golden Lion, I think you are jealous. Why don't you also recognize Garp as your grandfather? Maybe you can also become a background king. Shiki. Inside the viewing screen. The video part about Ivankov ended quickly. Then the low voiceover sounded again. Monkey D. Luffy background 5, Uncle, Bartholomew Kuma. Then, a figure appeared in the screen. Strong and sturdy body, more than 6 meters tall. Wearing a black coat with a white crosshair pattern. Wearing a white hat with brown Madara dot pattern. Wearing a pair of brown gloves on his hands. Holding a book with a purple cover in his arms. It was Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant of the current 7 warlords of the sea. As soon as this scene came out, it immediately caused a big shock in the viewing chat group again. Gecko Moria? Jewelry Bonnie? Rorano Azoro? Vinsmoke Sanji? Skulachaman APU, damn. Is this going to end? Previously, Sea Knight Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, became a member of the Straw Hat crew, and now Tyrant Kuma is the uncle of the Straw Hat crew. Basil Hawkins, any one of the 7 warlords of the sea who can shock a party, 2 of them are Straw Hat crew members. Uraj, this once again makes me deeply feel the gap between us grassroots and the Straw Hat crew. Nami, Bartholomew Kuma. Isn't this the 7 warlord of the sea who knocked all of us out at the Thriller Bark before? Usopp, he is actually Luffy's uncle. Why did he attack us on the Thriller 3 dimensions? Tony Chopper, yes, I thought he was our enemy. Nico Robin, this is indeed a bit puzzling. Emporio Ivankov, what? Kuma attacked you? This is impossible. Kuma is also a revolutionary comrade of Dragon like me. I think the viewing system said he is the uncle of Straw Hat Boy for this reason. How could he attack you? Monkey D. Dragon, yes, although Kuma had left the Revolutionary Army a long time ago, we are all close friends. With his personality, he should not do such a thing, unless there is some hidden secret that we don't know. In the middle of a discussion, the video on the viewing screen continues to play. At the port of Thriller Bark, the Ghost Princess Perona is commanding a group of zombies to move food and other supplies to the Sunny of the Straw Hat Pirates, preparing to take over the ship and leave the island. However, the figure of the bear suddenly appeared in front of Perona, and used the power of the meatball fruit to slap him away. Perona, no. I wonder why this bear suddenly attacked me, I didn't provoke him. Borsalino, Bear is the uncle of the Straw Hat Boy. You want to steal the ship of the Straw Hat Boy in front of Bear, and you say you didn't provoke him? Perona. Frankie, it turns out that Luffy's uncle once helped us protect the Sunny, otherwise it would have been almost stolen by that ghost girl. We really have to thank him. Nami, but since Luffy's uncle helped us at the beginning, why did he attack us later? Nico Robin, maybe the next video will give us the answer. The video continues to play. When Luffy and others finally defeated Gecko Moria after much effort. Before they could celebrate, Bartholomew Kuma suddenly appeared in front of them. As soon as the bear appeared, he showed his terrifying strength. Just a bear paw attack made everyone have no resistance at all. It also made everyone understand that the bear's horror is far greater than Gecko Moria. At that time, Luffy had fallen into a coma due to the excessive consumption of fighting Moria. Bear told everyone that as long as they handed over Luffy's head, he would let them go. However, even in the face of such an unbeatable enemy, no one in the Straw Hat crew chose to retreat, let alone betray Luffy. So, Bear launched another attack and knocked everyone present unconscious. Only Zoro and Sanji, who were the strongest, could barely hold on. The two knew that they could never be Bear's opponents. They all expressed their willingness to exchange their heads in the hope that Bear would let Luffy go. Zoro took advantage of Sanji's unpreparedness and knocked him unconscious, and chose to face Bartholomew Kuma alone. If you can't even protect the captain, what ambition do you have? Luffy is the man who wants to become the Pirate King. At this moment, Zoro gave up all resistance and only asked to exchange his life for Luffy's safety. The bear seemed to be deeply moved by Zoro's behavior. After a while, he sighed and agreed to the other party's request. But in exchange, I will let you see real hell, the bear said to Zoro. Then, he used the ability of the meatball fruit to eject all the pain in Luffy's body. He said that as long as Zoro could withstand the impact of these pains, he would let them go. Zoro accepted it with pleasure. The bear first separated a small ball from the large ball of pain and threw it to Zoro to let him feel it. And just such a small ball made a tough guy like Zoro scream, and he felt as if his whole body was about to be crushed. But even so, Zoro still did not waver at all. After asking the bear to change a place, he plunged into the large ball of pain without hesitation. When Sanji woke up again, he finally found Zoro after searching for a while. But he found that the other party was standing on a ruin with his arms folded across his chest, covered in blood. The ground under his feet was already stained red with blood. What's the matter with this amount of bleeding? Hey! Are you still alive? Where did that guy go? What on earth happened here? Facing Sanji's extremely anxious and worried questioning, Zoro just said 7 words in an extremely firm tone. Nothing happened. At the same time, the bow of the thriller bark. Bartholomew Kuma stood on a high place, looking at the sea in the distance, whispering to himself, he has a group of very good friends. As expected of your son. Dragon. The picture freezes here. The army of barrages appears again. Zoda's famous scene is here. Nothing happened. If you can't even protect the captain, what ambition can you talk about? Zoro is a real man. Zoro is really. I'm crying. To be honest, I don't quite understand. Since Kuma is Long's partner and Luffy's uncle, why would he do this to Zoro? Wouldn't it be better to just let Luffy and the others escape? You can't blame Kuma for this. After all, he had been reformed by the world government at that time. No matter how much he let Luffy go, he had to pretend. I think Kuma probably wanted to test Luffy and his friends on behalf of Long to see if these friends of Luffy were worthy of trust. There's no doubt that Zoro and Sanji's actions have earned Kuma's trust, but he still has to pretend and can't just let Luffy and the others go. Moreover, Zoro had already shown that much awareness before. If Kuma suddenly let Luffy go and left at this time, it would actually be an insult to Zoro's awareness in a sense. So, in the end, Zoro had to bear it all alone. What a miserable Zoro! To be honest, I really don't know what the world government is thinking. They can't be unaware that Kuma was once in the Revolutionary Army, and they can't be unaware that Luffy is the son of Dragon. Under such circumstances, they actually chose to send Kuma to deal with the Straw Hat crew. Just think about it and you know it's impossible to succeed, right? I don't know who made this wise decision. It's really smart, ha 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 ha. No, that's not the case. What if the senior executive who made the decision in the world government is actually an insider? Doghead. Hiss. That makes sense. With Luffy's status as a background king, I wouldn't be surprised even if someone in the Five Elders is his background. Doghead. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36. You don't have to be the Pirate King, but Satan must die. Kong, what? Even the Five Elders have the background of the Straw Hat crew? Is that true? Izambaran v Nasujiro, it must be false, you idiot. Shepherd Ten Pit, we Five Elders represent the highest power of the world government, and we are the absolute majesty and justice. Do you think there is a possibility that one of us has the background of the Straw Hat crew? Kong, then what about ordering Bartholomew Kuma to deal with the Straw Hat crew? Why not send the other 7 warlords of the sea? Topman Voculi, nonsense, don't you think how far the Holy Land Marijois is from the Devil's Triangle? Marcus Maz, in addition to Bartholomew Kuma's ability, do you think there are other 7 warlords of the sea who can rush from Marijois to Thriller Bark in a short time? Jagalusha Satan, and we have actually made a lot of changes to Bartholomew Kuma. Logically, he should not disobey our orders. Now it seems that the changes are still not enough. We must continue to increase the intensity. Jewelry Bonnie, you bastards. Monkey D. Luffy, so many things happened after defeating Moria. No wonder Zoro's injuries have not healed yet. Tony Chopper, that's really a serious injury. If it was a little more serious, Zoro might not be able to save his life. Emporio Ivankov, don't worry about this. Since these are actually intentional by the bear, he knows the severity of the attack and it is impossible for him to really let Roronoa Zoro die. Monkey D. Dragon, based on my understanding of bears, if Roronoa Zoro is in danger of his life, he will use the ability of the meatball fruit to eject the wounds in the opponent's body at the first time. There will be no accidents. Roronoa Zoro, in fact, it doesn't matter if Luffy's uncle doesn't hold back. If I really die because of this, it means that I am just a man of this level. How can I talk about becoming the world's #1 swordsman? Monkey D. Dragon, what a courage. Roronoa Zoro, Luffy is lucky to have a partner like you. Monkey D. Luffy, yes, Zoro is the first partner I found. This is really good luck, he he he. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. The camera turns. The scene comes to the Sabayati archipelago. The Straw Hat crew is surrounded by Kizaru, Gendarmerie, and the pacifists. Facing such a powerful opponent, Luffy and the others had no ability to resist at all. Even though Pluton Rayleigh came to help in time, he could only stop one Kizaru. The remaining Gendarmerie and the pacifists still made it difficult for Luffy and the others to resist. The situation on the field became extremely tense for a while. And at such a critical moment, Bartholomew Kuma suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He didn't say much. Directly in front of Kizaru and others, he slapped the Straw Hat crew members one by one. Luffy watched his companions disappear one after another. He wanted to stop it but was powerless. He could only kneel on the spot and roar in despair. Until all the others were slapped away. Bartholomew Kuma came to Luffy, looked down at the son of an old friend, and whispered, "We should never meet again. Goodbye." After saying this, the bear made another move and slapped Luffy away. At this point, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates completely disappeared on the Sabayati archipelago. The screen freezes. The army of bullet comments emerges again. When I first saw this, I was really scared. I almost thought that Luffy and his team were really going to be wiped out. On the surface, the bear brought Luffy and his team a deep despair, but in fact, it was his actions that gave the Straw Hat crew hope. Yes, otherwise, it would be really difficult for Luffy and his team to escape from the Sabayati archipelago. The words goodbye that bear said to Luffy, I didn't know the real meaning until now. After this time, Bear's self-awareness will be completely wiped out. Even if Luffy meets Bear again in the future, he will only be a war weapon without self-awareness, not a real bear. It is precisely because he already knew what he would face after saving Luffy and others here, that Bear said goodbye to Luffy. Knowing his own fate, he still chose to save Luffy and others without hesitation. Bear is really too gentle. Seeing this, I can't help but say one thing, Satan, the beast, must die. That's right. He can stop being the Pirate King, but Satan must die. Momonosuke can live, but Satan must die. That won't work. Momonosuke must die too. Jagalusha Satan? Kojiki Momonosuke? Roronoa Zoro, is this what we will encounter in the near future? Vinsmoke Sanji, according to the situation in the video, if it weren't for Luffy's uncle's help, we would have had a hard time escaping. Nami, but to be honest, without knowing the truth, facing the situation in the video, it really makes people feel extremely desperate. Monkey D. Luffy, yeah, if I didn't know this, I would really go crazy watching you disappear from my sight one by one. Jagalusha Satan, damn it. It turns out that we should erase Bartholomew Kuma's self-consciousness as soon as possible, otherwise he will only ruin our business again and again. The video continues. After rescuing Luffy and others, Bartholomew Kuma's self-consciousness was completely wiped out by the world government as expected. However, before his death, Kuma asked Vegapunk for one thing. That is to input an order for himself to protect the Straw Hat Crew's pirate ship until any of their members return. For 2 whole years after the Summit War, Kuma has been guarding the Sunny. He drove away wave after wave of pirates and marines who wanted to attack the Sunny. It was not until Frankie returned to the Sunny that the already wounded Kuma trembled and left. The barrage floated by. No. I'm going to drop my little pearl. Kuma is so gentle. Even though his self-consciousness was wiped out, he still desperately protected Luffy's ship. Such a gentle Kuma was actually named a tyrant by the world. This is really ridiculous. Kuma's life was really too hard. I wish he could have a better ending. Again, Sarton must die. Frankie, I didn't expect Luffy's uncle would help us protect the Sunny for so long. He is really a super gentle man. I admire him so much. Monkey D. Dragon, Kuma will become like this in the future. No. I absolutely cannot let this happen. Emporio Ivankov, that's right. Kuma is our revolutionary comrade, how can we watch him die? Crow, we must find a way to rescue Kuma from the control of the world government. Bello Betty, we, the Revolutionary Army, will never abandon any of our comrades. Inside the viewing screen. The video part about Kuma ends here. The low voiceover sounded again. Monkey D. Luffy background 6, second Uncle Kuzan. Kuzan? Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37, Aokiji, the Prophet, Master of Self-Consolation. Borsellino, Kuzan, I didn't expect that you are also the background of Straw Hat Boy. Skullachiman APU, in Marine, the hero Garp and Marshal Sengoku have already become the background of Straw Hat Boy, isn't that enough? Now even Marine Admiral Aokiji has become the background of Straw Hat Boy. Basil Hawkins, wait, that's not right. I remember Aokiji is the grandson of the Skull and Straw Hat crew? How come he is the second uncle of Straw Hat Boy now? Uraj, if that's the case. Isn't Straw Hat Boy the great-grandson of the Skull? Capone Beeg, what kind of weird relationship is this? The captain of Straw Hat Boy has to call his crew members his great-grandfather. Drake, this is messed up, this generation is completely messed up. Kuzan, what's going on? I have no relationship with the Straw Hat Boy, why does this video say that I am his uncle? Sakazuki, Previously, Bartholomew Kuma was called the uncle of the Straw Hat Boy because he was close to Monkey D. Dragon, and you are the uncle of the Straw Hat Boy. Maybe you are also an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army sent by Dragon. Kuzan, hey, Sakazuki, no matter how bad our relationship is, you can't slander me like this, right? I am a Marine Admiral, how could I be an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army? Monkey D. Dragon, I hope that Aokiji Admiral can become an undercover agent of our Revolutionary Army, but it is obviously unrealistic. Crane, I can roughly guess why this video says that Kuzan is the uncle of the Straw Hat Boy. Sengoku, oh? Crane, tell me your guess. Tsuru, don't forget, Kuzan is Garp's apprentice. He used to follow Garp around and admire him. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is Garp's half-son, right? Sengoku, I see, that's right. Then everything makes sense. Kuzan, but isn't it a bit too hasty to identify me as the background of the Straw Hat Boy just based on this relationship? I have never let the Straw Hat Boy go like Old Man Garp and Marshal Sengoku did. Sakazuki, Kuzan, do you think I will believe your nonsense? If you really didn't let the Straw Hat Boy go, how could your name appear in the background of the Straw Hat Boy? Kuzan, oh. It's unfair. I'm so wronged. Sakazuki, Don't rush to complain. I want to see if you will be slapped in the face by the next video. Inside the viewing screen. After the previous part about Brooke's background was revealed, Aokiji's image appeared on the screen again. Then the video began to play officially. Not long ago. In order to confirm the whereabouts of Nico Robin after leaving Crocodile, Aokiji met Straw Hat crew on Long Island. At first, Aokiji told Luffy and others who were facing a great enemy that he did not intend to attack them. However, after a short time together, he suddenly changed his mind. The government has not noticed your danger. But after careful study, I found that you are all very strong. Although there are not many of you, if you dangerous people gather together, you will definitely become a big problem in the future. From the incident when you were wanted to what you have done during this period. Your growth rate during this period, even for me who has been dealing with villains for a long time, I feel that the prospects are unimaginable. So I think it's better for you to die here. Aokiji said this to Luffy and others in a cold tone. A chilling murderous aura also flowed out of his body. And just as Aokiji said this, a lot of barrages also floated across the screen. Wow! Now looking back at this scene, I suddenly realized that Aokiji is actually a prophet. Indeed, what Aokiji said is quite accurate, just like he got a script. Prophet, it's a knife, dog head. Video continues. Soon, the two sides started fighting. However, the Straw Hat Pirates at this time were as weak as children in front of Marine Admiral Aokiji. In less than a moment, everyone was defeated. Aokiji froze Robin into an ice sculpture and was about to smash it. At this time, Luffy suddenly asked Aokiji to fight him. Aokiji did not refuse. He did not even stop the other Straw Hat Pirates from carrying Robin, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture, back to the Mary. There was no suspense in the subsequent duel. Aokiji easily subdued Luffy and froze him into an ice sculpture. But Aokiji, who had threatened to kill Luffy and others before, did not continue. Since I have accepted your challenge, the battle will end after I win. If I attack others again, I will be breaking the rules. As Aokiji said this, he stomped on a piece of ice spike next to Luffy. It would be easy to kill you if I break you here now. But I still owe you a favor. At this point, Aokiji suddenly turned around and left, without any intention of attacking Luffy again. In this way, the matter of conquering Crocodile is written off. And the matter of that idiot smoker. After saying this, Aokiji quickly left completely. He rode his bicycle away from the frozen sea. The picture freezes. The comments were floating by. Aokiji is really... I'm crying. As a Marine Admiral, he clearly had the script in his hand and knew that Luffy and the others would become a big problem in the future, but he just didn't kill them here. In order to convince himself to let Luffy and the others go, he even found a lot of reasons for himself. Ha ha ha. I think the last words Aokiji said to Luffy were just to comfort himself, making his letting Luffy go seem justified. Indeed, I would like to call Aokiji the master of self-comfort. Master of self-comfort? This name always sounds a bit weird. Automatically changes color. In fact, there is no need for so many messed up reasons. Just because Luffy is Garp's grandson, Aokiji will never really do anything to the Straw Hat crew. Ha ha ha. Of course, Aokiji is Luffy's uncle after all. Isn't it normal for an uncle to let his nephew off? Doghead. Indeed. Aokiji will find some seemingly legitimate reasons for letting his nephew off this time. When he lets his nephew off later, he won't even bother to find excuses. Sakazuki, Kyuzan, is this what you just said, that you never let the Straw Hat Boy off? Read books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38. How can this be a Marine Admiral? He is clearly Luffy's personal bodyguard. Kyuzan, la how can I call this letting people off? Didn't I say it in the video? I was repaying the favors of the Straw Hat Boys. Sakazuki, as a Marine, why are you talking about favors with a bunch of pirates? Kyuzan, that's wrong. It's because I'm a Marine that I should be clear about gratitude and resentment. If I don't repay favors just because they're pirates, then how can I talk about justice? Borsalino, Kyuzan, what you said seems to make sense. Sakazuki, reason is bullshit. Kyuzan, la Sakazuki, don't be so hot-tempered. I only let the Straw Hat Boys off this time, and I've already repaid the favors. Believe me, when I meet the Straw Hat Boys again, I will never let him off even a little bit. Sakazuki, haha, I don't believe your lies. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. The camera jumps. When the Straw Hat Pirates made a big fuss in Enice lobby and successfully escaped from Buster Call's siege. Aokiji rode his bicycle to the sea not far away and watched everything silently, without any intention of chasing. When Luffy and others set sail from the 7 water cities and left safely under the attack of Garp's sea-released version of Fistbone Meteorite, Aokiji lay on the deck of Garp's warship, wearing an eye mask and taking a leisurely nap, and still had no intention of stopping the Straw Hat crew from leaving. Rocks DZ Beck, ha 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 ha. This slap in the face came too quickly. John, Aokiji just said that he would not let Straw Hat crew off again, but the video showed him letting them off twice in a row. Silver Axe, in the 2 times in the video, whenever Aokiji took action, the Straw Hat Pirates would never have a chance to escape, right? Akoku, sure enough, the viewing system never wrongly accuses anyone. The scenes in the video are solid evidence. Sakazuki, Kyuzan, what else do you have to argue about this time? Kyuzan, la you can't blame me for the 2 times in the video. I really didn't intend to let them off. In a nice lobby, I even gave the buster call Den Mushi to Spondum. Who would have thought that Straw Hat crew could escape? Kyuzan, as for the Aqua 7, I saw that old man Garp took action himself, so why did I need to do anything else? So I lay down and took a nap. When I woke up, the Straw Hat crew had already escaped. It was too late for me to chase them. Borsellino, Kyuzan, what you said seems to make sense. It seems that you really didn't mean to let the Straw Hat crew go. Kyuzan, yes, that's right. Borsellino, you really understand me better. Sakazuki. Skurakiman APU, damn. He must be the background king. How can ordinary pirates still be safe and sound after encountering Marine Admiral 3 times in a row? Urage, yes, since I went to sea as a pirate, I just met Admiral Kizaru just now, but just this time, Lao Zi was beaten like a grandson. Basil Hawkins, in front of the terrifying power of Marine Admiral, we have no power to fight back at all. How can we be like Straw Hat Boy and others who have nothing to lose? Drake, as expected, as long as you have a background, you can walk sideways on this sea. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The camera turns. The picture comes to the Summit War again. I saw the battlefield of Marineford. Luffy is now running madly towards the execution platform where Ace is. He is running at full speed. He repelled many Marine soldiers who blocked the way along the way. He was getting closer and closer to the execution platform. Admiral Akainu, who was not far away, noticed this situation keenly. He frowned slightly. Then he slowly walked towards Luffy's position. He obviously wanted to personally deal with this guy who was in the way. However, at this moment, an ice spike suddenly appeared at Akainu's feet without any warning. Akainu's steps could not help but pause. He turned his head to look at Aokiji, who was also not far away, and was about to say something. But Aokiji ignored him completely. He took the lead and approached Luffy's position. Seeing that Aokiji seemed to be planning to attack, Akainu did not continue to move forward, but turned to deal with other pirates. In the picture, Aokiji kept approaching Luffy, and a chill came out of his body. A sharp blade made of ice appeared on his arm. Then he jumped lightly and came to Luffy in the blink of an eye. The ice blade on his arm also stabbed Luffy mercilessly. It pierced directly into the opponent's left shoulder. Ah! Luffy screamed and fell to the ground. Aokiji stepped forward and stepped on the opponent's body, pulling out the ice blade. Blood immediately flowed out of Luffy's wound. The intense pain mixed with the piercing coldness made Luffy's body tremble violently as he fell to the ground. Aokiji held the ice blade and looked at Luffy, who was stepped on by him, and said in a cold tone, "Although your grandfather has done me a favor, I'm sorry. This is the death you have chosen as a man." As he said this, Aokiji raised the ice blade in his hand high, and was about to stab Luffy fiercely. Tony Chopper, no! Luffy is in danger. Roronoa Zoro, although Luffy is a rubber man and is not afraid of blunt objects, the ice blade in the video is so sharp that it is very likely to really take Luffy's life. Brook, no way, my good grandson, you are not really going to kill my captain, are you? Kyuzan. Monkey D. Garp, damn. Kyuzan, you really have the guts to hit my grandson. I can't bear to hit him like this myself. Kyuzan, la Mr. Garp, you can't blame me for this. After all, I am a marine and he is a pirate. If I let him go again, Sakazuki will kill me, right? Sakazuki, humph. Your performance in the video is pretty good this time. You finally didn't let the Straw Hat Boy go. Kyuzan, of course, I just said that they let the Straw Hat Boy go last time to repay a favor. After repaying the favor, they will naturally not let me go again. This video said that I was the background of the Straw Hat Boy. It was definitely a false accusation against me. Borsellino, is that really the case? Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. Aokiji raised the ice blade in his hand and slowly stabbed Luffy, who was stepped on by him. Yes, that's right. Just stabbed slowly. Aokiji said that he wanted to take Luffy's life. But his hands moved slowly. I don't know whether he was calm and composed or deliberately delaying time. It took a long time like this. The ice blade in Aokiji's hand finally fell. It was about to pierce Luffy's body. And at this moment, a whistling sound of wind suddenly came from not far away. Aokiji paused, turned his head and looked in the direction where the sound of wind came from. Then he saw a figure with blue flames burning all over his body flying quickly. It was the captain of the first squadron of the Whitebeard pirates, Phoenix Marco. Marco flew quickly from a distance. Then he kicked the ice blade in Aokiji's hand heavily. The ice blade shattered. But Marco's attack did not stop there. The kick continued to kick Aokiji, and actually kicked the Marine Admiral sideways and flew out. The picture froze here. Dense translucent bullet screens floated again. Ha ha ha. Aokiji started acting again. Seeing Akainu about to attack Luffy, he quickly used his ice spikes to stop him, and then rushed to Luffy first. The key is that he was obviously very fast when he rushed to Luffy, but his speed suddenly slowed down when he attacked Luffy. Look at the speed at which Aokiji's ice blade fell. It was so slow that I even thought I accidentally clicked the slow motion. Ha ha ha. When Aokiji dropped the ice blade, he was probably thinking, why hasn't anyone come to save Luffy yet? If no one comes, he won't be able to continue the performance. Doghead. Fortunately, Xiaomaji arrived in time and helped Aokiji complete the performance. Look, Aokiji was kicked dozens of meters away by Marco. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Ha ha ha. Xiaomaji was probably wondering in his heart, how could he kick a Marine Admiral so easily? Doghead. Ha 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 ha. This wave can definitely be regarded as the peak of Aokiji's acting skills. The performance is just right. If Aokiji hadn't made this move, Luffy would have fallen into Akainu's hands. Sakazuki? Kyuzan. I thought you really didn't let him win just now, so you were helping the Straw Hat Boy defend me. Kyuzan, la Sakazuki, you are wrongly accusing me. I clearly injured the Straw Hat Boy, but Marco came too timely, so I couldn't completely get rid of him. Rocks DZ back. Ha 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 ha. An admiral-level strongman, facing a young boy, can't he kill him in one move? John, yeah, Aokiji, if you really wanted to get rid of the Straw Hat Boy, you could have killed him instantly with your first move, so how could you give Marco a chance to save him from you? Silver Axe, this reason may be enough to fool others, but for a truly strong person, they can tell at a glance that you are letting him win, right? Akoku, the Straw Hat Boy is really lucky. In such a battlefield, there is actually a Marine Admiral who lets him win. Shiki, no, this is more than just letting him win. After all, if it weren't for Aokiji, the Straw Hat Boy would have been burned to death by Akainu. Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. How can this be a Marine Admiral? It's more like the Straw Hat Boy's personal bodyguard. Borsellino, Kyuzan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. How could you let the Straw Hat Boy win so openly? I am so disappointed in you. Kyuzan. Borsellino, as a Marine Admiral, I should be ruthless to pirates. Look at me. I just dealt with several supernova pirates in Sabayati Archipelago, and now I have to deal with Straw Hat crew. I am a hard-working Marine. Just when Kizaru was teasing Aokiji in the movie chat group. On the movie screen. The video segment of Aokiji just ended. Then, the low voiceover sounded again. Monkey D. Luffy's background 7, Uncle Borsellino. Borsellino. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 39 The most lenient man in all of Marine, a well-deserved best actor. Cusin, oh, Borsellino, you just talked for a long time, but you are actually also a member of the Straw Hat Boys background. Borsellino, how is this possible? I am a hard-working Marine, how can I be a member of the Straw Hat Boys background? Cusin, what a coincidence, I just said this not long ago, and I was slapped in the face the moment I turned around. Sakazuki, humph. You two guys, it turns out that none of you can be trusted. Skulachiman APU, shit. Is this true? Admiral Kizaru, who just defeated us in seconds, is also a member of the Straw Hat Boys background. Basil Hawkins, among the 3 current Marine admirals, 2 of them are members of the Straw Hat Boys background. Uraj, if we add in the previous Marine hero Garp and Marine Marshal Sengoku, doesn't that mean that most of the Marine executives are actually from the Straw Hat Boys? Capone Beeg, this is simply outrageous and outrageous to the extreme. X Drake, if it is revealed later that even Akainu Admiral is a Straw Hat Boys background, then the Naval Headquarters executives will be completely wiped out. Trafalgar Law, if that's the case, wouldn't it be like the Straw Hat leader going to the Naval Headquarters to go home? Eustace Kid, humph. Damn Straw Hat Boy, don't think that you have a chance to surpass me just because you have a bigger background than me. Monkey D. Luffy, what? Why do I have another inexplicable background? Who is this Bosch and No, and what is Big Uncle? Nico Robin, Marine Admiral Kizaru, whose real name is Borsellino, is the Marine Admiral who will arrest us. Usopp, since the Marine Admiral who will arrest us is actually Luffy's uncle, then we should be safe, right? Brook, but in the previous video, if Luffy's Uncle Bear hadn't rescued us, we might have been wiped out. Frankie, who knows, maybe even if Luffy's uncle didn't help, his uncle would have found a chance to let us go. Borsellino, don't slander me. As a hard-working Marine, I will never let you pirates go. This video must be wrong. Sakazuki, haha, I won't trust any of you anymore. In the entire Naval Headquarters, I'm the only one I can trust. Monkey D. Garp, ha 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 ha. It seems that Sakazuki is completely disappointed in us. Sengoku, Garp, you old man, you still have the nerve to laugh. Things have developed to this point, it's you who started it, right? Monkey D. Garp, Sengoku, look at what you said, it's as if you didn't let my grandson off. Sengoku. Inside the viewing screen. As the low voiceover fell, a slender figure also slowly appeared on the screen. He was wearing a yellow suit. A white cloak of justice was draped behind him. His short black hair was slightly curly. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses with yellow lenses on his face. His old face was full of wrinkles and folds. He looked like an old monkey. He exuded a lazy and wretched temperament. It was one of the current 3 Marine Admirals Kizaru Borsellino. As soon as Kizaru's image appeared on the screen, a large number of comments quickly emerged. Here we come. Finally, our Uncle Kizaru has arrived. Here he comes. The man who is the best at letting go in all the Marines, he comes. It's him, it's him. The flashman who ate the obscene fruit Monkey D. Kizaru. Doghead. Although Garp, Sengoku, and Aokiji are all good at acting, next, Kizaru will show you what real acting is. Doghead. If we have to select an actor for Naval Headquarters, then the position of the actor must be Uncle Kizaru. Remember, Kizaru's ape is the actor's member. Cusin, wow Borsellino, judging from the content of these comments, you are the one who is the most likely to let the opponent win. Sengoku, Borsellino, what is your relationship with the Straw Hat Boys? Why are these comments so excited when they see you appear? Monkey D. Garp, ha 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 ha. Borsellino, these comments actually say that you are Flashman who ate the vile fruit. This description is really appropriate. Sakazuki, No wonder the part belonging to Borsellino can be ranked so far behind. It turns out that there are masters. Tony Chopper, Luffy, I suddenly found that this Kizaru Admiral looks a bit like you. Monkey D. Luffy, what? How does he look like me? I feel that they are completely different. Nami, yes, Chopper, Luffy's uncle doesn't look like him at all. Why do you say that? Tony Chopper, because Luffy and his uncle both look like monkeys, except that one is a young monkey and the other is an old monkey. Borsellino. Monkey D. Luffy. Usopp, hiss. Chopper, it seems to be true now that you put it that way. Roronoa Zoro, indeed, if you want to say that, then Luffy and Kizaru are a bit similar. Vinsmoke Sanji, is this why the video says Kizaru is Luffy's uncle? The video officially starts playing. In an office in the Holy Land, Marie joys. Sengoku is listening to his subordinates report about the situation in Sabaody Archipelago. Straw Hat Boy Luffy beat up the Celestial Dragons, a world noble, at the population auction in Sabaody Archipelago, causing an unprecedented riot. It's that little brat again, making trouble one after another. They are all the same. After listening to his subordinates' report, Sengoku covered his forehead with some distress. And just at this moment, Kizaru, who had been sitting on the sofa and drinking tea leisurely, suddenly said, "Grandpa Sengoku, let me do it. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." As he said that, he put down the teacup in his hand, slowly got up from the sofa, and walked out of the office. The barrage passed by. You may not believe it, but Kizaru, the king of paddling, actually took the initiative to take the job on himself this time. Under normal circumstances, Kizaru would definitely sit there and play dead. Even if Sengoku called him, he would pretend not to hear. But who made the target of this mission Luffy? He is Kizaru's uncle's good nephew. Doghead. Kizaru is not going to catch Luffy and the others, he is clearly going to help them out. And did you notice that Kizaru told Sengoku that he would be back soon, but he didn't say that he would catch the Straw Hat crew, Doghead. FK. It's true. Blind student, you found the point. Ha 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 ha. Kizaru is worthy of being an actor. I didn't expect that he would be so strict even when speaking. He didn't even promise that he would catch Luffy and the others. Kizaru, just tell me whether I will be back soon? Doghead. Ha 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 ha. Isn't it true that you go and come back empty-handed? You go empty-handed and come back empty-handed, Doghead. The video continues to play. The camera turns. The picture comes to the sea near the Sabaody Archipelago. More than a dozen marine warships are coming in a mighty manner. At the bow of the leading warship, Kizaru puts his hands in his pockets and looks at the Sabaody Archipelago in front of him, calm and composed. The next moment, accompanied by bursts of booming cannons, more than a dozen warships simultaneously fired cannonballs at the pirates fleeing on the coast in front. Kizaru's figure flashed and appeared on the front cannonball, standing steadily with his hands in his pockets. The cannonball carried him to Sabaody Archipelago quickly. The sea breeze blew the cloak of justice behind him, looking very elegant. Boom! When the cannonball landed on Sabaody Archipelago, bursts of roars broke out. Kizaru's figure had already turned into a flash of light, and he landed steadily without being affected by the explosion. After landing in Sabaody Archipelago, two blind pirates actually wanted to sneak attack Kizaru. Kizaru kicked a laser directly in their direction, and the thick Yarkiman mangroves in the distance collapsed. The two pirates were so scared that they collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, as if they had seen the most terrifying demon in the world. Then, Kizaru, who was originally going to arrest the Straw Hat crew, strolled leisurely to a square in Sabaody Archipelago. There was no figure of the Straw Hat crew here, but there were several other supernova pirates gathered. Magician Basil Hawkins, Strange Monk Uraj. Red Flag X Drake. Si Ming Skulachaman APU. In the picture, Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, facing 4 supernova pirates. His face was still relaxed and carefree. His figure turned into a flash of light, and he quickly shuttled between the 4 people. He said one was so scary, and kicked 1 supernova. After a short moment, Hawkins and others were all knocked to the ground and lost consciousness. Kizaru still put his hands in his pockets and left without looking back. The picture played to this point. A large wave of barrages began to emerge again. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 40, Stop It, Ziu. Naval headquarters is full of Luffy's people, begging for the first order. The famous scene appeared. He called everyone scary and kicked everyone like a supernova. Elegant. So elegant. I have to say that Kizaru's appearance really raised the Admiral's status to a higher level. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? This sentence is so FG pretentious. Before Kizaru's appearance, I never thought that the 2 completely different temperaments of elegance and vulgarity would appear in the same person. Don't tell me, if you don't look at his face, Kizaru is still very handsome. Ha ha ha. He is so handsome even if you don't look at his face. So Kizaru is also a shrimp boyfriend, right? Doghead. That's true. I feel Kizaru's uncle is top-notch in every aspect except the monitor. Baru Salino, these comments are so sweet, I feel a little embarrassed to praise them. Skrugman APU, these things in the video are exactly what we just experienced. Uraj, I just experienced a beating, and now the video replays the whole process, which is simply a second injury to my heart. Basil Hawkins, Kizaru is so strong. I can't even resist him. X Drake, Kizaru Admiral, you are really ruthless. Trafalgar Law, Kizaru's strength is really terrifying. Fortunately, I didn't act with Hawkins and the others, otherwise I would have been kicked down. Eustace Kid, humph. I'd really like to practice with Kizaru. A mere pacifist is not enough for Laozi. Kira, come on, kid, we've already used up all our strength just to deal with the previous pacifist, and we're working together with Trafalgar Law. If we really meet Kizaru Zero, I'm afraid we'll die miserably. Capone Beeg, hehe, kid, you're really arrogant. You actually want to practice with Kizaru? Didn't you see what happened to Hawkins and the others? Skulachaman APU, speaking of which, I'm a little curious about. Didn't Kizaru come to Sabayati Archipelago to capture the Straw Hat crew? Why did he come to us? Uraj, yeah, why didn't he go find the Straw Hat crew and come to bully us? We didn't even fight celestial dragons. Basil Hawkins, maybe this is the so-called scapegoat. X Drake, Kizaru Admiral went easy on the Straw Hat crew, but he will really kill us. Borsalino, how could that be true? As a righteous man like me, how could I possibly go easy on the Straw Hat crew? Don't worry, I will definitely treat everyone equally. It won't be long before the Straw Hat crew will end up like you. Kuzan, la Borsalino, I don't believe you when you say that. After all, you are the best actor certified by the barrage, and the man who is most willing to go easy on all the Marines. Borsalino, these are all slanders. Slander. If you don't believe it, you can continue to read on. Bo, will never go easy on the Straw Hat crew. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After getting rid of several supernova pirates in a row, Kizaru finally contacted Gendarmerie who had arrived on the island one step ahead, and learned the whereabouts of the Straw Hat crew. So he continued to put his hands in his pockets and slowly told Gendarmerie his location to rush to the doctor. When Kizaru finally arrived at the place where the Straw Hat pirates were, Luffy and others were fighting hard with Gendarmerie and the pacifist. Whether it was Gendarmerie's observation hacky and armament hacky, or the pacifists' almost indestructible body, it made the Straw Hat Pirates a little difficult to resist at this time. So everyone decided to give up the idea of direct confrontation and planned to escape in 3 groups and reunite after the storm. The 3 main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates were naturally divided into 3 different groups. Luffy was with Chopper and Robin. Zoro was with Usopp and Brook. Sanji was with Nami and Frankie. However, just as they were preparing to escape in 3 groups, a dazzling golden flash suddenly flew from a distance. In the blink of an eye, the golden light had already arrived in front of Zoro and his group. The golden light slowly condensed into a human shape. Kizaru's figure appeared in front of everyone. Looking at Kizaru, who suddenly blocked their way, Zoro, Usopp, and Brook were instantly facing a formidable enemy. However, before they could make any move, Kizaru had already pulled out a hand from his pocket and pointed his finger at Zoro. The next moment, a dazzling laser shot out from Kizaru's fingertips and shot towards Solong at an extremely fast speed. Zoro had no time to react at all, and was pierced through the abdomen by the laser in an instant. Zoro, who was already seriously injured and had not recovered, fell to the ground instantly, and his abdomen was stained red with blood. His breath was weakened in an instant, and his expression became painful. Not far away, Gendarmerie, who noticed this scene, couldn't help but complain. "Mr. Kizaru, you are finally here. You are so slow." Robin, who heard his words, seemed to suddenly think of something, and immediately shouted to everyone, "Everyone be careful, that's the Marine Admiral." As soon as the 4 words Marine Admiral came out, everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Kizaru responded very leisurely, "It's too late to be careful now." He looked down at Zoro, who fell in front of him. "The bounty is 120 million, pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. I heard that you are an extraordinary swordsman, but I didn't expect that I could solve it with just 1 move. It seems that you have been seriously injured before. In that case, then I'll let you rest in peace." The calm and careless tone made everyone present extremely frightened. After saying this, Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and slowly raised one of his legs. The golden laser under his feet was slowly condensing. He was about to step on Zoro on the ground in front of him. The picture was frozen here. The army of bullet screens appeared again. Attention! High energy ahead. Uncle Kizaru is about to show off his acting skills. Those who don't know how to let go as actors are in luck. Mr. Wong's master-level acting class is about to begin. Watch and learn. It is recommended that other actors watch it repeatedly and learn frame by frame. I have to say, Zoro is really miserable. There is Kuma in front and Kizaru in the back. Why do they all like to use Zoro as a knife? Zoro's injuries from Kuma haven't healed yet, and Kizaru has come to hurt Zoro again. It's really miserable. I want to draw a big miserable word on Zoro's body. Zoro was kicked out of the live broadcast room because of his intense words. Doghead. Zoro, I am lucky to have you. Doghead. Roronoa Zoro. Vinsmoke Sanji. This green algae-headed guy must have done too many bad things on weekdays, so he is so miserable. Monkey D. Luffy, this isn't Kizaru my uncle? Then why did he attack Zoro? Borsalino, a Straw Hat boy, don't make random claims of relatives here. Even if this video says that I'm your uncle, I will never let you off. John, really? I don't believe it. Silver Axe, really? I don't believe it. Akoku, really? I don't believe it. Rox DZ Beck, ha ha ha. As expected, you actors won't cry until you see the coffin. Before the video provides solid evidence, you are really stubborn. GOLD Roger, it's okay. The comments just said that Kizaru will start to show his acting skills next. I want to see if he can quibble later, ha ha ha. Shiki, hee hee, ha ha ha. These comments make me a little curious. How did Kizaru let go that he was rated as the most letting go man in the entire marine? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. See, Kizaru seems to be ready to give Zoro a fatal blow. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was immediately terrified. Such a close-range attack, if it hits, Zoro might really die here. Luffy and Sanji want to rush to support. However, due to the fact that they were divided into 3 groups, they were too far away from Zoro and had no time to arrive before Kizaru's attack landed. Usopp and Brook, who were acting with Zoro, suppressed their fear of the Admiral and attacked Kizaru frantically. However, their attacks had no effect at all in front of Kizaru's elementalization. Kizaru's raised legs continued to fall slowly without hindrance. The dazzling and terrifying laser was getting closer and closer to Zoro. Suddenly, many arms grew out of the ground under Zoro's feet without any warning. These arms supported Zoro's body and quickly transported him to a distance. It was Robin who took action. Her flower fruit ability can still work even at a long distance. However, before everyone had time to breathe a sigh of relief, Kizaru's figure suddenly turned into a flash of light, and in the blink of an eye, he had caught up with Zoro, who was being carried away by Robin. Not only that, this time, he stepped directly on Zoro, making him unable to move. Even Robin's ability could not move Zoro at all. Kizaru looked at Zoro, who was stepped on by him, and said faintly, "Don't think about saving him, it's useless. I'll come and finish him off," said. Kizaru raised his right leg again, and the golden laser on the bottom of his foot condensed again and slowly fell down. The people of the Straw Hat Pirates saw this scene and were extremely anxious, but there was no way out. And under their almost desperate gaze, Kizaru's leg also fell little by little, slowly approaching Zoro, who had no resistance. After a long wait, Kizaru's foot was finally about to step on Zoro. Righto! At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over from a distance. It was an old man with long silver-white hair, with extraordinary momentum. It was none other than Roger Pirate's Vice Captain Pluton Rayleigh. Rayleigh rushed over from a distance, and in the blink of an eye, he was already beside Kizaru and Zoro. He suddenly kicked Kizaru's leg, who was about to step on Zoro. He immediately kicked away the laser condensed under Kizaru's foot. The laser shot far away and landed on the trunk of an Archimon mangrove tree. Boom boom! Instantly, a terrifying explosion sounded. The trunk of the hit Yarkimon mangrove tree broke and collapsed. Seeing this scene, the Straw Hat Pirates were immediately scared. Fortunately, Rayleigh arrived in time and stopped Kizaru's attack. Otherwise, if the laser fell, Zoro would definitely die. Kizaru did not show any dissatisfaction or anger when his attack was interrupted. He just raised his head slowly, looked at Rayleigh, who rushed to him, and said slowly, "Is it your turn?" Pluton Rayleigh. The picture freezes here. Dense comments began to float by. Ha ha ha. No, I am dying of laughter at this part. Kizaru, who kicked a supernova not long ago, how come his movements suddenly became so slow? It's like he was hit by the slow ray of Silver Fox. It's really hard for Uncle to land this kick. From the time he raised his foot to the time he landed, I feel like he could have killed a few more supernovas in a second. I'm curious, Uncle Kizaru's legs were raised for so long, didn't he feel sore? Doghead. Ha ha ha. God, his legs weren't sore, it's almost funny to death. Kizaru said his legs were sore, but what can he do? Who made Rayleigh come so slowly, Doghead? Do you think Uncle Kizaru did nothing during the time he raised his legs? Then you are wrong. In fact, Uncle Kizaru has been using observation haki to sense Rayleigh's position, calculate how long it will take to land. My uncle's control of time is so precise that he landed just when Rayleigh arrived. I would like to call my uncle a master of time management. Doghead. Ha ha ha. Otherwise, how can you say Kizaru is the real actor? These are all knowledge points, worth learning frame by frame. Kizaru, I'm going to step on it. I'm going to step on it. Step on it. Yo really, dog head. Ha 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 ha. The description above is too vivid. I don't know how Hawkins and others would feel if they saw this scene. Dog head. Dash. Skirikuman 5.7 APU. Basil Hawkins. X Drake. Uraj. Skirikuman APU, nobody. This is quite outrageous. When Kizaru killed us before, he was so fast and decisive. Why is it so slow here in Straw Hat Crew? Basil Hawkins, the time Kizaru took to kill the four of us just now is not even as long as the time he took to lift his legs in the video. X Drake, where is the speed equal to power? It seems that all the power is used on us. Uraj, I am numb. I am completely numb. How can these guys in the Straw Hat Pirates be so lucky? Sakazuki, as expected, I knew that Borsellino is even more unreliable than Kuzan. Kuzan, la Sakazuki, are you praising me or scolding me? Borsellino, I don't think I'm letting myself go in the video. I just consumed too much energy in the previous battle with those supernova pirates. Besides, we traveled such a long distance. Isn't it normal to take a short rest? Skirikuman APU, good fellow. Kizaru treats us and the Straw Hat Boys differently, but now he is putting the blame on us. Basil Hawkins, fight us? How can we deserve the word fight? You just beat us unilaterally. X Drake, not only do we have to be beaten, but we also have to take the blame. How can we seek justice? Uraj, damn. I'm going to sue Naval Headquarters. Sue Naval Headquarters. Shiki, ha 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 kids, you should just give up. What's the point of suing Naval Headquarters? The headquarters is full of Straw Hat guys. Uraj. Chapter 41. A world where only Akainu is hurt has been achieved. Begging for first order. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. Rayleigh arrived in time and successfully rescued Zoro from Kizaru at the critical moment. While Kizaru and Rayleigh were in a stalemate, Usopp and Brook on the side also hurriedly carried Zoro on their backs and fled away. Kizaru wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Rayleigh. Then, the two started a battle of equal strength, and neither could do anything to the other. Until Bartholomew Kuma appeared and slapped all the Straw Hat Crew away, Kizaru never made a move to stop him, but just watched quietly. After Luffy and others all escaped, Kizaru did not continue to entangle with Rayleigh. He left directly with Gendarmerie and the pacifist. However, it seemed to be to vent his anger for not being able to catch the Straw Hat Crew. Kizaru directly captured 500 pirates in the Sabayati archipelago in one breath. But none of the supernova pirates that he had killed before were among them. The barrage passed by again. Ha ha ha. Uncle Kizaru is really a particular person. He knew that he would be scolded if he returned empty-handed, so he specially captured 500 pirates to report back. These 500 pirates are also very miserable. They were shot for no reason and became substitutes for Luffy and others. Ha ha ha. 500 pirates, speak for me. Doghead. The key is that these 500 pirates are actually all insignificant minions. None of the real pirates with gold content are among them. Yes, supernova pirates like Hawkins, App, and Uraj, Kizaru had clearly killed them before, but he didn't catch them, giving them a chance to escape. After all, Kizaru's mission this time is to capture Luffy and the others have failed their mission. Even if they capture more supernova pirates, they won't get any reward. So it's better to leave them alone and wait for the next time. Doghead, worker. I know, this is called sustainable development. Doghead. Ha 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 ha. What the hell is sustainable development, but it seems to make sense. He is the most lenient man in the Marine Corps. Uncle Kizaru has calculated this account very clearly. Uncle Kizaru is simply a role model for us workers. He will never do anything that is not beneficial, even if it is convenient. Sengoku, 13. Borsellino, it's okay if you can't catch the Straw Hat Boys, but at least catch a few supernova pirates. Sakazuki, Marshal Sengoku, what do you mean by it's okay if you can't catch the Straw Hat Boy? This matter can't be let go like this. Rocks DZ back, ha 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 ha. I can see that the entire naval in the headquarters, only this guy named Sakazuki really wants to catch the Straw Hat crew. Other than that, everyone else is just letting the Straw Hat crew go. Kaido, yet, listen to what Sengoku just said, what does it mean that it's okay if we can't catch the Straw Hat crew? Charlotte Linlin, well, I suspect that the reason why Sengoku agreed to let Kizaru go to Sabayati Archipelago was actually to let him go to let the Straw Hat crew go. Sengoku, hey. Big Mom, you can't slander me, a Marine Marshal, like that. Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. Come on, Sengoku, ever since I saw your completely different attitudes towards the Straw Hat crew and the Blackbeard pirates, I no longer believe you. Edward Newgate, Gulala, but I have to say, Sengoku, you beat me up before. I was quite relieved watching the video of Teach, so I won't say anything more about you letting the Straw Hat Boy off. Sengoku. Skulachaman APU, hey? Kizaru didn't catch us. Basil Hawkins, we were beaten like that, but we haven't been caught yet, it's a miracle. Uraj, I can only say that Kizaru finally did something human. X Drake, thank you Admiral Kizaru for not killing us. Baru Salino, you're welcome, you're making me feel a little embarrassed. Sakazuki, being thanked by a group of pirates, is it something to be proud of for a Marine Admiral like you? Kuzan, la Sakazuki, you really don't understand human feelings. Sakazuki. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. The camera turns. The scene returns to the Summit War period. In the scene, Luffy is holding a huge log. In front of him, there are 3 Marine Admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Give Ace, back to me. Facing 3 Marine Admirals whose strength far exceeds his own, Luffy is not afraid at all at this moment, roaring and smashing the log in his hand fiercely at the other party. Such an attack naturally cannot have any effect on the 3 admirals. Aokiji instantly froze the huge log into ice. Luffy continued to attack, shattering the huge ice block made of the log, turning it into a hailstorm and continuing to hit the 3 people in front. He used this cover to activate the second gear, trying to break through the defense of the 3 admirals as quickly as possible. Noticing Luffy's move, Akainu frowned slightly and was about to attack him. However, at this moment, Kizaru next to Akainu took the lead and turned into a flash of light. In a flash, he was already in front of Luffy. Kizaru kicked Luffy hard. He immediately kicked him dozens of meters away. Completely away from the battlefield where the 3 admirals were. Akainu's original intention to attack was also dispelled, and he turned his attention back to other pirates. The barrage passed by. Ha 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 ha. Here we go again. After Aokiji stopped Akainu from attacking Luffy, Kizaru also performed the same operation. No, in fact, according to the timeline, Kizaru's operation was earlier than Aokiji's. So, Aokiji was actually imitating Kizaru's routine of letting Luffy go. What else? Kizaru's title of the movie Emperor is not in vain. Doghead. Looking at it this way, Akainu is really miserable. During the Summit War, except for him, the other high-end combat forces of Marine were all acting. Akainu took turns fighting with the Whitebeard pirates on the front line. He was either fighting or being beaten, while the others in naval headquarters were all acting doghead. Ha ha ha. The world where only Akainu was injured has been achieved. Kaido, Akainu, it turns out that Summit you were so miserable during the war, even I can't help but feel sorry for you. Charlotte Linlin, well, yes, Akainu, the top executives of naval headquarters are all acting except you. I can't stand this if it's me. Shanks, Ha 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 ha. Akainu, if you ask me, there is no place for you in this naval headquarters. Why don't you just defect and become a pirate? My pirate group welcomes you to join at any time. Edward Newgate, Gulalala in the future war to rescue Ace. Is Akainu the only one working hard? Then I feel much more relieved. Sakazuki, humph. It doesn't matter. Even if it's just me, I can still wipe out all of you damn pirates. Whitebeard, don't even think about saving Fire Fist Ace from me. Gold Roger, damn. This Akainu is so arrogant. If I can be resurrected, I will definitely go now. Marineford beat him up. Sakazuki, hee, Roger, do you think I'm afraid of you? Not to mention that you're dead now and can't do anything, even if you can really be resurrected, I don't mind letting you experience death again. Rox DZ Beck, good guy. Awesome. This Akainu is really tough. I can't help but start to admire him a little bit. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Luffy, who was kicked away by Kizaru, quickly got up from the ground again. He changed a breakthrough point and continued to run towards the execution platform where Ace was. In front of him were several elite vice admirals of the naval headquarters. At this time, Luffy's physical strength had almost been consumed. Facing the siege of several marine vice admirals, he was defeated after just a few struggles. He fell to the ground powerlessly, and blood continued to flow from the wounds on his body. Luffy tried hard to get up from the ground, but he was already at the end of his strength and didn't even have this little strength. Seeing this, several vice admirals surrounded him again, ready to give Luffy the final blow. And at this time, a footstep came from behind several vice admirals. At the same time, a faint voice sounded. Wait, hand him over to the money. The actions of several vice admirals suddenly stopped. They turned their heads and saw Kizaru, with his hands in his pockets, walking slowly from behind. Kizaru came to Luffy slowly, looked at the opponent who was lying on the ground, and slowly said, "On this battlefield, courage alone is not enough. Straw Hat Boy Luffy. If you don't have the strength, you can't save something no matter how hard you try." The voice fell. Kizaru slowly raised his right leg. This time he didn't raise his leg for a long time like he did in Sabayati Archipelago before. Kizaru kicked out and landed on Luffy's body. In an instant, he kicked the opponent far away. In the direction where Kizaru kicked, a tall figure was standing there at the moment. It was Whitebeard. Kizaru's kick directly kicked Luffy to the position where Whitebeard was. Luffy's body flew a long distance in the air before being caught steadily by Whitebeard's hand. Whitebeard looked down at Luffy in his hand, then looked at Kizaru in the distance, with an inexplicable look on his face. The screen freezes. The army of bullet comments appears again. FK. It appears. The legendary life-saving kick. Fortunately, Kizaru arrived in time. Otherwise Luffy would have been taken down by those vice admirals. I suspect that when Kizaru was slacking off on the battlefield, Observation Haki had been locking onto Luffy, and rushed to rescue him as soon as he saw Luffy in danger. Ha ha ha. I think it's very likely that the most tiring thing for Kizaru after this summit war was not fighting, but having to keep an eye on Luffy's situation to prevent him from getting into danger. I have to say, Kizaru's kick was really good. And he kicked Luffy directly to Whitebeard's side. With Whitebeard's strength, it is basically impossible for other Marines to get close to him except for Admiral-level strong men. It can be said that Kizaru's kick directly sent Luffy from the most dangerous place in the battlefield to the safest place. Kizaru, Master, this place is dangerous. I will take you to a safe place. Doghead. Kizaru, don't be afraid, my dear nephew. With your uncle here, no one can hurt you on this battlefield. Doghead. Kizaru, Luffy, my nephew, I know you have always been strong, but you don't need to be strong anymore, because your strength is coming. Cathead. Haha. The barrage is really talented and nice. I like it here. Rocks DZ back, damn. Kizaru's let off, is really good. John, he kicked Straw Hat Boy into Whitebeard's hand with one kick. I was really stunned by this kick. Silver Axe, don't say you were stunned. I feel that when Whitebeard received Straw Hat Boy in the video, even he was a little stunned. Akoku, ha ha ha. Who the hell could have thought of this? Kizaru not only didn't kill the Straw Hat Boy, but also sent him to the safest place. Shiki, barrage, Kizaru's kick is called a life-saving kick. I think this description is really quite appropriate, haha 990 haha. Monkey D. Luffy, Uncle is such a good person. He saved me again and again. Thank you so much. Monkey D. Garp, ha 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 ha. Borsellino, very good, well done. It seems that you are very good at it. I admire you. Borsellino, a Vice Admiral Garp, nephew Luffy, I feel embarrassed when you praise me like this. Sakazuki, hey. Borsellino, you actually have the nerve to be so proud here? You are simply a borer of marine. Borsellino, Sakazuki, what did you say? The wind is too strong, I can't hear you clearly. Kuzan, Allah is expected of you, Borsellino, you never miss a word of praise, but you never listen to a word of criticism. Borsellino, thank you. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. After kicking Luffy into Whitebeard's hands, Kizaru also looked at Whitebeard and said slowly, Whitebeard, you are also old and confused. A man like you actually let such a reckless waste take the lead. As he said, Kizaru slowly raised one hand. A dazzling laser condensed at his fingertips, aiming at Whitebeard in front and Luffy in the opponent's hand. However, before the laser at his fingertips could be fired, many pirates stepped forward and blocked in front of Yuhuzi. Not far away, Ivankov and Jinbei also came and looked at Luffy in Whitebeard's hand with concern. Seeing this, the laser condensed on Kizaru's fingertips suddenly dissipated. He didn't say much, just turned around and left, with no intention of attacking again. The army of barrages emerged again. Ha ha ha. Does anyone know what Uncle Kizaru is doing? Why did the attack that had been ready for half a day inexplicably cancelled? You don't understand this, right? Uncle Kizaru is afraid that it is not safe enough for Whitebeard to protect Luffy alone, so he pretends to attack Whitebeard to attract more members of the Whitebeard pirates to stand guard. Especially after seeing Ivankov and Jinbei also come to Luffy, Uncle Kizaru finally felt relieved, so he lifted the attack and slowly turned away. This is called leaving after the work is done, hiding the merits and fame. Hiss. So that's how it is. After hearing what you said, I finally understand Uncle Kizaru's good intentions. Not only that, did anyone notice what Kizaru said to Whitebeard? On the surface, he was saying that Whitebeard was brave but not wise to send Luffy to lead the charge, but in fact, he was reminding Whitebeard that it was too dangerous for Luffy to rush forward alone. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I also noticed that Kizaru was clearly trying to get Whitebeard to send more people behind to protect his nephew. Kizaru really tried every possible way to protect his nephew. I cried. Chapter 42 The Pinnacle of Acting, every move is carefully designed. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. The camera turns again. The scene comes to the moment when Luffy punches Garp away and successfully climbs onto the execution platform. Ace, wait, I'll rescue you right away. Luffy took out a key from his pocket and couldn't wait to unlock the sea stone handcuffs for Ace. However, at this moment, a golden laser suddenly shot from under the execution platform, and shot the key in Luffy's hand into two halves with great accuracy. Luffy's face immediately showed a look of surprise and panic. Kizaru, who was at the bottom of the execution platform, slowly put down his raised fingers, put his hands in his pockets again, and looked leisurely. Borsellino, you see, I did a great job at the critical moment. If I hadn't shot the key in the hand of the Straw Hat Boy, Fire Fist Ace would have been released by him. Monkey D. Luffy, eh? So it was my uncle who shot my key, but why did he do that? Didn't he always help me before? Tony Chopper, yet, why did Luffy's uncle suddenly start to interfere with Luffy again? Isn't he one of us? Usopp, no, Luffy, Chopper, I think you must have misunderstood Kizaru. He was still letting Luffy go just now. Monkey D. Luffy, what? Usopp, why do you say that? He shot my key and didn't let me rescue Ace, so why did he still let me go? Usopp, think about it, Kizaru can shoot the key ball in your hand accurately at such a long distance. It's not an exaggeration to say that his accuracy is 100% accurate, right? Tony Chopper, indeed. I feel that Luffy's shooting skills can be compared with yours, Usopp. Usopp, Kizaru has such accuracy. If he really wanted to attack Luffy, he could have just shot directly at Luffy's head. Why would he bother shooting the key? Monkey D. Luffy, so ga. Usopp, it seems that he was really letting me off just now. Borsalino, hey, how can you guys talk nonsense? I never thought of letting you off, Straw Hat Boy. Sakazuki, hee, Borsalino, you still have the nerve to say that. Rox DZBek, ha. I'm really laughing to death. If Kizaru really wanted to attack the Straw Hat Boy, he could have just shot him in the head with one shot. John, in the end, this guy only shot off a key in the Straw Hat Boy's hand after all this time, and he still has the nerve to say that he has done a great deed. Silver Axe, with the power and accuracy of Kizaru's laser, it would be easy to shoot through the Straw Hat Boy's head, but he just didn't do it. Isn't this letting him down? Akoku, it's just a pity that the key became the victim of Kizaru's letting him down, ha. Paul Salino, all of this is slander, I will never admit it. One. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. The camera turns again. In the picture, Buggy is floating in the sky at this moment. In his arms, he is holding the unconscious Jinbei and Luffy. And on the sea not far below him, a yellow submarine is slowly rising. A man wearing a Madara dotted round hat walked out of the submarine and came to the deck. It was Trafalgar Law, the surgeon of death who was one of the supernova pirates like Luffy. Law looked up at Buggy in the air and shouted. I'm a doctor, leave them to me and let me treat them. Buggy didn't buy it. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? He questioned Law loudly. Without any intention of handing Luffy and Jinbei over to him. For a while, the two sides were deadlocked. Righto. Just then, a laser suddenly shot from behind Buggy and pierced a corner of his collar directly. Buggy was frightened and sweated coldly, and looked back stiffly. Kizaru was standing on the mast of a warship not far behind. He pointed a finger in the direction of Buggy, and golden lasers were constantly gathering on his fingertips. It was obvious that the attack just now came from his hand. Kizaru condensed the laser on his fingertips and slowly said to Buggy. Clown Buggy, put down the Straw Hat Boy. As he spoke, the laser on his fingertips became more and more dazzling, as if it would be fired at Buggy again at any time. Buggy was immediately scared when he saw this, and he dared not continue to hold Luffy, the hot potato. So, Buggy looked at Trafalgar Law on the sea below and shouted. Hey, don't you want them both? Catch them. After saying this, Buggy no longer hesitated and threw Luffy and Kaiping in his arms to Law's submarine. The members of the Heart Pirates caught the two steadily and then quickly carried them into the submarine. Kizaru, who was behind, saw this scene, and there was no anger on his face. He did not seek revenge on Buggy, and the laser light on his fingertips slowly dissipated. The picture froze again. Translucent bullet screens floated across the viewing screen again. Ha. Uncle Kizaru is here to assist Luffy again. Seeing that Buggy refused to hand Luffy over to Law for treatment, Uncle Kizaru must have been very anxious. That's why he once again reminded Buggy to put Luffy down. Even Uncle Kizaru's original words to Buggy just now were put down the Straw Hat Boy, not hand over the Straw Hat Boy. I have to say, Uncle Kizaru's words are really rigorous, just like the promise he made to Sengoku when he volunteered to go to the Chronicle Land 1. Buggy, you only told me to put the Straw Hat Boy down, but didn't tell me where to put him, so it's reasonable for me to leave him to law, right? Doghead. Kizaru, reasonable, quite reasonable. It really touches my heart. Doghead. Buggy, Why do I appear in this video? Why will I appear on the battlefield of Marineford in the future? Trafalgar Law, it seems that in the near future, even I will go to the naval headquarters to play. Monkey D. Garp, what happened to Luffy in the video? Why did he suddenly faint? He looks like he was seriously injured. Marco and Jinbei also fainted. What happened in the future? How did Ace's brother and Jinbei become like this? Borsellino, ugh, these comments are wrongly accusing me again. It's really too much. Kuzan, oh, Borsellino, the video has been put to this point, and you are still complaining about it. Borsellino, am I not wronged? In the video, I originally wanted that clown Buggy to hand over the Straw Hat Boy, but these comments all wrongly accused me of urging him to throw the Straw Hat Boy to Trafalgar Law. It's really bullying. Sakazuki, hehe, if you really wanted the clown Buggy to hand over the Straw Hat Boy, you wouldn't have deliberately missed the laser just now. Kaido, ugh Kizaru, with your strength, if you really want to snatch the Straw Hat Boy back from that clown Buggy, it will only take a few seconds at most. Why would you need to go through so much trouble like in the video? Borsellino. You can't say that. What if the clown Buggy is actually much stronger than you think? I must have realized this in the video, so I had to take this approach. Charlotte Linlin, well, Kizaru, just keep talking nonsense. You still say that clown Buggy is strong? Before today, I had never even heard of his name. I knew he was a weakling at first glance. Shanks, ha 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 ha. Buggy, you are being mocked as a weakling worker. Buggy? Damn guy, you dare to mock me. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you are 4 emperors. If I really get angry, even Captain Roger can't stop me. Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. That's true, Buggy is still very strong, you must not underestimate him. Monkey D. Luffy, what? Buggy is strong? Really? Surprised face, inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. After the Heart Pirates carried Luffy and Jinbei into the submarine, Trafalgar Law immediately ordered his crew to control the submarine to dive away from the battlefield. And until then, Kizaru slowly raised one hand again. He stretched out a finger, and the fingertips slowly condensed a laser, aiming at the submarine of the Heart Pirates. Want to escape? Don't even think about it. Kizaru said slowly. The laser condensed on his fingertips also became brighter and brighter. It seemed that it would be fired at any time. ITO. The next moment. Don't move, Kizaru. A low voice suddenly came from not far away from Kizaru. Kizaru paused, and the laser light on his fingertips suddenly became much brighter. He slowly turned his head and looked in the direction where the voice came from. Then he saw a man with grey back hair, who was sitting on the mast of a warship next to him, holding a pistol in his hand and pointing it at him. Seeing this man, the laser condensed on Kizaru's fingertips completely dissipated. He slowly raised his hands and made a surrendering look. But there was no fear on his face, and he still didn't have that careless expression. Kizaru looked at the grey back hair man who was pointing a pistol at him, and greeted him calmly. K. Beckman. After saying this greeting, Kizaru did exactly what Beckman had ordered him to do, and stayed where he was without moving. The scene freezes. The army of bullets appeared again. It appeared. Beckman, the user of the stop moving fruit, appeared. Look how obedient Uncle Kizaru is. When Beckman told him not to move, he really stayed still. Kizaru, I don't have any other advantages, my hearing is the main one. Doghead. Isn't it a coincidence that every time Kizaru wants to launch an attack, someone will stop him? Is this really just a coincidence? Of course it can't be a coincidence. In fact, all of this has been calculated by Kizaru, so he can always pretend to launch an attack when someone tries to stop him. This is the gold content of the man who is the best at letting go in the entire marine. The seemingly random letting go actually contains Kizaru's careful calculations and designs. Only in this way can every letting go seem natural, and he will not be blamed for it afterwards. Kizaru's uncle's level of letting go has definitely reached the pinnacle, no one can surpass him. Again, the actor's member is Kizaru's ape. Ben Beckman, oh, I didn't expect that I would have a role in the play. Sengoku, why are the Red Hair Pirates also here at Marineford? Does that mean that the future war, even the Red Hair Pirates will get involved? Shanks, haha, it seems like that's right. What, Sengoku, don't you welcome us? Sengoku, Red Hair, I warn you, you'd better not mess around at Marineford. This is a war between our naval headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates. Kaido, ugh Sengoku, do you think we pirates will listen to you? Not only are the Red Hairs going to get involved, but the Beasts Pirates of Laozi have also been eager to wade into this mess. Charlotte Linlin, well, I'm not interested in this, I'll just watch you guys fight quietly. Borsellino, why do I feel like the focus of your discussion is a bit off? Shouldn't you continue to condemn me for letting the game go as before? Sakazuki, humph. What's the point of condemning you for your behavior? Will you change after being condemned? Borsellino, well that won't happen. Kuzan, la Borsellino, you are quite direct this time. Have you started to pretend? Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. Under the dot threat of Beckman's inability to use the fruit ability, Kizaru stayed there for a long time. He did nothing else. The submarine of the Heart Pirates also took advantage of this gap and began to dive rapidly towards the bottom of the sea. Seeing this scene, Aokiji, who was not far away, walked forward slowly and started to operate. He aimed at the sea surface in front of Marineford and directly activated the skill Ice Age. In just a blink of an eye, the entire sea surface was frozen. Not only that, even the sea water tens of meters below the sea surface was all frozen into ice. If the submarine of the Heart Pirates failed to escape in time, Linhos, it would definitely be trapped in these ice layers and could never get out. Xito. Just then, Kizaru, who had not moved for a long time, finally moved again. He didn't care at all that Beckman was still pointing a gun at him. He jumped lightly without any scruples. In an instant, he was already high in the sky. He looked down from above, with his hands crossed in front of his chest. Gorgeous and dazzling lasers continued to shoot out from his palms. There were thousands of them densely packed. It was like a torrential rain. Yasakani no Megatama. Tens of thousands of laser beams fell towards the ice below at a very fast speed. Bang! Boom! Boom boom! In an instant, there were bursts of violent explosions on the ice, resounding through the sky. The sound was extremely terrifying. The ice surface that had just been frozen by Aokiji was instantly shattered and melted under Kizaru's Yasakani no Megatama attack. In the blink of an eye, the ice layer that was frozen for dozens of meters melted, and the sea surface returned to its previous state. However, it was somewhat surprising that thousands of lasers shot into the sea. Not even one hit the submarine of the Heart Pirates. The submarine of the Heart Pirates just sailed away under the bombardment of the seemingly fierce laser rain, unscathed. Soon it completely sank into the deep sea, and could no longer be captured or chased. And in the sky, after doing all this, Kizaru fell back to the original warship mast. He looked at the sea below, which had no trace of ice, and seemed to be talking to himself. If they are still alive like this, then we can only say that they are too lucky. The picture freezes here. Another large wave of dense barrages emerged from the screen. Chapter 43 Sanji, broken. The 5 elders left it to me. Ha ha ha. Uncle Kizaru shows his god-level skills again. The legendary 8-foot outline jade is now online. These thousands of lasers, not a single one hit the submarine of the Heart Pirates. I would like to call Kizaru the strongest human outline master. Do you see the seawater in the ocean below? That's right, it was all put there by my Uncle Kizaru. Doghead. The seawater that Aokiji just froze last second, Kizaru destroyed it all with the 8-foot outline jade in the next second. I have to say that this efficiency is really high, for fear that his nephew Luffy would be trapped. It seems that although Kizaru and Aokiji are both Luffy's background, the two of them don't seem to know each other, otherwise Kizaru wouldn't be so anxious. Yes, in fact, even if he didn't take action, Aokiji couldn't really freeze Luffy and the others. It was just a superficial show. No, I don't think so. Kizaru and Aokiji didn't know each other. What if they were actually cooperating? Doghead. Hiss. It's not impossible. The two of them cooperated with each other. It seemed that each of them used a big move and worked very hard, but in fact they did nothing. They didn't have any impact on Luffy at all, and even covered the opponent's retreat. Doghead. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, it's really amazing. Akainu was fighting desperately there, and Kizaru and Aokiji were cooperating with each other here. I can't help but feel sorry for Akainu again, ha 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 ha. Dash. Kuzan, la Borsalino, how could you do this? I tried so hard to freeze the fleeing Straw Hat Boy, but your Yasakani no Megatama made all my efforts in vain. Borsalino, you can't blame me for this. I was afraid that you would fail to freeze the submarine, so I used Yasakani no Megatama to help you finish off the enemy. Kuzan, I see. It seems that I have wronged you. We two have really worked hard to catch the Straw Hat Boy. Borsalino, yes, we have worked so hard, but these comments are still saying that we are actors. This is really too broad-minded. Sakazuki, enough. You two are still acting here, right? Don't think that everyone is stupid and can't see that you are letting the enemy go. Kuzan, la Borsalino, look, Sakazuki is slandering us again. Borsalino, oh, there's nothing we can do. Sakazuki has always disliked the two of us. It's really sad. Sakazuki. Rocks DZ back, ha 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 ha. Kizaru and 280 Aokiji are so good at singing the same tune here. I feel like they are about to break the defense. John, judging from the tacit understanding between the two of them, I'm sure that they were covering each other in the video just now when they attacked one after another. Silver Axe, ha 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 ha. Akainu is really miserable. It's okay that he is the only one among the 3 admirals who is fighting desperately, but now he is being excluded by Kizaru and Aokiji. Akoku, if I were Akainu, I would not be able to stay in this naval headquarters for even a day. Shiki, ha 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 Akainu, why don't you run away from naval headquarters as soon as possible? There is no place for you in this naval headquarters. Sakazuki, humph. The actors should be the ones to get out of naval headquarters. No matter what, I will continue to stay in Marine until all the pirates are wiped out. Gold Roger, ha ha ha. I have to say that Akainu is quite courageous. To some extent, I still admire him. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The camera switches. The scene comes to 2 years after the Summit War. New World, Egg Point Island. All members of the Straw Hat Pirates, as well as Vegapunk himself and his clones, are now gathered in the R&D floor of the dome of Egg Point Island. They were discussing how to escape from the island. In addition to them, there were 3 CPO agents, Rob Lucci, Cannon, and Stussy. At the same time, on the sea outside the Egg Point Island, dozens of marine warships surrounded the island of the future. In the cabin of the largest warship, Jago Lucia Satan, one of the 5 elders, was sitting on the sofa with a cane in his hand. On the side, a marine soldier reported loudly. Rob Lucci sent a message. The intelligence inside the Egg Point Island is now fully grasped. Satan nodded lightly and ordered in a deep voice. Share the information with the entire army immediately. After giving the order, Satan looked at Kizaru on the side. Did you hear it, Borsellino? Kizaru stood aside with his hands in his pockets and responded, yes, although they acted as if they had the initiative, it seems that they were just trapped inside. Satan Saint looked gloomy, looking at Kizaru and said, the border dome of Egg Point Island is the defense system of laser light, right? As the light, can you get in? Kizaru nodded slightly and said, BDFD, to be honest, I can get in. But my friend is protecting Vegapunk down there. Satan Saint didn't care about it at all, and said in a deep voice, can't we just fly over him? However, Kizaru shook his head seriously and said, it's insulting to the man standing in front of you. I'll be embarrassed. At least let me do my duty, right? And if we launch the attack, Jean Doan will order countless sea beast weapons and those 50 pacifists to sink our ships. It will be a heavy loss. Hearing this, Satan Saint couldn't help but rub his head in distress, with an irritated look on his face. But, the current situation doesn't allow us to take it slow. After some contemplation, Satan Saint finally agreed to Kizaru's request to fight Jean Doan first. So, Kizaru activated the skill Yashika Mirror. The whole person turned into a dazzling flash. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at Danjian Island from the warship. His figure quickly shuttled among the buildings on Danjian Island. Almost in a flash, he appeared in front of Jean Doan. Here I come, Jean Doan. Kizaru appeared in front of Jean Doan and kicked at him without hesitation. Facing Kizaru's attack, Jean Doan did not retreat, but went straight to meet him. Uncle, my defense is the best in the world. Jean Doan said as he stretched out his palms to block in front of him, successfully blocking Kizaru's kick. Just surrender, Jean Doan. His kick was blocked, but Kizaru did not give up. While persuading Jean Doan to surrender, he aimed at the opponent and launched the Yashikagama. The sky full of laser rain immediately shot towards Jean Doan's position. Jean Doan spread his legs and ran away desperately, avoiding the attack of Yashikagama. At the same time, he responded breathlessly. Sorry, uncle, I have already told Straw Hat Luffy. Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly and asked slowly. When did you become a pirate companion? Jean Doan picked up his giant axe from the ground and responded in a deep voice. As long as my benefactor can escape from this island, I am willing to join forces with anyone. While speaking, he actually swung the giant axe in his hand and took the initiative to attack Kizaru. Kizaru easily avoided his attack, and his figure was above the sky, looking down at Jean Doan below. Jean Doan, I did my best to teach you. RTU. My defense is no worse than yours. After the words fell, Kizaru stopped holding back. A terrifying laser quickly fell down, causing a violent explosion below. And Jean Doan, who was affected by this attack, fell to the ground instantly, spitting blood, and completely fainted. The picture freezes here. Translucent bullet screens quickly passed by. FK. Jean Taowan was defeated already. Didn't he claim to have the best defense in the world? How come he was defeated by Kizaru in just 2 moves? This shows how strong Kizaru's real strength is. With such strong strength, he actually let Luffy and his gang escape several times 2 years ago. How much did Kizaru let Luffy escape in the past, Doghead? Not only in the past, even now, isn't Kizaru still letting Luffy escape? Satan's old bidden urged Kizaru to quickly enter the dome research and development layer of Egg Point Island, but Kizaru used the excuse of fighting Zhang Taowan to delay for so long. On the one hand, he did want to respect Zhang Taowan, but I think the bigger reason was to buy Luffy and Vegapunk more time to escape. I think so too. Poor Sen Taowan. He has been with Kizaru since he was a child and they have a close relationship. But he has become Kizaru's tool to buy time for Luffy. Ha ha ha. There is no way. Kizaru is Luffy's uncle. This relationship must be closer than that with Sen Taowan, doghead. Sen Taowan, so. Will love disappear? Doghead. Sen Taowan, why does the latecomer win? Because the former does not fight or compete, doghead. .. Monkey D. Luffy, aren't my uncle and the guy with the axe in the same group? They fought against us together in the previous video. Why are they fighting each other now? Borsalino, Sen Taowan, I didn't expect that we would become enemies in the future. Sen Taowan, uncle, from the video, it seems that you are going to do something to my benefactor Vegapunk. I will never allow this to happen. Sengoku, what's going on? Why in the future, the world government surrounded the Egg Island, and even one of the 5 elders, Saint Satan, personally took action. Crane, why are the Straw Hats and the others with Vegapunk, and they seem to be in the same group? Monkey D. Garp, there are also agents of the world government on the Egg Island. What happened in the future? Why does it feel like a mess? Rorano Azoro, the giraffe and the leopard man in Nice lobby before, how come they appear in front of us again in the future? They are really haunting us. Rob Lucci, in the future, I have been promoted to CPO. It seems that I have become stronger. This time, I will definitely be able to arrest the Straw Hat guy. Vegapunk, in the future, will the world government wipe me out? It seems that some of my research has been exposed. This is really a bad situation. Shanks, did Satan, one of the 5 elders, personally lead the team to surround Egg Point Island? Then Luffy and the others on the island may not be in a good situation. Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. Shanks, I don't think the Straw Hat guys will be in danger. Although the 5 elders did personally take action, Kizaru, the movie star, was also there. He will definitely find a way to help the Straw Hat guys escape. Shanks, yes, that's true. I think your analysis, Captain Roger, makes sense. Borsalino, don't talk nonsense, in front of the 5 elders' face how could I let him go? This is absolutely impossible. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. After defeating Gendarmerie, Kizaru successfully obtained the authority chip of the pacifist. The pacifists who originally attacked the world government ships began to attack the sea beast weapons guarding the outside of the Egg Point Island. And Kizaru himself looked up at the dome research layer above his head and said to himself, "It's really nostalgic. Straw Hat crew." After saying that, he turned into a flash of light and flew towards the dome research layer above the Egg Point Island. As early as the beginning. In order to prevent the entry of the world government soldiers, Vegapunk had already activated the defense system of the dome boundary. This is a protective shield made of laser technology. No one can enter or exit without permission. Righto. Kizaru, the Flashman, is an exception. This protective shield made of laser light has no effect on him at all. He flew directly into the dome research and development layer of Egg Point Island without any hindrance. Then he continued to rush to the location of Luffy, Vegapunk, and others. After seeing Kizaru successfully enter the dome research and development layer, Lucci, who had been sitting still, also took action again, trying to attack Vegapunk first. However, his attack was blocked by Stussy on the side. Then, Zoro drew his sword and rushed to Lucci in an instant, and said angrily to him, "When your own people come, you start to float, right?" Facing Zoro's questioning, Lucci's face was full of arrogance. he said confidently. Kizaru, plus me. It's enough to wipe out your entire army. Hearing this, Zoro sneered disdainfully and slashed at Lucci with his sword. Then we are really underestimated. With one slash, Lucci was forced to retreat a long distance. Zoro rushed forward and kept the battlefield away from his companions and Vegapunk and others. Just as Zoro and Lucci started fighting, Kizaru had already completely approached to the place where everyone was hiding. Seeing this, Usopp and others were shocked. The shadow left by Kizaru on the Sabayati archipelago 2 years ago is still vivid in their minds. Luffy, what should we do? The Marine Admiral is here. In the anxious questioning of Usopp. But Luffy took a step very calmly and walked out. Soon he walked out of the hiding place, came to the outside world, and appeared in Kizaru's sight. Seeing Luffy walking towards him from a distance, Kizaru's face showed a touch of surprise and joy. "Ah, Straw Hat Boy. $77. However, he didn't have time to finish his words. Luffy, who was still far away in the last second, had flashed in front of him in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Luffy kicked Kizaru fiercely. The black thunder wrapped around Conqueror's haki suddenly appeared. An unparalleled power also dissipated with it. Kizaru seemed to be startled, and hurriedly blocked his arms in front of him, blocking Luffy's kick. He looked at the boy in front of him who had not seen him for 2 years, and said leisurely, "Your upbringing is really bad." Luffy was also looking at Kizaru in front of him. Facing the top combat power of Marine who had forced their group into a desperate situation 2 years ago. At this moment, Luffy's face did not show any fear or dread. A calm and confident smile rose at the corner of his mouth. "Kizaru, we are 100 times stronger than we were 2 years ago." Chapter 44, Nika form appears. Luffy gets a Kizaru figurine. The screen freezes at the moment when Luffy and Kizaru officially fight. Then, dense comments float across the screen again. FK. It's exciting. 2 years ago, he had no power to fight back against Admiral and could only flee in embarrassment, but 2 years later, he came up and fought head-on. Damn! I was so excited that I jumped up from the bed and slapped my dog. Ha ha ha! What did the dog do wrong? This scene is really exciting, but as Kizaru said, Luffy is really poorly educated. Doghead. Uncle Kizaru saw his good nephew again after 2 years and was about to say hello happily, but Luffy didn't even wait for him to finish his words and kicked him directly. Doghead. Kizaru, Luffy, nephew, your strength has improved, Uncle is very happy, but you treat me like this, Uncle is very unhappy. Doghead. By the way, did you notice what Lucci said to Zoro? Kizaru and me are enough to wipe out your army. I noticed it. Ha 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 ha, Lucci really made me laugh to death. Where did he get his confidence from? He probably doesn't know that Kizaru is actually on Luffy's side. It seems that he and Kizaru are fighting against the Straw Hat crew together, but in fact he is fighting against the Straw Hat crew and Kizaru alone. Doghead. And even if we take a step back, even if Kizaru doesn't let him go or turn against him, Lucci will definitely not be able to beat the 4 emperors now. Luffy. Even Kaido has been defeated by Luffy. Does Lucci think he is stronger than Mr. Guy? Doghead. Don't talk about Luffy, I think Zoro can beat Lucci now, there is no suspense at all. Lucci lost to Luffy 2 years ago, why does he think that he, a defeated opponent, can catch up with Luffy's growth speed? Ha ha ha. Why is he so ordinary, but so confident? Doghead. By the way, in the video, Luffy v300's Kizaru, Zoro vs Lucci, then Sanji can only fight 5 elders? Ha ha ha. Sanji, damn. 5 elders are left to me. Doghead. Back off. Everyone back off. Sanji is going to start playing 5 elders alone. Doghead. Dash dash dash. Sengoku, wait. These comments actually say that Straw Hat Boy will become 4 elders in the future emperors. Kaido, the comments say that I will be defeated by the Straw Hat guy in the future? How is that possible? Rob Lucci, in the future, I can't beat the Straw Hat guy, and even Roronoa Zoro can beat me? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Rox DZ Beck, ha 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 ha. How come so many people in the chat group are instantly defeated as soon as these comments come out? GOLD Roger, it seems that many incredible and huge changes have taken place in the future. Is the new era I'm looking forward to finally coming? 2. Shanks, from the video, Luffy's strength has indeed grown a lot. He has even mastered Conqueror's Entanglement. Borsalino, he kicked me right away, and even used Conqueror's Entanglement. The future Straw Hat guy is so scary. Skulachman APU, the Straw Hat guy, actually became the 4 emperors in the future. That's the reign of Nu, the pirate emperor of the world. Basil Hawkins, in just 2 years, he has grown to that level? It's really unbelievable. Uraj, no, I don't think it's anything to be surprised about. With the background of Straw Hat Boy, even if he wants to overthrow the world government, I think it's a very easy thing. Usopp. Luffy will become 4 emperors in the future, so won't we be members of the 4 emperors pirates in the future? Tony Chopper, will Luffy become that strong in the future? That's amazing. Monkey D. Luffy, of course. I'm the man who wants to become the Pirate King. It's just 4 emperors. Isn't it normal? Rob Lucci, no. Straw Hat Boy, you can never become 4 emperors. I will never recognize you as a 4 emperors. Kaido, Lao Z doesn't recognize it either. These comments are definitely nonsense. How could Lao Z lose to a brat like the Straw Hat Boy? Are you kidding me? Charlotte Linlin, well, if what the comments say is true, then you are the first 4 emperors to be defeated by a newcomer, what a shame. Kaido, humph. Impossible. There are true and false things in these comments. Unless the video is officially certified, Lao Z will never believe the one-sided words of these comments. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Kizaru and Luffy soon started a formal battle. On the screen, Luffy, who activated the 4th gear Snake Man form, is attacking Kizaru fiercely. The black arm wrapped with armament haki is like a big snake, constantly changing direction in the air, with extremely rapid momentum. Kizaru kept dodging. He looked at the aggressive Luffy in front of him and sighed. As expected of the man who defeated Kaido. He's really hard to deal with. But, you, a pirate, actually protected Vegapunk, why? Kaido. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, look, Kizaru in the video said that you were defeated by the Straw Hat Boy. It seems that the previous comments are not nonsense. Kaido, how is this possible? How could Lao Z lose to a guy like the Straw Hat Boy? There must be something strange. Charlotte Linlin, okay, Kaido, just accept the reality. In the future, you will be the first 4 emperors to be dethroned by a newcomer. It's really embarrassing. Kaido, Linlin, don't say that too early. Even if I am really defeated by the Straw Hat Boy in the future, how can you be sure that I will be the first 4 emperors to be dethroned? Maybe you, an old woman, will die faster than me. Vegapunk, in the future, Marine and World the government wants to kill me, but the Straw Hat Boy, a pirate, is protecting me? This is really amazing. The video continues to play. Luffy did not answer his question, but asked in a deep voice. I want to ask you. Why do you want to kill Uncle Apple? Hearing Luffy's words, Kizaru's figure suddenly turned into a flash of light and flew into the sky. And his voice came from the sky. Want to kill? How is it possible? How could I want to kill him? Vegapunk and I are old friends. So can you stop interfering with me? High in the sky, Kizaru's whole body turned into a dazzling golden flash. Points of light began to fall rapidly from top to bottom. At the same time, a whisper sounded. Acceleration is power. The moment the voice fell, Kizaru had returned to Luffy in the blink of an eye from hundreds of meters above the sky. At the same time, he kicked out suddenly. The power of this kick became extremely terrifying due to the acceleration just now. Luffy raised his hand to block. His whole body was blown away like a cannonball. And the direction he was kicked in was exactly the direction of the giant robot Vega Force No. 1 where Vegapunk and others were hiding. Luffy couldn't control his body. He directly hit it hard. Bang! Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. Luffy's body directly smashed the mecha body of Vega Force No. 1 in half. And he continued to fly uncontrollably towards the distance. He actually flew directly out of the laser light shield at the edge of the dome. At this time, the laser light shield at the edge of the dome had not been closed. When Luffy passed through it, he was immediately attacked by the shield. A violent explosion immediately enveloped it. Wow! Luffy screamed. He was kicked out of the dome R&D floor by Kizaru. The scene freezes here. The army of barrages appeared again. FK. After 2 years, the lightspeed kick that kicked Hawkins and others, now Luffy finally got the kick. The power of this kick is much stronger than the one that kicked Hawkins and others. Even Luffy in 4th gear couldn't resist it and was kicked so far away. I have to say, Kizaru is still fierce. Even in this state, he can still suppress Luffy. To be honest, I always think that Kizaru is the most unfathomable among all marine admirals. After all, I have never seen him use his full strength. Ha 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 ha. It's because Kizaru has been slacking off, so we have never seen him use his full strength, doghead. But why did Kizaru suddenly start to take Luffy seriously this time? This kick is not light, and it also kicked Luffy to the protective shield of the dome. The explosive power is not something that ordinary people can withstand. You don't understand this, do you? You thought Kizaru was serious, but he was actually letting Luffy go. He kicked Luffy out of the island, wasn't he just trying to let Luffy go? Yes, after all, the 5 elders were watching this battle not far away, so Kizaru couldn't let Luffy go as obviously as before, so he had to do this. So that's it. I got it. I can only say that Kizaru is worthy of being the best actor. Even the audience with a god's perspective like us were almost fooled. Borsalino, these comments are slandering me again. I was so harsh in the video, and they still said that I was letting him win. Shiki, ha 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 Kizaru, you can't blame the comments. Who told you to let him win too many times before? Now everyone has no trust in you. Edward Newgate, Gulala, that's right, no matter what Kizaru does now, in my eyes he seems to be letting him win. Borsalino, that's too much. Nami, in the video, was Kizaru really letting him win? Luffy was kicked directly to the protective shield at the edge of the dome by him, and there was such a terrible explosion. Will he be fine? Roronoa Zoro, don't worry, since the future Luffy can't even be beaten by Kaido, the 4 emperors were defeated, so such a small explosion is nothing to him. 1. Kaido, humph. Arrogant brat, how dare you say that? Before the viewing system actually shows the video of me being defeated by the Straw Hat Boy. I will never believe such a thing. Edward Newgate, ugh Kaido, you are really stubborn. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After kicking Luffy out of the dome research and development floor, Kizaru quickly came to the place where Vegapunk was hiding. Everyone was immediately facing a great enemy. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and looked at Vegapunk, saying nonchalantly, I don't want to drag on this annoying task. Opposite him, Vegapunk suddenly showed an extremely surprised expression, as if he had seen something extraordinary. However, his eyes did not fall on Kizaru, but looked behind Kizaru. And it was at this time. A voice suddenly came from behind Kizaru. It hurts so much. Ah ha ha, ha 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 ha. The voice sounded very naughty. It was accompanied by a heartless laugh. The next moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed Kizaru from behind. And Kizaru didn't know whether it was because his attention was on Vegapunk or some other reason. He didn't notice the big hand grabbing him from behind. Naturally, he didn't dodge. So, the big hand just grabbed Kizaru. He held it tightly in his hand. A huge head also popped out from the back of the building next to him. It was Luffy, who was kicked out of the dome R&D floor by Kizaru before. RTU. Luffy looked a little unusual at this moment. His body was dozens of times larger than before. He looked like a giant warrior. And his hair and clothes turned into pure white at some point. There was a circle of white flames behind him. Kizaru was held tightly in his hand. He looked like a doll. Luffy looked at Kizaru in his hand with a heartless smile on his face. He spoke again. "Ah, I'm so burned. You kicked me to the lower level. It's too deadly to go in and out of the barrier twice." The picture froze again. A dense barrage of comments appeared. "Oh my god!" It appeared. Gear 5. Nika form. As expected of the form that defeated Teacher Guy, it caught Kizaru so easily. Luffy's defense is really amazing now. He went through the laser shield twice and passed through it again, but he only felt a little pain. Isn't that normal? After all, this is the human fruit, mythical beast 1.5, Nika form. It is an ability that even I'm and the 5 elders are afraid of. Didn't you see that Kizaru was subdued by Luffy in Gear 5 like a little chicken? I don't know if Kizaru really didn't react, or was he standing there deliberately to be caught by Luffy? I prefer the latter. After all, Kizaru is a sparkling fruit user. How fast is he? Even if Luffy is in Gear 5, he can't be faster than Kizaru. I guess Kizaru originally wanted Luffy to leave first, but Luffy ran back through the shield by himself. He had no choice but to let Luffy catch him again. I have to say, Gear 5 Luffy is really big. Why does this line sound a bit weird? Wu dang, where is Luffy big? Explain it in detail, doghead. What are you guys thinking? I'm talking about the size. Gear 5 Luffy is as big as a giant. Didn't you see that he can hold Kizaru tightly with one hand? A dignified Marine Admiral looks like a small figurine in Luffy's hand. This is really amazing. Ha 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 ha. It looks like a small figurine. The guy above, you know how to describe it. Don't tell me, Kizaru looks like a figurine when he is held in Luffy's hand like this. Ha 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 ha. It's true. Congratulations to Luffy for getting the Kizaru figurine. Congratulations to Luffy for getting the Kizaru figurine. Congratulations to Luffy for getting the Kizaru figurine. The video freezes on the scene where Gear 5 Luffy catches Kizaru. Densely packed translucent comments keep floating over it. It can be seen that the response is very enthusiastic. At the same time, in the movie chat group, everyone is also completely blown away by the appearance of Gear 5 Luffy. Chapter 45 Gear 5 Luffy shocked the audience. 5 elders Satan arrived. Usopp, hiss. Is that really Luffy in the video? How come he has become as big as a giant? Monkey D. Luffy, because I'm a rubber man, it's normal for me to grow bigger, he he he. Tony Chopper, but why is it that not only your body has grown bigger, but also your clothes and hair have turned white, making you look like a different person? Monkey D. Luffy, oh, yeah, why did my clothes and hair change color? Did I accidentally fall into the white dye pool when I was kicked away by my uncle just now? Roronoa Zoro, in this form, Luffy can easily grab the Marine Admiral with one hand, and his strength seems to be quite powerful. Vinsmoke Sanji, I saw someone call Luffy's form Gear 5 in the comments, and someone else called it human fruit mythical beast Nika form? Frankie, human fruit mythical beast Nika form, but isn't Luffy eating paramecia rubber fruit? Nico Robin, it seems that there are many secrets here that we don't know. Shanks, sun god Nika. Luffy actually succeeded in restoring the rubber fruit to its original form in the future? That's amazing. Gold Roger, human fruit mythical beast Nika form, the legendary devil fruit, actually appeared in the world. Ha 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 ha, the future is getting more and more interesting. Monkey D. Garp, ha ha ha. This form of Luffy is really interesting, he is worthy of being my grandson. Monkey D. Dragon, the liberated warrior, Joy Boy, sun god Nika. I didn't expect these to appear on my son. Edward Newgate, sun god Nika. I didn't expect that the Straw Hat Boy actually has such power in his body. It seems that Kaido doesn't blame for losing, gurgle. Kaido? Whitebeard, what do you mean, old man? I said that before I see the specific and accurate video, I will never believe that the Straw Hat Boy can defeat me. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, stop being so stubborn. Didn't you see that in the video, Kizaru was held in the hand of the Straw Hat Boy and couldn't move? This power is really strong, and it's understandable that you lost to him. Kaido, you're talking nonsense. 13 As for Kizaru, the movie star, who knows if he is letting the Straw Hat Boy win again in the video. Borsellino, Kaido, you can't keep slandering me for letting the Straw Hat Boy win just because you don't want to accept the news of your future defeat. Kaido, damn it. Can you stop mentioning that Lao Zi was defeated by the Straw Hat Boy? When everyone was discussing fiercely in the movie chat group. Holy Land Marie Joyce. And the 5 elders were also extremely shocked. The appearance of the 5th gear Luffy in the video gave them a huge shock. Although at least 99% of the people in this ocean don't understand what the appearance of the 5th gear Luffy in the video means. But as the highest authority in the world government, they know it very well. Zoan human fruit mythical beast Nika form. This is a forbidden devil fruit. It is the ability possessed by the liberated warrior Joey Boy 800 years ago. After Joey Boy died, this ability also disappeared. But as long as the devil fruit still exists, the sun god Nika will eventually reappear. In order to completely eliminate the trouble, the world government specially changed the name of the Nika fruit. According to the rubber property of its user's body, it was renamed Paramecia rubber fruit. In order to cover up the truth of the Nika fruit and reduce the possibility of the Nika fruit awakening. Not only that, in the following 800 years, the world government has been tracking the whereabouts of the Nika fruit. I want to intercept this legendary fruit and control it in the hands of the world government itself. Kaido. The Nika fruit seems to have self-awareness. It escapes from the world government's pursuit again and again. To this day, the world government still has not been able to find out the whereabouts of the Wenmei devil fruit. And the 5 elders could never have imagined that the power of the Nika fruit would awaken again in the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. The sun god Nika reappears. Joey Boy's power will surely pose a great threat to the world government's notification. At this moment, whether it is or the 5 elders, the same thought emerged in their hearts. That is, Luffy must be eliminated as soon as possible. He must be killed before the other party truly awakens the Nika form, and the roots must be cut off. B. A difficult problem was also placed in front of and the 5 elders. From the content of the previous video, they have already learned that the Straw Hat Boy Luffy is the officially certified background king. If all the forces behind him are added together, even the world government has to be wary of him. Although the Straw Hat Boy has not grown up yet and is still very weak, but the power behind him is extremely huge. If you want to get rid of him after all these videos are played, it may not be an easy thing. But no matter how difficult it is, this thing has to be experienced. If it is really like in the video, let the Straw Hat Boy awaken the true power of the Nika fruit. That would be a real regret. Damn it. Why did the Nika fruit fall into the hands of the background king of the Straw Hat Boy? And the 5 elders couldn't help but curse in their hearts. On the viewing screen, The video continues to play. Kizaru was held by Luffy in the Nika form. He couldn't struggle free no matter what. The Marine Admiral's face showed a rare panic. Then, Luffy smiled brightly at Kizaru. Then he raised the arm that grabbed the other party. Kizaru had a bad feeling in his heart and said to himself, "This is a headache." Luffy laughed again. Then the arm that was transformed into Kizaru began to swing wildly like a windmill. Kizaru was dizzy and felt stars in his eyes. "Have mercy. Please." However, Luffy ignored Kizaru's begging for mercy. After swinging his arm for an unknown number of times, he suddenly loosened his palm. So, under the effect of inertia, Kizaru immediately flew out like a javelin towards the distant sky. He just passed through the laser light shield at the edge of the dome. Then he continued to fly away at a very fast speed. Kizaru, who was thrown away, looked at the boundless sea below him. He said to himself slowly, Falling into the sea. The picture froze. The army of bullet comments passed by. FK. Gear 5 Luffy is so awesome, he actually threw the Marine Admiral out like a javelin. I have to say, Luffy's fighting style in Nika form is really weird, just like Tom and Jerry. Kizaru's uncle really made me laugh to death, he even asked Luffy to show some mercy. Kizaru, Luffy, nephew. Since I have been so lenient with you before, why don't you go easy on me this time? Doghead. Just now Kizaru kicked Luffy away, now Luffy threw Kizaru out directly, this can be regarded as a reversal of fortune. I didn't expect Luffy to be so vindictive, Doghead. As a demon fruit power, he is about to fall into the sea, but Kizaru is still so leisurely and unhurried. Can't you see? Kizaru is actually letting himself go, letting himself fly a little longer, delaying as much time as possible. Ha 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 ha. Kizaru is really thinking about acting and letting himself go anytime and anywhere, he is so dedicated. Video continues. After flying for a while, seeing that he was about to fall into the sea, Kizaru then slowly turned in the air and faced the direction of Danjian Island. Yashikani no Megatama. The next moment, countless lasers were fired from his palms. They shot towards the dome research and development layer of the Egg Point Island. And Kizaru's body also turned into golden yellow dots. Following the path of the laser rain, he flew towards the Egg Point Island. In a flash, Kizaru, who had been thrown hundreds or even thousands of meters away, returned to the dome research and development layer of the Egg Point Island. Reappeared in front of Luffy. Not only that, there was not just one Kizaru in front of Luffy. There were dozens of identical Kizaru figures. Those were the sparkling clones created by Kizaru using the sparkling fruit ability. Seeing so many Kizaru flying back together, Luffy, who was still laughing, was so shocked that his eyes popped out of his sockets. Aim no Kurosakumo sword. Kizaru's sparkling clone held a lightsaber and looked at Luffy. Luffy dodged and kicked back. The two flash clones burst like bubbles. But behind them, there were dozens of identical flash clones attacking Luffy. Luffy immediately turned around and ran. Why are they like ghost clones? Which one is the real one? Luffy muttered to himself as he ran. Behind him, dozens of flash clones lined up in a row, chasing him closely. After running a distance, Luffy turned around suddenly with a sly smile on his face. Hehe, I got fooled. He kicked out in the direction of those Kizaru flash clones. The leg wrapped around armament haki stretched out. Like a long whip, it instantly pierced all the flash clones. White seal. In an instant, all the flash clones disappeared. Luffy had a smug smile on his face. Did he kill the main body too? However, he had just said this. There was a sudden explosion in the control room below. Luffy looked down. His eyeballs popped out of his sockets in shock. Kizaru's main body had come to the control room without him knowing when. At this moment, he was holding Usopp up with one hand, muttering to himself. How strange. Where is Vegapunk? Luffy also shouted. It turns out that I was the one who was fooled. The picture froze. Dense bullet comments floated again. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm really laughing to death. Since Luffy started the 5th gear, fighting has become more and more abstract. A good passionate battle show, now it's almost become a comedy show. The facts prove that Kizaru has never really used his full strength, and Luffy is just a joke. From the current battle, I feel that Kizaru's true strength may be stronger than Kaido. After all, he is so comfortable. Even when facing the 5th gear Luffy, he still feels no pressure. As expected, Kizaru's acting skills are not only unfathomable, but also his strength is unfathomable. Not only that, you see how smart Kizaru is, he knows to catch Usopp first. After all, Usopp is the god of desperate situations, doghead. Kaido, what? These comments actually say that Kizaru's strength is even higher than mine? Don't be too much. Barusalino, these comments are really good at praising people. Usopp, Why do the comments say that I am the god of desperate situations? What did I do? Monkey D. Luffy, ha 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 ha. My form in the video is really interesting, 5th gear, right? I really want to develop it soon. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. Soon. Kizaru found Vegapunk, who was driving a tank and trying to rush to the bottom of Egg Point Island. Where are you going? Vegapunk. Kizaru condensed a laser on his fingertips and shot it at the tank where Vegapunk was. Luffy quickly dodged to the middle of the two, opened his mouth wide and swallowed the whole blockhead. Wow! It's so hot! Luffy, who swallowed the laser, screamed to the sky. 2 dazzling rays of light suddenly shot out of his eyes. The whole person instantly became a little radiant. Shiki, good. He caught the laser with his mouth. Straw Hat is really a tough guy. John, ha 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 ha. Straw Hat's operation is really amazing. He even used Cyclops directly. Silver Axe, what the comments just said is right. The fighting style of Straw Hat in this form is indeed a bit too abstract. Akoku, but I have to say that Straw Hat in this form is really strong. He caught Kizaru's laser with his mouth and was not hurt at all. Rox DZBek, is this the true power of the legendary Nika fruit? It is indeed incredible. I wish I could have obtained it. Gold Roger, haha. Rox, don't even think about it. Not everyone can exert the true power of the Nika fruit. Otherwise, it would not have been awakened in the past 800 years. Rox DZBek, humph. Roger, do you mean I'm not as good as that brat from the Straw Hat Boy? Gold Roger, yeah, you can understand it that way. The video continues to play. Soon. Luffy and Kizaru fought again. Kizaru wanted to get past Luffy and chase Vegapunk. However, Luffy in the Nika form was extremely difficult to deal with. No matter how hard Kizaru tried, he couldn't break through Luffy's defense. After another entanglement, Kizaru seemed to be a little distressed and said to himself, "If I continue to play with you, a bad kid, I won't be able to complete the mission." Luffy smiled and responded, "It's my duty to prevent you from completing the mission." He. Just as the two were talking like this, suddenly, a strange and mysterious atmosphere quickly enveloped them. The strong men on the Egg Point Island at this moment. All of them have noticed this strange breath one after another. Each of them has a solemn look on his face. Then, on the ground somewhere on Egg Point Island, a huge black pentagram pattern slowly emerged. The pentagram reveals a strange ominous breath. The surrounding marine soldiers dare not approach and look away. At the same time, a broadcast resounded throughout the Egg Point Island. "Attention, Marines on the island. Five Elders Satan Saint is about to land on Egg Point Island. The next moment after the broadcast, a black shadow rose from the pentagram magic circle. As the black shadow continued to expand, the strange ominous breath became more and more intense. Soon, a monster old man with black horns on his head and 6 spider legs under his body appeared in the magic circle. He held a cane in his hand, and a black flame cloud like a ribbon floated behind him. The breath was powerful and strange. It turned out to be one of the current 5 elders, the god of science defense Jagalusha Satan. Chapter 46, Delivering Food to Luffy under the noses of the 5 elders, the strongest traitor. Gecko Moria, hiss. Has Saint Satan, one of the 5 elders, finally been unable to sit still and decided to go down himself? Sir Crocodile, Kizaru was too ruthless, and the 5 elders couldn't stand it anymore, so they couldn't help but go down themselves to end the battle quickly. Don Quixote da Flamingo, phew, I didn't expect that one day I would actually see one of those old guys take action personally. Rox DZ Beck, come to think of it, Lao Zi has been the overlord of the sea for so long, but he has never seen the 5 elders take action personally. Gold Roger, haha. Me too, this time I can take this opportunity to see the methods of the 5 elders. Edward Newgate, 5 people with the highest power in the world government, the 5 elders standing at the top of power, finally have a chance to see them take action. Charlotte Linlin, I don't know how strong these old guys are, I really want to fight them if I have a chance. Kaido, judging from the appearance of this Satan in the video, he should also be a Zoan mythical beast ability user, I really want to snatch his devil fruit and use it in Lao Zi's Beasts Pirates. Shanks, one of the 5 elders, Scientific Defense Marshal Saint Satan, he personally took action, I don't know what impact it will have on the subsequent battle situation. Jagalusha Satan Saint, humph. I didn't expect that this future event would actually develop to the point where I would have to personally take action. Borsalino, you really overacted. Borsalino, 5 elders, you are wrongly accusing me. It is obvious that I have tried my best to fight in the video. It is just that the form of the Straw Hat Boy is too difficult to deal with. This is not my fault, worker. Sakazuki, Borsalino, let him go, don't quibble here. If I were to take action, the Straw Hat Boy would definitely not survive for a minute in my hands. Kyuzan, la Sakazuki, what you said is a bit of bragging. Monkey D. Garp, Sakazuki, you actually want to touch my grandson? Are you bold? Sengoku, Garp, pay attention to your identity when you speak, you are a marine. Monkey D. Garp, so what? I am Luffy's grandfather. Picking nose. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. When Satan descended to Egg Point Island through the magic circle. The previous broadcast was still broadcasting to the Marines on the island. 5 elders Satan is about to descend on Egg Point Island. Commodores and below, please avoid immediately and do not look directly at the lineup of the Venerables. However, even though the broadcast had reminded them in this way, there were still a few Marines who were not afraid of death. Unable to suppress their curiosity, they looked towards the place where Satan appeared. And when they saw Satan's true face, the Marines who were courting death were shot in the head by an invisible strange force on the spot. They fell in a pool of blood one after another. Satan didn't care about it at all, and sighed to himself. Item A. It's been a long time since I last saw it. Just as Satan sighed like this, Kizaru, who was still entangled with Luffy in the sky, suddenly changed his target. Looking at Vegapunk and others below, he stretched out a hand, and dazzling lasers gathered. It seemed that he would aim at Vegapunk and others below in the next moment. Luffy, who was not far away, rushed over quickly. His left arm muscles suddenly swelled up, like a sailor who had eaten spinach. Stop! Kizaru! Luffy shouted. He suddenly swung out his extremely strong left arm. His fist wrapped in armament haki attacked instantly, and blasted straight at Kizaru's head. Shirahoshi's spear. Kizaru seemed to have no time to dodge. Luffy's punch hit him on the head. The dark fist immediately assimilated Kizaru's head into a flowing rubber, and then pierced through it. Around Luffy's fist and Kizaru's head, even many white stars appeared out of thin air. This is bad. Kizaru, whose head was pierced by Luffy's punch, uttered a low groan. Then his body began to fall straight down. It seemed that he had completely lost his fighting power. Luffy also used up all his strength because of this blow. His body quickly became shriveled. Large wrinkles appeared on his face. The whole person seemed to have aged by dozens of years in an instant. He fell straight down like Kizaru. The picture froze. The translucent barrage floated again. Ha ha ha. Kizaru saw Satan coming to Egg Point Island, so he threw Luffy and pretended to attack Vegapunk again. It is estimated that Satan's arrival made him suddenly react. It seems that he has been paddling too much, so he hurriedly pretended to pretend. Kizaru's reaction just now is very similar to me when I was caught by my boss for slacking off at work. Doghead, ha ha ha. Real. It's too real. Kizaru is the true portrayal of us working people. In order to continue to slack off with a clear conscience, Kizaru did not dodge Luffy's attack at all, and just let Luffy hit him in the head. Even if he is as strong as Kizaru, he would not feel much better after being hit by Luffy's punch, right? In order to slack off with a clear conscience, Kizaru really gave it his all. I'm crying. Luffy's move looks really powerful, and after hitting the enemy, there will be a white star-shaped special effect. I can only say that he is worthy of being a Kikaze. But I didn't expect Luffy to name this move Shirahoshi Gun. It seems that he really likes Shirahoshi. Doghead. Of course. After all, Luffy played trampoline on Shirahoshi. Who wouldn't like this? Doghead. Ha 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 ha. That's true, I also want to playing trampoline on Princess Shirahoshi. Same lecherous eyes as Sanji. I wonder if the Empress will be jealous if she knows that Luffy named his moves after Shirahoshi? Doghead. Is there any need to think about this? With the Empress love brain, she will definitely be jealous after knowing it. Doghead. It seems that Luffy will have to invent another Empress spear or Hancock spear in the future, Doghead. If you say so, then there must be Nami spear, Robin spear, Vivi spear, Rebecca spear, Carrot spear, Reiju spear, Yamato spear and Yuta spear and so on and so forth. FK. I don't know until I count, but I'm shocked when I count. Is there so many people in Luffy's harem? What do you think? Don't forget, in addition to the title of Background King, Luffy is often called the Harem King. I'm so envious. I don't envy the Mandarin Ducks or the Immortals, I envy Luffy every day. It would be great if Luffy could give me one, I'm not picky. Anyone is fine. Then Alvida and Big Mom are yours. Doghead. Ahem, actually Alvida after eating the slippery fruit and Big Mom in her youth are not bad. FK. No, buddy, are you really hungry? Borsalino, in the video, I was shot in the head by the Straw Hat Boy? So scary. Monkey D. Garp, FK. How come Luffy suddenly became so old after that punch? He looks decades older than me. Shirahoshi, Shirahoshi Gun? A move named after me? What does it mean to play trampoline on me? Hancock, wait, the Empress mentioned in these comments just now, is it referring to me? Why would I be jealous of a man? It's ridiculous. Nami, why do these comments also mention me, Robin, Vivi and others? Why does Luffy have to name the moves after us? Kaido, why do I see Yamato's name in these comments? Is there any connection between Yamato and Straw Hat Boy? Shanks, this comment even mentioned Yuta. What's going on? Vinsmoke Sanji, the comments say Luffy is the harem king. Luffy, I didn't expect that a guy like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes could play so many tricks. Monkey D. Luffy, what? What is a harem? Can it be eaten? Rorano Azoro, I think these comments may have some misunderstandings about Luffy. With his brain, how could there be such a thing as a harem? Monkey D. Dragon, my son is the harem king? Does it mean that our monkey family will have many children and grandchildren in the future? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Satan looked at Kizaru, who fell to the ground, and said in a deep voice, D. Based on your usual level, you are not doing things well this time. Kizaru. Facing the accountability of the 5 elders, Kizaru was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, covering his forehead with one hand, and responded very weakly. I'm very sorry, I really have no words to defend myself. Please forgive me for not being able to move for the time being. Hearing this, Satan did not blame Kizaru too much. But he set his eyes on Luffy, who was also lying on the ground on the other side. The next moment, one of his spider legs suddenly stabbed at Luffy. The sharp spider leg seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Luffy, who was old and weak, could not move and could not avoid Satan's attack at all. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Frankie on the side suddenly punched Luffy with his right fist. He directly punched Luffy away from his original position, and thus successfully avoided Satan's attack. The comments were floating again. Kizaru was indeed held accountable by the 5 elders for slacking off, ha 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 ha. But I have to say that Uncle's acting is really good. After taking that blow from Luffy, he can just lie here with a clear conscience. Even Satan can't blame him too much. This is the highest level of an actor. He acted so well that even the 5 elders couldn't say anything. There was no evidence to accuse him at all. Frankie is also amazing. In order to save Luffy, he directly punched him hard and knocked Luffy out. Ha ha ha. Frankie, hit my captain. Doghead. But Frankie's way of saving people is indeed the right one. He saved Luffy without hurting himself. And Luffy is a rubber man. He is not afraid of blows at all. This punch can't cause any damage to him. Indeed, Frankie's rescue was absolutely perfect. I suggest Ace and Garp learn how to save people correctly. Doghead. Poor Gas D Ace. Monkey D Garp. Poor Gas D Ace, why did this comment suddenly mention me? What does it have to do with me? Monkey D Garp, what do you mean I need to learn how to save people correctly? What do these comments mean? Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The camera turns. Luffy lies on the ground with his tongue sticking out. He still looks as weak and old as before. He shouts in a weak voice. Please come quickly. I need to eat. Obviously. The previous 5th gear has exhausted all of Luffy's energy. He now urgently needs to eat a lot to replenish his energy and recover. Dirt. All the Straw Hat crew and Vegapunk's clones were imprisoned by Satan's strange power, and their bodies were completely unable to move. It was even more impossible for them to deliver food to Luffy. However, at this moment, in the picture, a shadow suddenly flashed around Luffy. The speed of the shadow was extremely fast. So fast that you couldn't see its shape and appearance at all. Even if you didn't pay attention and look carefully. Everyone couldn't find the figure that flashed by quickly. The figure flashed back and forth around Luffy several times at an incredible speed, and finally disappeared completely. And on the ground next to Luffy, there was a lot of food that appeared at some point. Luffy immediately began to eat like a whirlwind. And as he continued to eat, his originally shriveled body began to quickly become full again. And just as he was eating frantically, a large group of marine soldiers were also approaching Luffy. They looked at Luffy lying on the ground and wanted to restrain him with the sea tower handcuffs. 0145124113 Fila 181240560. However, due to Luffy's title of 4 Emperors, the marine soldiers were a little hesitant and didn't dare to get too close. When they finally gathered up the courage to take action, Luffy had already eaten all the food around him. Successfully revived with full health and full status, he started the fifth gear again and entered the back card form. He jumped lightly into the sky and danced happily. The picture froze. The army of bullet comments appeared again. Good guy, Luffy really only needs enough time to continuously recover health and mana. But Luffy ate too much. Fortunately he was born with a skill similar to Life Return. This skill is really useful. I'm very curious, who was able to deliver such a large amount of food to Luffy in such a silent manner in that situation just now? Who else could it be? Think about that ridiculous speed, who else could it be except our Uncle Kizaru? Doghead. Yeah, except for Kizaru, the user of sparkling fruit, who else could have such an incredible speed to deliver food to Luffy under the noses of the 5 elders without being discovered by anyone? Uncle Kizaru really cares about his nephew Luffy, and now he is even doing the job of delivering food. Doghead. I finally know why my twin's food delivery is yellow, because this is Kizaru's color. Doghead 2. FK. I suddenly realized, that's it. Kizaru delivers food, you deserve it. Doghead. Kizaru just told Sarton that he couldn't move for a while, but he turned around and started delivering food to Luffy at the speed of light. Ha 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 ha. Doghead. If not with all the food Kizaru sent, Luffy will probably be captured by the Marine, right? What a close call. A4 Emperor was almost captured by a group of soldiers because of hunger. Doghead. I can only say, Kizaru's reputation as an actor is still rising. Kizaru is such a good uncle. Jagalusha Satan. Chapter 47 The Truth of the World. All 5 elders have arrived at Egg Point Island. Jagalusha Satan, Kizaru, you dare to give food to Straw Hat Boy right under my nose. Barusalano, Master 5 elders, I was wronged. Do you see where in this video is there a clear scene of me giving food to Straw Hat Boy? Jagalusha Satan, that's not the case. Barusalano, since there is no video of me giving food to Straw Hat Boy, how can it be proved that I was the one who gave food to Straw Hat Boy? These comments are just random guesses. Kuzan, Allah, that's indeed the truth. To be honest, there is no clear evidence in the previous videos to prove that we were giving Straw Hat Boy a break. It was just those comments that were leading the rhythm. Sengoku, yeah, I agree with what Borsalino and Kuzan said. We were completely misled by the comments in the video. We are all righteous Marines. How could we really let a pirate go? Rocks DZ back, ha 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 ha. Look, these 3 guys are actually covering up now. John, from the previous videos, anyone with a discerning eye can see that they are letting the pirate go. They haven't admitted it yet. Silver Axe, especially Kizaru. He let the pirate go right under the noses of the 5 elders. It's really awesome. Akoku, just as the comments said, who else but Kizaru can be so fast to deliver so much food to the Straw Hat Kid without being discovered by everyone? Shiki, ha ha ha, these guys are just talking nonsense. Unlike Garp, he openly admitted that he was letting the pirate go. Monkey D. Garp, what's wrong with me letting him win? I'm Luffy's grandfather. Isn't it natural and reasonable to let my grandson win? Picking nose. Gold Roger, ha ha ha. Garp is really more straightforward. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. After Luffy recovers and turns on the 5th gear again, he soon joins the battle again. He blocks Kizaru and Satan alone. Let Sanji take the seriously injured and dying Vegapunk away first. Kizaru and Satan both want to pass Luffy. Continue to chase Vegapunk. However, the next second, Luffy suddenly appears between the two. His body expands rapidly again, and in the blink of an eye he becomes the size of a giant warrior. Then, he grabs the head of 5 elders Satan with one hand at lightning speed. The other hand, like before, held Kizaru tightly in his palm. just like holding a small 960 figure. Not only that, I don't know if Luffy was angry because Vegapunk was seriously injured or what. The force of his attack this time was obviously much stronger than before. Kizaru was tightly held by his palm, and he spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and it seems that he was seriously injured. You too. Don't even think about running away. Luffy, in the giant Nika form, pinched Satan's head with one hand and Kizaru's body with the other hand, and Haki spoke. The picture was frozen on this scene. Then, dense comments floated by again. FK. Luffy is getting cocky. This scene is so cool. Luffy finally has some Haki style of the 4 emperors. 5 elders in the left hand, Admiral in the right hand, who else is there? Awesome. This is what the 4 emperors should look like. This is definitely the hockiest move since Luffy started Gear 5, finally no more abstract. Love it. So cool. Kizaru was so vomited blood from Luffy's slap. It seems that the power of this attack is really not small. Luffy is such a mean guy. Uncle Kizaru gave him so much water and brought him food just now, but now he turns around and beats Uncle Kizaru until he vomits blood. Dog. By the way, do you think this scene looks like a child holding a figurine in one hand and touching a dog's head with the other hand? Ha ha ha. Now that you mention it, it really looks a bit like it. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you calling Satan, one of the 5 elders, a dog? Dog head. Satan, you are so bold. I think you guys are ready to die. Dog head. No, 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 calling Satan's old bidden a dog is an insult to dogs. Satan is even worse than an animal. That's right. Satan's old bidden is even worse than an animal. Again, you don't have to be the pirate king, but Satan must die. Jagalusha Satan's saint? Why are these comments so critical of me? They actually want me to die. I am a 5 elders, a man standing at the top of the world's power. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Rocks DZ Beck, hehe, this old guy is quite arrogant. In the video, the Straw Hat Kid even holds his head with one hand. I don't know what he is so arrogant about. GOLD Roger, ha 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 ha. Yes, he is so old, but he is still so embarrassing. He has really lived his life like a dog. Edward Newgate, Gulala Roger, what you said is wrong. Didn't you see what the comments said before? Calling Satan a dog is an insult to a dog. GOLD Roger, haha, it's indeed my fault. I apologize to the dog. Satan is worse than an animal, ha ha ha. Jagalusha Satan's saint. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. Just when Luffy controlled Satan and Kizaru with one hand each, a sudden broadcast sounded on the Egg Point Island. No. To be precise, this broadcast sounded not only on the Egg Point Island. New World. Red Line. The first half of the Grand Line. The 4 seas of the southeast, northwest, and northeast. All places on this sea. As long as there is a Den Den Mushi on the island. At this moment, all of them sounded this broadcast sound at the same time. World. World, please answer. My name is Dr. Vegapunk. I am a humble genius scientist. My next message will surely shock everyone. And what I want to reveal. The truth of the world. Hearing this broadcast voice recorded in advance by Vegapunk, Satan seemed to be a little anxious. He immediately swung his spider legs at Luffy. He wanted to get rid of Luffy's grip. Kizaru also shot 2 lasers from his eyes. But they were all easily dodged by Luffy. You too. Before all my friends escape successfully. No one can escape from me. Luffy shouted. He grabbed the 2 people's arms and suddenly threw them back. After accumulating enough strength, the arms that were thrown back suddenly bounced back. The huge palms slammed together in front of Luffy. Kizaru and Satan were slapped hard in Luffy's palms like two flies. Rubber rubber. White vice. Under Luffy's blow, Kizaru and Satan were flattened. When Luffy separated his palms, they were like two thin pieces of paper floating slowly downwards, drifting in the wind. However, before they landed on the ground, Luffy reached out and grabbed them back. Kizaru and Satan's paper-thin bodies were held by his fingertips and spun quickly. This scene was very similar to the handkerchief spinning performance on the Northeast stage. It was also similar to the Indian flying cakes on the roadside stalls. Satan and Kizaru were spun by Luffy until they saw stars, but they didn't even have the strength to resist. Luffy looked at Satan in his hand, smiled and said, "Since you will be resurrected no matter how I beat you, then fly far away." After the voice fell, Luffy suddenly threw Satan and Kizaru out like flying discs. Kizaru's body was smashed directly on the deck of a marine warship off the coast of Egg Point Island. After landing on the deck, Kizaru stopped moving and just lay there quietly. No matter how concerned the marine soldiers around him came forward to ask, he never said a word. So far, this Egg Point Island war, Marine Admiral Kizaru officially went offline and no longer fought. The picture was frozen at the scene of Kizaru lying on the deck of the warship. Then dense barrages began to float by. FK. Luffy is awesome, he actually shot Kizaru and Satan into Indian flying cakes. B. Sure enough, in the Nika form Luffy is playing abstract again, this fighting style is really hilarious. Real duo. I suddenly thought of a word, Earth plus General Cake. Doghead. Earth plus General Cake? One is Saturn, one of the 5 elders, and the other is Marine Admiral, and then they were both slapped into flying cakes by Luffy. Isn't it Earth plus General Cake? Doghead. Ha 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 ha. Goddamn Earth plus General Cake. This description is really vivid and abstract. It just so happens that Kizaru was thrown onto the marine warship by Luffy, and finally he can find a reason to officially log off, and start to fish openly. Kizaru, hee I declare, off duty. Doghead. By the way, I actually think Kizaru never rejoined the battlefield after being thrown out by Luffy, partly because he was slacking off, and partly because he killed Vegapunk, my good friend, must be in a very complicated mood right now, and needs time to calm down. Indeed, Kizaru killed Vegapunk with his own hands, thus triggering the recording that the other party had left in advance, revealing the truth of this world. To be honest, I suspect that Kizaru may have discussed with Vegapunk a long time ago. If things really develop to the point where they cannot be reversed, Kizaru will personally give Vegapunk the final blow. It seems that Kizaru actually has a lot of things on his shoulders. Polo Salino, the future me, killed Vegapunk with my own hands. Vegapunk, the recording that was automatically triggered after my death revealed the truth of the world. It seems that my research has indeed made great progress in the future. Jagalusha Satan Saint, Vegapunk, what on earth did you do? Isam Baran Vinasus Horo Saint, damn, could it be that Vegapunk is also like this? Like those guys from O'Hara, they started to study the history of the blank 100 years. Shepherd 10 Pit Saint, Vegapunk, I warn you not to do what is shown in the video, otherwise, we don't mind eradicating you right now. Topman Voculi Saint, although you have indeed made great contributions to the world government in scientific research, if you really want to go down the wrong path as shown in the video, we will definitely not tolerate you. Marcus Maz Saint, Vegapunk, if you don't want to die, just continue to do your scientific research honestly, don't even think about touching something you shouldn't touch. Gold Roger, ha ha ha. Anxious. The 5 elders are obviously anxious. Nico Robin, is the world government so afraid that the truth about the blank 100 years will be revealed? Monkey D. Dragon, it's useless, 5 elders, no matter how hard you try to cover it up, one day, the wind of fate will blow away the fog that shrouds the blank 100 years. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Kizaru was thrown onto the ship by Luffy and stopped moving. Satan, who was also thrown out, turned around in the air and suddenly changed direction. Flew back to where Luffy was. And during the flight, Satan also used some special way. He was talking to the other 4-5 elders who were in the holy land of Marijois at the moment. There is no time, Satan. We must not let Vegapunk have the opportunity to speak freely. Satan said in a deep voice, then I will summon. Okay. 4 uniform voices sounded in Satan's heart. The next moment, Satan's huge body returned to Luffy's front. And on the ground behind him, 4 black pentagram magic circles suddenly emerged out of thin air. The magic circle was madly surging with darkness like a tide. The momentum was almost exactly the same as when Satan landed on Egg Point Island before. After a while, 4 huge monsters appeared beside Satan. Izumaten, Fengzi, Horsebones, Sandworms, plus Jiki, the incarnation of Satan. At this moment, 5 terrifying monsters stood in front of Luffy. A powerful and strange aura emanated from them. It was chilling. At this moment, the 5 people who openly controlled the highest power of the world government, 5 elders, all of them came to Egg Point Island. However, after the video played this scene, the screen suddenly fell into darkness. This means that the video content of this session has been played. The video of the next session is about to be played. Instantly, everyone in the movie chat group couldn't sit still. Rox DZ back, WTF. All the 5 elders came out and gathered at Egg Point Island. GOLD Roger, this is really a bit too big. It seems that the 5 elders are really afraid that Vegapunk will reveal some incredible secrets. Kaido, all the 5 elders are Zoan mythical beasts? It would be great if these 5 mythical beast fruits were given to Laozi. Laozi's beasts pirates will definitely be much stronger. Charlotte Linlin, whom the 5 elders are attacking together. Are they going to gang up on the Straw Hat Boy? Even if the Straw Hat Boy's Nika fruit ability is special, facing all the 5 elders, he will probably die, right? Shanks, Luffy is really in danger now. Edward Newgate, it's a pity that the protagonist of this video is Kizaru. Kizaru is offline now, so the content of this video ends here. We can't see the subsequent situation and results. Monkey D. Garp, damn. 5 old biddens teamed up to bully my grandson? It's simply unethical. Monkey D. Dragon, I don't know if Luffy can handle these 5 monsters. It seems a bit uncertain. Shiki, Laozi was just watching it with great interest, and the most exciting part was about to come, but the video was not played, which really spoiled the fun. Marshall D. Teach, hahaha, if you want to know the follow-up of this battle, I'm afraid you can only wait until the viewing system continues to play related content. Don Quixote da Flamingo, phew, for this follow-up content is really exciting. While everyone was discussing enthusiastically, the viewing screen had returned to a dark state. A low voiceover sounded again. After Kizaru, Luffy's next background is about to be revealed. Chapter 48, Hell's Joke. Mara Mara fruit blocks lava for the sun god. Monkey D. Luffy's background 8, Brother Porgas D. Ace. As the low voice of the narration sounded, inside the viewing screen, a figure also slowly emerged in the picture. This is a young man with his upper body naked. He has a strong and well-proportioned body. He has a lot of black freckles on his face. He wears an orange hat on his head. There are 2 expressions on the hat, one crying and one laughing. It is the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Porgas D. Ace. Porgas D. Ace, I didn't expect that this video would include me in Luffy's background. Monkey D. Luffy, isn't that normal? After all, Ace, you are my brother. Rox D. Zebek, brother of the Straw Hat Boy? So, this guy called Ace is also the grandson of that old man Garp. John, but why is this Ace's last name the same as Garp's? Garp is different from the Straw Hat Kids. Monkey D. Garp, Ace is my adopted grandson. What, John, do you have any objection? Gold Roger, wait. A adopted grandson. Damn it, Garp, you old man, you dare to take advantage of lousy Silver Axe, Roger, what does it have to do with you that Garp adopted a adopted grandson? Why are you so excited all of a sudden? Gold Roger, nonsense. Ace is Lousy's biological son, but Garp said Ace is his adopted grandson. Isn't this clearly taking advantage of Lousy? Akoku, hiss. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, turned out to be your biological son, Roger. Morgans, big news. This is a big news. Edward Newgate, Gulala Roger, you finally couldn't hold it in anymore and took the initiative to say this. Gold Roger, Whitebeard, you're still in the mood to laugh? If I'm not mistaken, Ace should call you Daddy, then isn't Garp taking advantage of you? Edward Newgate, damn. It's really Garp, that old bidden Monkey D. Garp, ha 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 ha. You can't blame me for this, Ace is only 2 years older than Luffy, no matter what I call Grandpa. Roger, Whitebeard, call me Uncle. Gold Roger, get lost. Edward Newgate, don't even think about it. Shiki, I didn't expect that the brother of the Straw Hat Boy would have such a big background, Roger's biological son? How interesting. Ha ha ha. Poor Gas D. Ace, no, I'm not Roger's son, I only have one dad from beginning to end, and that's Whitebeard. Gold Roger? Damn, what's going on? Why doesn't my son recognize me as his father? Edward Newgate, hee, Roger, don't you think about it? You died before Ace was born. You never fulfilled your responsibilities as a father. Your identity also brought a lot of trouble to Ace. It's strange that he would recognize you as his father. Gold Roger. Inside the viewing screen. The video officially starts playing. 9 years ago. East Blue Kingdom of Goa. The terminal of uncertain things. The garbage mountain is burning with raging fire at this moment. And in this sea of fire, Ace, who is only 10 years old, and Luffy, who is only 8 years old, are facing an unprecedented crisis. The people of the Blue Mr. 5 pirates surrounded Ace and Luffy. They all held sharp swords and weapons, and looked ferocious. The two sides seemed to be talking and arguing about something. But it was obvious that they disagreed, and soon they started fighting. Facing the strong pirates holding sharp weapons, the young Ace and Luffy were no match at all. Soon they were in a disadvantageous and desperate situation. One of the pirates swung his knife and injured Luffy's head. The young Luffy screamed and fell to the ground, blood flowing from his forehead. Luffy. Seeing this, Ace was furious. The pirate continued to raise the big knife in his hand, ready to stab Luffy again, ready to end his life completely. Seeing that his brother's life was in danger, Ace's eyes were bloodshot, and his anger rose in his heart. He shouted with all his strength, "Don't touch Luffy!" As this shout echoed in the sea of fire, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Ace's body, sweeping the whole place in an instant. The next moment, all the pirates present, except for the most powerful Captain Blue Mr. 5. All the others instantly rolled their eyes, fainted, and collapsed to the ground. Rocks DZ Beck, damn! Isn't this Conqueror's Haki? How old is this little guy in the video, and he actually awakened Conqueror's Haki? Gold Roger, ha 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 ha. Ace is indeed worthy of being my son Roger. He awakened Conqueror's Haki at the age of only 10. He is really gifted. Poor Gas D. Ace, Roger, I have already said that I am not your son. Please don't be so self-indulgent here. Gold Roger. The video continues to play. The time came to a while ago. Grand Line. Alabasta. Luffy was running forward without looking back. His expression looked a little flustered and nervous. It seemed that something was chasing him from behind. Stop! Straw Hat Crew! A sharp shout suddenly came from behind Luffy. Smoker looked at Luffy running wildly in front of him with a very serious expression. In order to catch the Straw Hat Crew, he chased all the way from East Blue Log Town to Alabasta on the Grand Line. Today, he finally met Luffy here. You can't escape. Smoker's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Then he suddenly blasted his fist at Luffy in front of him. White smoke bomb. His fist continued to extend forward like smoke. He was about to catch Luffy. And at this moment, Kajiro. A hot column of fire suddenly came from a distance. It collided fiercely with Smoker's smoke. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the flames. It was Ace. That boy is my brother. I hope you won't make things difficult for him. Ace looked at Smoker in front of him and said so. With Ace's help and cover, Luffy successfully escaped Smoker's pursuit. Back on the Merry, he had a brief reunion and spent time with Ace. Before leaving, Ace handed his life card to Luffy and told him that this card would lead them to reunion. When we meet again next time, we will be at the top of the pirates. After saying this, Ace said goodbye to Luffy. He continued his journey to hunt down the traitor Blackbeard. The picture freezes. The barrage floated by. He's here, he's here. Ace, the brother-loving maniac, is online again. Fortunately, Ace took action just now, otherwise Luffy might be caught by Smoker again. Smoker is so unlucky. Every time he is about to catch Luffy, there are always various people who pop up to stop him. Last time in Log Town it was Dragon, this time in Alabasta it was Ace, next time in Marineford it will be, haha, forget it, spoilers don't seem good, so I won't say it for now. Ha ha ha. So, Smoker is definitely a well-deserved witness of Luffy's background. Smoker, damn it. No wonder someone always comes out to mess up when I'm about to catch Straw Hat Boy. Kuzan, la Smoker, it's a bit difficult for you to catch Straw Hat Boy, the background king. Smoker, humph. Kuzan, I really didn't expect that even you are the background of Straw Hat Boy. As the barrage just said, the next person who stops me in Marineford, it won't be you, right? Kuzan, la Smoker, don't wrongly accuse me, I will never do such a thing. Smoker, haha, I don't believe you. Inside the viewing screen, the video continues to play. The camera turns. The scene came to the Ponaro Island not long ago. After a long pursuit, Ace finally intercepted Blackbeard and his gang on this island. At this time, Blackbeard was preparing to take his crew to the 7 warlords of the sea. Because he heard that the Straw Hat crew, who had just caused a big commotion in Enice lobby, was resting there. Blackbeard was going to take Luffy's head. He would use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for the position of 7 warlords of the sea with the world government. Ace, who caught up, happened to hear Blackbeard's plan and said immediately, "If that's the case, then I can't let you leave this island alive. Luffy is my brother." That's it. Ace and Blackbeard had a fierce battle on Bonaro Island. In the end, Ace was still no match for Blackbeard's dark fruit ability and lost regretfully. With Ace as a chip with a higher bounty and gold content, Blackbeard naturally gave up the idea of going to the 7 warlords of the sea to capture Luffy. He handed Ace over to the world government in exchange for the position of 7 warlords of the sea. The picture freezes. The army of bullet comments floated past. Appeared the culprit of Summit War. I really didn't expect Ace to lose to Blackbeard at that time. This guy is really hiding too deeply. Even Ace is not Blackbeard's opponent. If Blackbeard and his group really go to the 7 warlords of the sea, it is estimated that Luffy would be in danger. No, 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 if you ask me, if Blackbeard and his group really went to the Water 7, they would be walking into a trap and seeking their own death. Indeed, think carefully about who else was there in the Water 7 besides Luffy and his group. Garp and Aokiji. If Blackbeard wanted to catch Luffy in front of Garp and Aokiji, his end would definitely be miserable, and he would probably die without knowing how he died. So, Ace appeared in Ponaro Island to stop Blackbeard in advance, and in a sense, he actually saved Blackbeard and his group. Yes, if Ace hadn't stopped them, Blackbeard and his group would definitely be trapped in the Water 7, and then Ace himself would not have been arrested, and the Summit War would not have happened. FK. After listening to your analysis, it seems that this is indeed the truth. Ace's move was really unnecessary. Marshall D. Teach, ha ha ha. These comments make a lot of sense. If Ace hadn't appeared to stop me, I would have fallen into the hands of Garp and Aokiji. Giza's badges, so. Ace is actually the great benefactor of our Blackbeard pirates? Lafitte, thank you Ace for not killing me. Van Oka, thank you Ace for not killing me. Poison Q, thank you Ace for not killing me. Poor Gas D Ace. Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. The camera switches again. The scene comes to the Summit War period. Ace is rescued by Luffy. When the two were about to flee the battlefield, they were chased by Marine Admiral Akainu. In the picture, Ace was fighting with Akainu. The raging flames and the hot magma collided fiercely, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. In the end, Ace was defeated by Akainu and fell to the ground. His figure was blown back and fell heavily to the ground. Akainu, who had the upper hand, did not chase Ace. Instead, he set his target on Luffy. At this time, Luffy was about to pick up Ace's life card that fell on the ground. After several battles, Luffy's physical strength had long been exhausted. 0. Suddenly, his legs softened and he knelt on the ground with a bang. Seeing this, Akainu immediately waved his fist made of hot magma and blasted towards Luffy mercilessly. Luffy's body had already reached its limit, and it was impossible for him to dodge Akainu's attack. Akainu's punch was about to fall on Luffy's head. At this critical moment, a figure rushed over from a distance and blocked Luffy and Akainu. It was Ace. Ace used his body to block Akainu's punch for Luffy. But his entire chest was completely pierced by Akainu. All his internal organs were burned. The life card on the ground began to burn out quickly. Ace fell into Luffy's arms. He used up his last bit of strength to tell his last words. Then his cold body fell straight to the ground. Life completely came to an end. The picture was frozen on the scene of Ace's death. Many people in the movie chat group were instantly shocked by this scene. Monkey D. Luffy, Ace. How could this happen? Ace died to protect me. Edward Newgate, in the future, we still can't save Ace? Damn Akainu. Gold Roger? My son was killed by Akainu. Damn, Akainu, you are so brave. Monkey D. Garp, Ace. Poor Gas D. Ace, did I save Luffy with my own life? This ending seems not bad to me. Sabo, Ace. Luffy, why does my heart hurt for no reason when I see this scene? My head hurts too, as if many images are floating in my mind uncontrollably. Crow, Sabo, what's wrong with you? Sakazuki, One Piece, did I kill Roger's bloodline? Haha, I've said it before, even if I'm fighting alone, none of you pirates can escape from me. The people in the movie chat group were in an uproar over Ace's death. And the comments that kept floating across the screen were equally excited. FK. Ace died just like that. No. Ace. Damn. Red Dog deserves to die. I don't think Akainu did anything wrong, it's the Marines' duty to kill pirates. I used to think Akainu was hateful and Ace was pitiful, but now I don't think so. Especially after Luffy awakened the sun god Nika, now looking back at Ace. I always feel that his self-sacrifice is a bit unnecessary. Yet, once the sun god Nika appeared, Ace's death became a complete clown act. Tell a joke, Mara fruit blocked the magma for the sun god, Doghead. FK. Mara fruit blocked the magma for the sun god, this is really a hell joke. Looking back now, I just think that Ace's sacrifice, just like when he stopped Blackbeard on Ponaro Island, was completely unnecessary. Ace, damn. I'm a clown. Doghead. P.S. I'm really sorry, the author has a cold and fever. So the update today may be a little less. I will try to make up for the missed updates as soon as possible after I recover from the illness. Thank you all readers for your continued support. Chapter 49, Yim's house was stolen? Even the 5 elders couldn't keep him. Inside the viewing screen. The video section about Ace ends here. The screen returns to black. Then, a low voiceover sounded again. Monkey D. Luffy background 9, Brother Sabo. As the voiceover sounded, a figure also appeared in the screen. A blue dress. Wavy blonde hair. There is a scar like a burn on the left eye. Wearing a black hat on his head. There is also a pair of blue windproof goggles on the hat. Holding a thin water pipe in his hand. It was none other than the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Sabo. Monkey D. Luffy, Sabo? It's Sabo. I didn't expect that Sabo was included in this video. Poor Gas D. Ace, but why does the Sabo in the video look so old? Didn't he die a long time ago? Monkey D. Luffy, yet, logically, shouldn't Sabo look like a child? Who is this guy in the video? I almost didn't recognize him. Crowl, hey Sabo, look. Isn't that you in the video? Monkey D. Dragon, Sabo is Luffy's brother like Ace? How come I've never heard Sabo mention this? Is it because of amnesia? Sabo, I am Luffy's brother? My head hurts. At this moment, Sabo felt as if his brain was about to split. Countless images kept pouring out of his mind. East Blue. Goa Kingdom. The Terminal of Uncertainty. The Dodden family. Ace. Luffy. The Fraternal Wine. The 3 ASL brothers. And the fire. Under the strong stimulation of the scene of Ace's death in the previous video. In addition, the current video reveals his identity as Luffy's brother. Those memories that had been 227 sealed for a long time. At this moment, everything was finally found. Sabo, I remember. I remember everything. Ace, Luffy, it's me, I'm Sabo. Poor Gas D. Ace, Sabo. You're not dead. Sabo, of course I'm not dead. After being bombarded by celestial dragons, I was lucky enough to be rescued by the dragon leader, Luffy's father, and joined the Revolutionary Army, but I lost my previous memories and only remembered it now. Poor Gas D. Ace, I see. That's great. Monkey D. Luffy, Sabo is not dead. Great. That's really great. Monkey D. Dragon, I didn't expect that Sabo is actually Luffy and Ace's brother. Destiny is really amazing. Sengoku, Sabo, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, the well-deserved second in command of the Revolutionary Army. I didn't expect that even such a person is the brother of the Straw Hat Boy. Monkey D. Garp, isn't this the Sabo kid from back then? He's already the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, not bad. It's no wonder that I once trained you 3 myself, ha 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 ha. Inside the viewing screen. The video officially starts playing. Time has come to dress Rosa 2 years later. Doflamingo held a competition on this island. The champion prize is the Logia Mara fruit with great power. In order to take back the devil fruit that belongs to his brother, Luffy came to this island with his friends. Luffy disguised himself, changed his name to Lucy, and participated in this competition. But the competition was only halfway through. Trafalgar Law was defeated and captured by Doflamingo. In order to save this cooperative ally, Luffy finally decided to give up the game and the Maramara fruit. He was ready to leave the arena to rescue Trafalgar Law. And Luffy's little fanboy Bartolomeo confidently promised Luffy. He said that he would definitely win the championship of this competition on his behalf. Then he would hand the Maramara fruit to him personally. Luffy was very happy to hear this, and immediately prepared to leave the arena to rescue Law. But at this moment, a figure came over from not far away. It was a blonde man wearing a blue suit and a black hat. He looked at Luffy in front of him, smiling and said, "I won't give you the Maramara fruit, Straw Hat Luffy." Luffy was stunned when he heard this, and looked at the person who came with a bit of doubt in his expression. The little fanboy Bartolomeo beside him was immediately unhappy. He walked up quickly and asked the blonde man aggressively, "Hey, who are you? How dare you talk to Senior Luffy like that?" Senior Luffy is a legendary pirate. The younger brother of Fire Fist Ace, the future Pirate King. Bartolomeo called out many names of Luffy in a row. The blonde man didn't even wait for him to finish, and raised his hand to push Bartolomeo aside. "I already knew about this kind of thing. I know better than you." As he spoke, he walked towards Luffy with a smile on his face. Luffy looked at the other person carefully, and always felt that he seemed familiar, but he couldn't recognize him specifically. Recalling what the other party had said before, that he would not give the Maramara fruit to him, he suddenly said with some dissatisfaction, "What's wrong with you? You suddenly popped up and said that you would not give me the Maramara fruit." Sabo slowly raised his hand to take off the hat on his head, and presented his entire face to Luffy. With a gentle smile on his face, he whispered, "It's me, Luffy." Luffy was puzzled and responded, "What do you mean me, mine? Listen. The Maramara fruit is Ace's relic. Those who want to steal it are enemies. Also, look at my beard. I'm not Luffy at all, I'm Lucy." Looking at Luffy pointing at his fake beard and defending himself seriously, Sabo's smile couldn't help but become brighter, and he continued to whisper, "How could I not recognize my brother's face?" As soon as these words came out, Luffy was stunned for a moment. "Brother? Hey. You have to understand. The only one who can call me brother is Ace, who is already dead. And those who died even earlier." When he said this, Luffy finally realized something belatedly. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. He looked at the blonde man in front of him again in disbelief. At this moment, he finally understood why he felt that this man looked familiar to him before. Because the other person looked very similar to his other brother Sabo, who should have died long ago. Thinking of what the other person had just said to him, an incredible thought came to Luffy's mind. He stared at the blonde man in front of him, looking at him again and again. It seemed that he was comparing the other person with the figure in his memory over and over again. After a long while, Luffy finally shouted in disbelief, Sabo." Sabo smiled and nodded, "Yes, it's me, Luffy." The next moment, Luffy took off directly. Instantly hung on Sabo's body with snot and tears. Sabo looked at his brother lovingly and said softly, "Luffy, thank you. Thank you for surviving." Luffy cried, "But, Sabo, Ace was killed in front of me." Sabo smiled and shook his head. "Yes. But fortunately you survived. I almost didn't have time to do anything, and lost 2 brothers. If you die too, I will be the only one left." After saying this, he looked at Luffy and asked, "Ace's Maramara fruit, can I eat it?" Luffy smiled and nodded heavily. "Yeah. That's the best." The 2 brothers recognized each other. Sabo replaced Luffy and continued to participate in the competition as Lucy. And Luffy quickly left the arena and went to rescue Trafalgar Law. In the next game, Sabo won the competition with his powerful strength. He successfully got the championship prize Maramara fruit, and ate it without hesitation. Then he used a fire fist to directly collapse the entire arena ground. Poor gas ace, Sabo ate the Maramara fruit in the future and inherited my ability. He is indeed the most suitable next Maramara fruit ability user. Sabo, bah. Ace, you are not dead yet, what are you talking about the next Maramara fruit ability user? You should keep this ability yourself, I don't want it. Monkey D. Luffy, great. Sabo is still alive and will meet me again in the future. I am really looking forward to it. He. Trafalgar Law, why would I form an alliance with the Straw Hat leader in the future, and be defeated and captured by Doflamingo? Don Quixote Doflamingo, Fufo, it seems that you are going to go against me in the future, you are really brave. Gecko Moria, will the Straw Hat Boy join forces with Trafalgar Law to deal with Doflamingo in the future? It seems that another 7 warlords of the sea will be defeated by the Straw Hat Boy. Don Quixote Doflamingo, Moria, don't think I'm a loser like you. You will be defeated by the Straw Hat Boy, but I won't, Fufu. Sir Crocodile, haha, I don't think so. After all, judging from the previous videos, the future strength of the Straw Hat Boy is indeed very strong. Even Kizaru and the 5 elders can't do anything to him, and even Kaido has been defeated by him. Kaido? Damn. How many times have I said that before there is a specific video, Laozi will never believe that the Straw Hat Boy can defeat Laozi in the future. In the viewing screen, the video continues to play. Just as Luffy and Mingo were fighting fiercely, the new Marine Admiral Fujitora was rushing to the battlefield with a group of Marine soldiers, preparing to arrest the pirate Straw Hat Boy. But at this moment, a figure stood in front of them alone. It was Sabo. Sabo stopped many Marine soldiers by himself, and started a battle with Marine Admiral Fujitora that was difficult to determine the winner. After the fight, Fujitora asked Sabo who was standing in front of him and refused to retreat. Sir, you will not let us go no matter what. Sabo answered without hesitation, yes. Fujitora was puzzled by this. Is it also the job of the Revolutionary Army to support pirates? Sabo smiled and shook his head, saying, no, this is the responsibility of a brother. Hearing this, Fujitora asked again. As a brother. I heard that the previous owner of Maramara Fruit, the Fire Fist Ace who died in the Summit War, once claimed that Straw Hat Luffy was his sworn brother. Does it mean the same to you, sir? Sabo nodded and responded. That's right. The 3 of us brothers drank the sworn brotherhood wine together. The bond between the 3 of us brothers will never be cut off. Fujitora sighed helplessly. 3 brothers who really love to cause trouble for others. Sabo looked at Fujitora in front of him, and did not show any fear just because the other party was a Marine Admiral, and said seriously. Let me say this in advance. As long as Luffy needs my help, no matter where I am in the world, even if I have to give up everything, I will come to help him without hesitation. I absolutely don't want to taste that kind of deep pain again. After a conversation, seeing that Sabo refused to retreat no matter what, and he could not do anything to him in a short time, Fujitora had to lead his Marine soldiers to temporarily withdraw. After blocking Fujitora, Sabo soon received another call from Crowl. He said that Badges of the Blackbeard Pirates was about to attack Luffy and wanted to seize his Devil Fruit ability. Hearing this, Sabo showed a trace of anger on his face. He immediately rushed to Luffy's location without stopping. At this time, Luffy was in the 10-minute week period after the 4th gear. He was carried by Gaz, the commentator of the Dressrosa Arena, and fled around to avoid pursuit. Facing Badge's sudden attack, he had no ability to fight back. Fortunately, Sabo arrived in time. He successfully stopped Badges before he attacked Luffy. Remember this. From now on, I will be behind Luffy. I will never allow you to hurt him. Sabo looked at Badges, who was knocked to the ground by his punch, and warned him seriously. There was a hint of anger in his tone. The battle between Sabo and Badges can be described as a crushing defeat. As one of the cotters of the 4 Emperor's Blackbeard pirates, Badges was no match for Sabo. After a fight, he was quickly knocked down. The picture freezes. A large army of bullet comments passed by. The second brother is so handsome. He is so hacky. Sure enough, Sabo is just like Ace. No matter where he goes, he will always mention his younger brother Luffy. Ha ha ha. Sabo and Ace are both crazy about their younger brother. I wonder if only this kind of person is qualified to be the owner of the Maramara fruit? Doghead. That's not the case. It's just a Maramara fruit. There's no need to make so many demands. It's not a Nika fruit, Doghead. Yet, as the saying goes, even dogs won't eat Maramara fruit. Doghead. I have to say, Sabo is really strong. He fought back and forth with Admiral Fujitora, and beating Badgers was as easy as torturing a dog. Why else can we say that Sabo is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army? This is the strength and confidence that the second in command should have. Haha, I don't think this is a big deal. Later, Sabo sneaked into the Holy Land Marie Joy's flower room, rescued Cobra under the noses of 5 elders in Im, and successfully escaped from the Holy Land of Marie Joy's. This is really awesome, right? Yet, Im and 5 elders couldn't stop Sabo. You can imagine how awesome Sabo is. Jagalusha Satan. Izambaran Vina Sujuro, what's going on? These comments actually say, this Sabo sneaked into the flower room in the future. Shepherd 10 Pit, that's where Master Im's residence is. How did he, a revolutionary army, sneak in? Topman Voculi, and these comments actually say that he successfully escaped from the noses of the 5 of us and Master Im? How is this possible? Marcus Maz. It seems that this Sabo is also a big hidden danger for us. He will definitely pose a threat and adverse impact to us in the future. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. Nefertari D. Cobra, Luffy's brother, who saved me from the 5 elders and I'm in the future. Why did I appear among the flowers, and why did the 5 elders and I'm want to kill me? Chapter 50. Who made my goddess like this? Inside the viewing screen. The video continues to play. After the Dressrosa incident, Sabo continues to appear around the world, carrying out the tasks of the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, he is always keeping a close eye on Luffy's movements. In the Golden City incident, when Luffy was fighting with the Golden Emperor Tesoro, Rob Lucci, who had been promoted to CPO at that time, wanted to take the opportunity to attack Luffy. But he was stopped by Sabo, who arrived in time. At the Pirate Expo, Sabo also stopped Smoker, who wanted to cause trouble for Luffy. Then he joined forces with Luffy and others to deal with Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Heir. When Luffy finally defeated Bullet, he was ready to retreat from the island surrounded by Marine Buster Call. On the deck of a warship not far away, Marine Admiral Kizaru suddenly jumped up. He launched a move of Yashikani no Megatama without hesitation against the pirate ship aimed at Luffy and others. Just when Luffy and the others were trying to find a way to resist, a familiar voice suddenly came from a certain direction. Fire Fist. The next moment, a thick pillar of fire came from a distance. Instantly, a tall wall of fire formed in front of Luffy and the others' pirate ship. Kizaru's Yasakani no Megatama was completely swallowed by the wall, and did not hurt Luffy and the others' pirate ship at all. Marine's warships were also completely separated by the wall of fire, and could no longer continue to chase Luffy and the others. On the deck of the Sunny, Luffy slowly turned his head and looked in the direction where the familiar voice came from. Then he only saw that on the sea not far away, there were several warships flying the flag of the Revolutionary Army. and at the bow of the leading warship. Sabo was standing there at the moment, with flames burning all over his body. Next to Sabo, there was also an illusory figure projection. It was Ace. At this moment, the figures of the two brothers all appeared in Luffy's sight. Looking at the two familiar figures, Luffy was stunned at first, and then a smile of joy and happiness appeared on his face. He laughed and waved goodbye to Sabo. Sabo also silently watched Luffy and others go away at the bow, with a warm and peaceful smile on his face. The picture freezes here. A large army of bullet comments floated by. Sabo really dotes on Luffy. Even though he is the second in command of the Revolutionary Army and is very busy, he always takes time out to support Luffy. Just as he said to Fujitora in Dressrosa before, as long as Luffy needs him, no matter where he is, he will definitely rush to help Luffy as soon as possible. To be honest, Sabo is really an ideal brother, gentle and considerate, and very powerful. The last scene really made me cry. Sabo even asked An to use the power of the projection fruit to project an ace. If I were Luffy, I would definitely cry on the spot. The two brothers overlapped at this moment, all bidding farewell to Luffy. I have to say that Oda really understands the romance of men. Skurakuman APU, good, good, good. As the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, he is willing to put everything together to help Straw Hat Boy no matter where he is. How can Straw Hat Boy be so lucky? Uraj, compared with Straw Hat Boy. What are we grassroots pirates like when we are isolated and helpless every time we encounter desperate situations? Is it bad luck for us? Basil Hawkins, the gap between people is indeed sometimes greater than the gap between people and dogs. Guild Tesoro, Straw Hat Boy, will he come to my golden city to cause trouble in the future? Douglas Bullet, I will actually be defeated by Straw Hat Boy in the future? How is this possible? Gold Roger, haha. Bullet, nothing is impossible. Didn't you see the scene where Straw Hat Boy fights Kizaru and 5 elders in the previous video? He is very strong. Monkey D. Garp, ha 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 ha. You are worthy of being my grandson, so awesome. Sengoku, now, the first and second commanders of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon and Sabo have all become the background of Straw Hat Boy, and there are also Kuma and Ivankov. Doesn't that mean that most of the Revolutionary Army can be used by Straw Hat Boy? Monkey D. Dragon, if Luffy really awakens the Nika form in the future and becomes a liberated warrior like Joy Boy, then our Revolutionary Army can indeed give him full support. Kong, Straw Hat Boy. What a tricky guy. Gecko Moria, up to now, the video has revealed the background of 9 Straw Hat Boys. His crew members only add up to this number. There can't be more later, right? Sir Crocodile, father, grandfather, uncle, brother. I feel like all the relationships have been counted. If there are other backgrounds later, it would be a bit too much. Dracula my hawk, but I always feel that since the Straw Hat Boy is given such an exaggerated title of background king in this video, it should not end so simply. Don Quixote da Flamingo, phew, I want to see how many backgrounds this Straw Hat Boy has. Inside the viewing screen. The video content belonging to Sabo ends here. The screen returns to darkness again. Then, the familiar low voice of narration sounded again. Monkey D. Luffy's background 10, Beauty Boa Hancock. As the voice of narration fell, a graceful figure slowly emerged in the picture. Tall figure. Graceful figure. Beautiful and delicate face, like the most perfect work of the creator. Black hair falls to the waist like a waterfall. The princess cut on the forehead adds a bit of cold and noble temperament. A high slit cheongsam shows her graceful curves to the fullest. Anyone who sees this woman in the picture for the first time will definitely be amazed and intoxicated by her beauty. It is the pirate queen known as the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock. One of the current 7 warlords of the sea. The captain of the 9 Snakes pirates. the king of the Amazon lily of the kingdom of women. When Hancock's image appeared in the video, the movie chat group immediately exploded again. Boa Hancock? Boa Sander Sonia? Boa Marigold? Sengoku? Wait. What's going on? Boa Hancock is the background of the Straw Hat Boy, and she is his lover. Tsuru, isn't it said that the pirate queen Boa Hancock is extremely disgusted with men and has no interest in them at all? Monkey D. Garp, Boa Hancock is Luffy's lover? Doesn't that mean she is my granddaughter-in-law? Ha 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 ha, great! This granddaughter-in-law is great. Vinsmoke Sanji, Boa Hancock, the legendary world's most beautiful woman. Luffy, when did you hook up with her, and why didn't you tell us? Brook. The most beautiful woman in the world. I really envy Luffy, yo ho ho ho. Monkey D. Luffy, what? Who is this woman? I don't even know her. What is a beauty? Is she delicious? Roranoa Zoro. Boa Hancock, this video actually says that I am the beauty of that Straw Hat Boy? What a joke, I hate men the most, how could I have anything to do with that Straw Hat Boy? Boa Sander Sonia, yes, my sister never interacts with men, how could she be the background of that Straw Hat Boy? Boa Marigold, this video must have made a mistake, and actually counted my sister as the background of the Straw Hat Boy, it's simply nonsense. New Granny, no, so far, this video has never been wrong. Although it hasn't happened yet, maybe in the near future, Snake Princess will have an intersection with the Straw Hat Boy. Shucky, if you ask me, maybe Hancock will fall in love with Straw Hat Boy in the future, after all, Straw Hat Boy is very charming. Silver Rayleigh, will Hancock fall in love with Luffy in the future? Just thinking about it is very interesting, haha. Boa Hancock, will I fall in love with that Straw Hat Boy in the future? Shucky, Rayleigh, you two stop talking nonsense here. Monkey D. Luffy, it's so strange, who is this fierce woman, why is she also my background? Skulachaman APU? Straw Hat Boy actually dares to despise the pirate empress for being fierce. He really doesn't know how to be blessed. Basil Hawkins, among the current 7 warlords of the sea, how many people are related to Straw Hat Boy? Crocodile and Moria have been defeated by him, and Doflamingo seems to be defeated by Straw Hat Boy in the future. Drake, Sea Knight Jinbei will be a member of Straw Hat's crew in the future, Tyrant is his uncle, and now even Pirate Queen Hancock is his lover. Uraj, if that's the case, among the current 7 warlords of the sea, isn't it only Hawkeye Mihawk who has no significant relationship with Straw Hat for the time being? Capone Beeg, no wonder this video says that Straw Hat is the background king, this network of relationships is really too outrageous. Boa Hancock, you guys, don't take it for granted that I am included in the background of Straw Hat, I have no relationship with him at present. Gold Roger, just because I don't have one now doesn't mean I won't have one in the future, ha 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 ha. Boa Hancock, it will never happen in the future. I will never have any contact with a man in my life. New mother-in-law, Snake Princess, I suggest you don't say it so absolutely, because the kings of our Amazon lily are actually like this. Shucky, yes, if you say something harsh now, be careful that you will be slapped in the face later, Hancock. Boa Hancock. Inside the viewing screen. The video officially starts playing. At the beginning of the picture. The scene is on the open-air balcony outside Hancock's bedroom. Luffy and Hancock are alone in this place. Hancock is wearing a cool pajamas, and there is a bit of inexplicable meaning in her eyes when she looks at Luffy. Her face also shows a strange blush, and her breathing is slightly rapid. What's the matter, Luffy? Hancock asked Luffy softly, with a gentle tone. Luffy looked at Hancock with a serious expression and said, I have something to ask of you. The pirate who will be executed this time, Ace, a subordinate of the Whitebeard pirates, is my brother. I want to save Ace, but I heard that it is too late to take the pirate ship." Hearing Luffy's words, Hancock was slightly surprised. "Is your brother the captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard?" Luffy nodded heavily and said sincerely, "Can you take your warship and take me to the prison where Ace is imprisoned?" As soon as these words came out, before Hancock could respond, the window of the room above the terrace suddenly slammed open. Hancock's 2 sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, poked their heads out from inside, stared at Luffy angrily, and said angrily, "Such a willful request! Straw Hat Boy, you know that this is the inner trauma of my sister, but you still want her to go there. What an excessive man! Just because I sympathize with you a little, you are so self-righteous. So all men in the world are the same. My sister's patience is limited, right? My sister, turn him into 883 stones and throw him down from there." The scolding of Sandersonia and Marigold continued from above. However, Hancock turned a deaf ear to it. She stared at Luffy in front of her with a loving look. After a long while, she blushed and said softly, "Is this a sign that you want me to agree to the 7 warlords of the sea?" Luffy nodded seriously, and then said with some concern, "Will this request make you feel embarrassed?" Hancock's eyes were always on Luffy, and she shook her head gently and said, "If this is your wish, I am willing to go to the ends of the earth with you." Hearing this, Luffy immediately stepped forward excitedly and held Hancock's hands. "Great! This way, we can catch up before the execution day. Thank you so much." Being thanked by Luffy, Hancock's blush on his face became even brighter. The picture freezes here. Dense comments began to float by. "Ha ha ha! From this moment on, the Empress is going to become completely love-brained. What happened to the aloof Empress who completely disdains men?" The 2 sisters are madly cursing Luffy up there, while the Empress is affectionately telling Luffy that she is willing to go to the ends of the earth with him. I am really laughing to death, ha ha ha. The sisterly love of decades has been defeated by Luffy, whom she has only known for a day. Is this the power of love? Ha ha ha. The Empress used to be aloof, hacky, the Empress now is love-brained, and still love-brained. Oh my god! Who turned my goddess into this? If the Empress's dog-licking suitors saw this scene, they would probably be heartbroken, ha ha ha. I have to say that Luffy is really awesome. He won her over in less than a day. Hancock, the Ice Queen's heart. Damn! I want to become Luffy's apprentice after watching this. Master Luffy, please teach me how to flirt with girls. +1. I'm begging for the flirting guide of Master Luffy, the Harem King online. I advise you to give up. Without Luffy's strength and background, you still want to learn how to flirt with girls from Luffy? I'm afraid you're just daydreaming. Boa Sandersonia? What's going on in the video? How could the elder sister in the video so easily agree to the excessive request of the Straw Hat Boy? Boa Marigold, and the scene in the video is outside the elder sister's bedroom, right? Why is the Straw Hat Boy here? We Amazon lilies have been forbidden to men since ancient times. Boa Hancock, is this, in the video really me? How could I allow a man to enter my bedroom and agree to his request so readily? Vinsmoke Sanji, Luffy, what on earth did you do to my goddess? How did you turn her into this?